3, 2, 1, and we're live. Welcome to Exthereal. Welcome to our studio. Dear guests, XR enthusiasts, fashionistas, designers, creators, students, creatives, welcome to Exthereal. We're finally very happy to start the conference. We have been planning this for almost a year. We are located here in Helsinki, but we're going to be having speakers joining in from New Zealand to Seattle and LA across the entire Europe. My name is Olesja Henikainen. I'm an innovation service designer here at Accenture Liquid Studio. I'm also a fashion illustrator and one of the founders of Exthereal. And I would like to gladly introduce to you the co-founders and the team behind Exthereal, the one and only CEO of Exthereal, Krista Jantti, as well as Joe Orengo. He's the CEO of Spatial 8, and he actually introduced us approximately a year ago when it all started. Krista.
Yeah, it all started about a year ago. We got fascinated about XR technology and how to make fashion industry more sustainable. And all of a sudden, now all the cool kids are in the same block, like fashion industry, crypto industry, gaming industry, XR industry. They have all come together, and we just couldn't be more excited about it.
It is exciting, Krista. And here we are almost a year later at Exthereal, at the cusp of a new era for fashion and retail. Call it Web 3.0, call it the spatial web, call it the metaverse. It's where the physical and digital blend and merge.
Exactly, the metaverse. The magical fairy tale land everybody is talking about. Nobody knows exactly what it's going to look like. There are so many people working on it. So today and for the next 3 days, actually, we are going to be talking about fashion, digital or physical, and we're going to be talking about fashion shows. Krista, what are you wearing?
I'm wearing Andiata. Andiata is one of those 8 fashion brands which are going to be in the excellent fashion movie, which is going to be premiered on Wednesday, 5 p.m. Finnish time. So remember to be there. The fashion show was produced together with the virtual studio called ZOAN, which brings us to our next and first guest, Laura Olin. She's COO and partner of ZOAN. Hello, Laura, please welcome.
Thank you.
How, Laura, do you see where Metaverse is going to take us?
Well, it can basically take us anywhere, but I can really see that there are a lot of interesting development going on at the moment. ZOAN has been some sort of like a forerunner or pioneer in XR industry. We've been in the business for 11 years, and all this metaverse talk has finally given us a context about what we are doing, because previously it was just like game-based, game engine-based, 3D modeling kind of things, but now we can really talk about this building a metaverse, basically. And talking about this fashion context, so I can see a lot of similarities with virtual concerts that ZOAN has been active with during the past couple of years. We've made approximately 10 different virtual concerts here in Finland, also like attracting 1.4 million people to join us and as avatars to the JVG concert, working with like some really big stars abroad. And then recently in May we had this Nightwish concert, 2 nights in a virtual world, which attracted like 150,000 people, yeah, from 108 countries. So that was so amazing to be able to connect so many people from around the world. And then getting back to this like fashion industry, so I think that there are a lot of similarities here. In a way, like fashion events and fashion, they are something really like physical and something that has been around for ages. But then again, now that we make them virtual, it's both there is something that is really familiar, but then there are totally new sort of bits and pieces, such as the interactivity. It gives a lot of possibilities for that. Or just the fact that you don't have to be a real person, you can be an avatar. So many amazing things. So I believe that these kind of events like Exthereal are really like pioneering in this sense, and it will be so exciting to see where we are heading with this. Yeah, and you asked me that you would like to tell a little bit about what we have been doing for Exthereal, right?
Yeah, and I just want to congratulate you. ZOAN won just recently a cultural award. So congratulations on that one.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, that was about Nightwish actually last week. And what was really cool was that it was the cultural deed of the year in Finland, and it was voted by public. So imagine that people voted for a virtual event. Okay, there's been this pandemic, but nevertheless, so it means that virtual events are actually something, like they are a thing that people can enjoy and that can attract bigger crowds. So that's really cool. And yeah, for this event, so what ZOAN has been doing and what we are building now is something that is more towards this photorealistic metaverse. So there will be new openings around that, but you will see tomorrow in the fashion show that we have created for you guys that there will be like lovely, beautiful Finnish brands presented in really nice Finnish environments. And what's interesting with these environments is that some of them have been made already in collaboration with the city of Helsinki or with the Foreign Ministry of Finland, so that they have also been involved in creating parts of this Finnish nature and city landscape to, you know, to become a part of the metaverse. So that's going to be exciting.
Thank you, Laura.
Thank you, Laura.
Thanks.
To make the Exthereal Conference possible, we couldn't have done it without our partners. So next we would like to open up the floor to our fantastic partners and sponsors. Please welcome Head of Accenture Liquid Studio, Karoliina Hagman, and the Chief Marketing Officer of Microsoft Finland, Janina Backlund. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe, and thank you for having us. So I'm Karoliina Hagman from Accenture, and I'm leading our data, AI, and emerging technologies in the Nordics. And we are very excited to partner with Exthereal and to promote the innovation and emerging technologies in the retail and fashion world. There are endless options how to use extended reality in fashion. There's virtual try-ons, there's showrooms, and we can create even 3D models as a part of the design process. And going forward, all of us, we will be attending the fashion shows virtually, even more and more. XR is also, as already discussed earlier today, it's an enabler for sustainability in the fashion world, and for that reason, important. Virtual try-ons, they can reduce the amount of returns in the online stores, as well as it allows us to participate without physical travel. Every year, Accenture, we publish a technology vision that tells what are the most important trends in technology each year. XR has been with us since 2017 every year, and this year we have a lot of focus on digital twins and mirrored world, so very relevant topic. And on behalf of Accenture, I want to warmly welcome you all to Exthereal Conference, and I hope that you will have an inspiring event.
Thank you so much, Karoliina, and thank you, Exthereal, for including also Microsoft into this amazing event that we are just about to kick off. I'm the CMO for Microsoft Finland, Janina Backlund. And obviously during the 3 days, you will see a broader presence of our global company through our technology that was mentioned here. Many of those are using Microsoft technology. And you will be hearing also from our global experts as well as our partners, which obviously Accenture as well is. I'm beyond excited, and we are beyond excited to be a part of this conference. If we think about Microsoft's mission in general, we are here to empower every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more. through a conference like this, when we bring these technologies, we bring everybody using the technology, everybody reimagining the industries and the experiences together, we can really empower each other to reimagine the world and fashion in general, as well as reimagine the future of retail, which is highly connected to the topic that we are covering. So I would hope that everybody who is joining us after these 3 years, let's start with 3 days. After these 3 days, will feel inspired and empowered to reimagine fashion. Thank you so much for having us. We are extremely excited to kick the conference off with a bang, I hope.
Thank you so much for kind words, Janina and Karoliina, and thank you so much for partnering with Exthereal and making this possible. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then let's go to the agenda. So you have already heard, we had some things mentioned about a virtual fashion show. So that's on Wednesday. Remember to tune in at 5 o'clock Finnish time. So we're talking about real clothes, fashion brands situated in virtual environments. But on Tuesday, which is tomorrow, we're going to have another immersive experience. It's going to be a VR showroom. So virtual clothes this time in virtual reality. You don't want to miss that. And the showroom is located on Outspace VR, provided in collaboration with Microsoft. And now we come to actually the very first immersive experience we have for this conference, and it's AR filter. I would like to introduce to you Maxim Velichkin, who is an AR filter creator. He is an award-winning creator. He has won Cyberware Challenge Jury Special Award in top 10 Facebook competition. He works with Spark AR. And do we have Maxim online? We do. Hi, Maxim, can you hear us in the studio? Yes?
Yes, I was thinking about the future that where we can find the roots of augmented reality filters, historical or cultural roots. And I remembered about the ancient Greek masks, about the very first visual effects in the history of cinematography by George Méliès, about Tamareski, the photo stand-in, which basically was like a board with the image of a character and a hole instead of a head, and you can insert your head inside and make a photo. And by the way, you see the filter right now, I believe, on the background, which won the competition. You see there's a small golden fish swimming inside of the head. It was a great honor and a great joy to participate, and I found a lot of new friends during the competition. I believe people always wanted to change and play with the look and feel of the reality and our own appearance. And we are looking for new shapes, new colors, new aesthetics, and augmented reality expanded our capabilities in this area. We use augmented reality filters to express our thoughts, our feelings, to communicate with our target audience, to entertain ourselves and each other, and has especially huge potential when it comes to fashion and retail and beauty industry standards. I am an Accenture reality developer, so we work with business-related use cases. We develop for all kind of AR and VR glasses, headsets, and mobile applications. And I always was very interested in social AR because I believe it's a unique phenomenon. We live in a time when one of the most advanced technologies is available to the widest audience possible, the audience of the global social network. And what's interesting is that users of the network is not only consumers in this case, they're also creators. They can actually create augmented reality filters because they have access to development platforms with intuitive interface, easy to follow tutorials, supportive community. And what happens is that people of completely different social, personal, professional, cultural backgrounds join this community, and they bring new ideas, new concepts, new visions. And at some point, it's difficult to say who or what drives the evolution of the technology, because software developers produce amazing tools that empower filter creators with new capabilities. Filter creators use these capabilities to create some mind-blowing filters and inspire the development of new technical features. So it feels like it's an ongoing process of co-creation that drives the evolution of the technology. And what really inspires me is that anyone, and basically anyone in this conference audience today, can become a filter creator. It can create some amazing experiences that will influence the development of augmented reality in social media and the future of the metaverse.
In Facebook Connect few weeks ago, there was an announcement about a new tool upcoming, right? I think it was called Polar or something like this. So basically, it's much more open to other users, not only who are really good at coding, to create own filters. So it's in a way democratizing the AR filter industry. How do you feel about that?
Absolutely. I think this is quite a steady democratization trend that we see. That's another one point. So I think we are kind of lowering the entrance threshold for new creators, because you can see that you don't necessarily have to be a programmer to create filters. If you do have programming background, this is definitely an advantage for you, because it means you can create some amazing things. But if you do not have any programming experience at all, you can use visual programming interface like Apache Editor and SparkAR. So you can basically use drag and drop visual interface to develop quite a complex logic with interactions with if-else statements, loops, and other things which traditionally you have to write manually without writing a single line of code. Yeah, you can create amazing things using this. And I think it's used in different directions, because there are like two big directions in the way in the creative creation, I would say, of filters. One direction would be to impress with something fantastic. Another direction is to integrate with reality.
Yeah.
So in first case, if you put an alien in your living room, you definitely want to impress with something unusual. In other case, when it comes to use cases also related to beauty industry, when you're working on the makeup and you're working on decorations, on design, maybe you want to have a seamless integration between our reality and augmented reality content. So the transition would be barely visible, so it would complement each other. And both of these directions are very powerful, and it's very interesting to see where they will lead us.
Yeah. Can we have that purple filter on the screen? We have an exciting announcement that you created a filter for us for the conference. So because we're talking about filters, it would be nice for people online to see what exactly we're talking about. So if we can get the purple video on the screen, that is so amazing. Maxim, tell us what types of filters there are. This one has face tracking, right?
Yes. There are different capabilities. I think it's a convenient way to categorize the filters by tracking a capability, basically where you can put the content of augmented reality, on which part of your body or in which part of your environment. And right now we have face tracking, hand tracking, body tracking, image tracking, and plane surface tracking. And face tracking means that it's all kind of makeup filters with customizable makeup, decorations around your head and torso, so it could be a hat, earrings, a necklace, wings behind your back. Body tracking could be a dress, clothes, two-dimensional, three-dimensional, tattoos, all kind of fancy effects. Image tracking, it could be any flat images that apparently becomes three-dimensional, alive, animated with some content around it, with animated characters. It could be photos in the fashion magazine, it could be prints on the clothes, it could be company logo, package design. And world tracking, I think relevant example would be from the retail industry. It's like a try before you buy use case when you, for example, selecting a furniture in the catalog, and you can put it in your living room and see how it will look like in the real size and the real color in your natural lighting conditions in your room. Allocate them around the room and then decide if that's exactly what you want before purchase. Plus, there are any other examples. It could be animated characters, it could be portals to other worlds, etc.
So I know that in US, Sephora face filter for AR beauty for makeup has been super popular, and I've read somewhere also that it helps to reduce returns to online stores. But more and more stores have been adding, for example, sunglasses, or like you said, accessories. It can be earrings, or watches are really cool to check out on your hand. But I think it was really surprising to see how much popularity or interest the shoe kind of filter is gaining. You can try on different shoes.
Yeah, there are all kind of different filters and all kind of different experiments, creative experiments. And as I said, it's kind of a mutual inspiration between the new capabilities inspire creators to create new, interesting experiences, and new experiences inspire the development of new features. That's how I feel it, and it's really inspiring.
Yeah. What kind of trends do you see happening now, apart from what we talked already about, the democratizing of this I don't know, capability, let's put it this way. But what kind of like visual trends can you see? What's a good filter, or what makes a filter go viral? Is there a secret formula for that?
I wouldn't say that there is a recipe for that, because when it comes to filters, there is multiple aspects to it. But first, like in any kind of creative process. When you work on the strategy, you have to think about the target audience. You have to think about your message, your tone, what exactly you want to express. When it comes to the success of the filter, it depends on multiple circumstances. Sometimes you put a lot of efforts into technically complex solution, but it could be less popular than filter that you made in a few seconds just for fun. It depends when you're working on the strategy. Of course, in addition to knowing your audience, is to think about, are you creating it as something that exists outside of any context? Is maybe some aesthetical piece of art that you want to impress the audience with, or it's linked to some particular event, global event or local event, and in this case it could work as a continuation that people will use this filter to express that they belong to this event, that they express their own emotions, feelings, and ideas through this.
Yep, exactly. Great. So let's get instructions on the screen where you, dear audience, can actually try our conference purple filter. And let's get the instructions back on. So the instructions were that you can scan the QR code. Can we see them? Not it just coming up in a second. So it's really easy. You can scan the QR code that you can see on your screen, and with your camera, of course. And then you open the link that comes up, and your Instagram app will automatically open the camera mode. And you have to point the camera at your face and tap anywhere on the screen to make the mask appear. So you tap not on the camera button, but you tap anywhere on the screen. And this way the purple mask starts floating like ink onto your face. And then if you want to have a double tap or second tap, then you can reveal half of your real face. And basically the third tap will make the mask disappear completely. And it's exciting fun. You can record videos or selfies. Remember to tag us. Remember to tag Exthereal Conference. Remember to tag Maxim. So Max Velichkin is his Instagram account. Max, you are a really talented 3D artist and filter creator. How do you have the time to combine with your work? You are also an XR lead at Accenture.
Well, it's my passion. It's my great passion, and I love everything related to extended reality and 3D graphics and virtual reality. I think it's kind of inseparable from my lifestyle already.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a passion, right? I think everybody who is going to be joining this conference is really passionate about extended reality. Thank you so much for joining. I have one last question though. Tell us what kind of approximate popularity figures, or what kind of figures are we talking about? What does it mean to have a successful filter? Like how many people try it in the world, or what are for example, if I decide to make my own filter and I get maybe 3 people to try it, that's not a really good result. What do the top filter creators get in terms of traction?
Millions. It's millions and hundreds of millions of views. It's much more than that. It depends on the filters, and the platform allows you to track the statistics, so you can see the statistics of openings and impressions and how many shares or saves your filter have been used, and the statistics are incredible. For some filters it's millions, it's almost billions.
Okay, great, sounds awesome. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you so much for creating the filter, especially for us for this conference. And we'll be gladly looking at social media if people are using it and uploading selfies and tagging us, Exthereal, and you. Have a wonderful day at work. And we have to go back to our agenda. Bye.
And now, we are going to start off with our first keynote of the conference. We would like to introduce Josefine Olsson, Europe Future Tech Lead at Accenture, and Sara, Rahiminejad, Tech Strategist of Accenture, who will be telling us about the $1 Billion Collection, which is a virtual CGI fashion collection by H&M Foundation in collaboration with Accenture, showcasing groundbreaking innovations that could disrupt the fashion industry. Now is the time to reinvent fashion. Let's hear some more.
Great. So hopefully you can all hear us now. I think the excitement from our side is for sure 120%, and hopefully the same goes for you. I think I'm already so impressed by all the immersive experiences we have been seeing already from this conference, and I know we have 2 days of packed exciting content, so very excited to be here. We will talk you through some of the background and some of the exciting insights from our work with the $1 billion collection. As mentioned, this is a fully virtual CGI fashion collection that Accenture and Mackevision have done together with the H&M Foundation. And I will see if I can manage to flip slide here as well. Let's see, yes, it works. Great, so my name is Josefina Olsson. As mentioned, I work as Europe Lead for Future Tech at Accenture. And with me, I have my brilliant colleague, Sara Rahiminejad. Both of us, I would say, focus quite a lot on the intersect of new technologies, innovation, and sustainability. And fashion is for sure our joint passion, where we focus quite a lot. And we want to start with maybe taking a step back and thinking a bit on the fashion industry from a sustainability lens. And if you look at the fashion industry today, it's quite apparent that the need for disruption and reinvention is very, very strong. If you look at the fashion industry, it's extremely resource intense. It stands for about 10% of the global CO2 emissions, and it's also very, when it comes to water usage, when it comes to chemicals, looking at the planetary boundaries and the global commons, land, water, ocean, climate, and biodiversity. It's not really performing very well on any of these areas. So we truly need to jointly drive a collective change in this industry. So the situation is quite not very good today. And if you look into the future, the demand for fashion is also growing very rapidly. Looking at the growing demand for fashion, it's predicted to grow about 63% until 2030, which is of course both due to the fact that we are becoming more and more people in the world, and then each of us is also consuming more and more fashion. So the need for change, it's huge, and to me and to us, it's very apparent that we will need a lot of technology and innovation to be able to fuel this change. And Accenture quite recently did a study looking into this and looking at some of the high performers in terms of driving this sustainability shift. And looking at companies that are driving a sustainability transformation and looking at companies that are driving a technology transformation, it's clear that the companies that combine these two transformative forces are the ones that are most successful, even 2.5 times as successful in fueling this rapid shift. And this was, of course, the background when we, a couple of years back, together with the H&M Foundation, started looking into this, and where we jointly decided to do something about this. And that was the foundation from where we jointly created what we call the Global Change Award. And the Global Change Award is an innovation accelerator platform where we every year look for disruptive innovation that can help fuel the shift towards a planet positive fashion industry. And we have been running this innovation challenge now for more than 6 years, and it's a global challenge. We run it Accenture, H&M Foundation, and KTH, Royal Institute of Technology in Stockholm. And during this period of time, we have identified more than 20,000 innovations from more than 200 countries, so truly a global reach. And we each year select 5 winning innovations together with an expert panel with a joint mix of people, everything from economists to retail experts to fashion models, and jointly select 5 winners. that get awarded a €1 million grant in funding, and then a 1-year impact accelerator program where we jointly coach these innovators to maximize their impact on the industry and support them in their scaling journey. And out of this program, we have seen some quite disruptive innovations. I will only have time to name a few, but I encourage you all to look it up afterwards. But one of our very interesting winning innovations that we have had in this program, it's a startup called Unspun. They are tackling the problem of size and fit and also how to transition the fashion industry into a on-demand industry. And they have developed a solution where you are leveraging a 3D scanning technology. So you create a perfect copy of yourself. And through that, they are creating a perfect fit customized jeans that is exactly after your measurements and that are on demand. And they have also collaborated with many of our other Global Change Award winners, such as, for example, Resortex, that have developed a thread that melts in very high temperatures. And what's good about that is that you can then very heavily optimize the recycling process, which is a quite tricky thing to do today. So you can, when you are in the recycling step, then increase the temperature of the garment to a very high degree, and then the thread will melt, and hence you can dissolve the garment quite easily. And one of the other startups that they have collaborated with as well is a company called Kian. They have created like a digital ID and that can help track the garment in the final part of the life cycle, and hence again in the recycling step be able to understand what materials are this garment made of, and through that be able to automate the recycling process in a quite interesting way. So a really cool example. They are live and you can buy jeans from them online through an app. If you haven't tried it out, I very much recommend you to do so. Then we have another example of a really interesting startup we have had in this program. It's a company called Textile Genesis, and they are tackling the problem of material traceability in the fashion value chain. As many of you probably know, it's a very complex value chain, many different layers of different suppliers, and it's very hard to fully create that transparency across the whole value chain. And they have created a blockchain-based technology that enable this transparency and that can hence enable companies to understand the origin of the garments that they have in their stores. So we have seen many different innovations in this program, and with that I'll hand over to you, Sara, to take us further.
That this type of early stage innovations really have a huge potential to create change. So for the ideas that we have been working with, they have a huge potential to create change in the fashion industry and for our planet. However, what we have also seen is that not many of the type of early stage innovations actually reach commercialization, as there actually is a financing gap between early stage and scalability. So in an early stage idea, there are available funding, such as angel investments, such as governments, foundations, etc., and from family and friends. But as this idea evolves and matures, there are a decrease in available investors and available support before you can actually prove that type of scalability that is attractive and that also really attracts VC investments, growth equity and such. And we find this quite a shame, especially for sustainable tech innovators, as they can create much needed change that we really need to see quickly, as we are in a climate situation that creates rapid change. So what we wanted to do with H&M Foundation was really to highlight this financing gap that we see and also try to do everything we can to minimize it, basically, so that we can see that we can support this type of sustainable tech innovations from early stage all the way through commercialization, where they can create change. As true disruption actually happens at scale, right? So H&M Foundation wanted to highlight this in a futuristic way to show the problem, but also show the great opportunity that lies within these really cool innovations. And that is why they, together with Accenture, created the $1 billion collection. And the $1 billion collection, as we mentioned before, is a fully digital fashion collection. And it's worn by a fully digital avatar. And the purpose of why we created this collection is really then to showcase the untapped opportunity that lies within these really cool sustainable tech innovations that actually have huge potential to reinvent the fashion industry. And the name, the $1 billion collection, is a reference to the billions of dollars that we still need annually in investments in the fashion industry in order to turn it around to become sustainable until 2030. So we have a huge kind of opportunity here to create change together. And this collection consists of 10 digital garments then, and the avatar as well. And all of the digital content was then created by Mackevision, a part of Accenture Interactive. And as mentioned before, they utilize CGI technology, so computer-generated images, in order to create these 3D visualizations and digital twin tech. And now you will actually see the making of that we showed earlier on how it was created. Yes, so super exciting. So let's take a closer look at the actual avatar. So the $1 billion collection model was created from scratch by Mackevision. So they have modeled everything from the skin tissue structure of this avatar to her facial expression to her hairstyle. And one interesting fact that I learned by being a part of development of this fashion collection is the complexity that lies within hair. So as the hair actually consists of so many individual components that is dependent of each other and moves very, very greatly with wind and with your body movement, that is actually very difficult to model. So for those of you that has worked with 3D visualization and hairstyles before, you know what I'm talking about, right? But this was something that was new to me, but very exciting to learn about. But let's then jump into the actual fashion collection. It was designed by Pauline Chardin, and she then wanted to kind of illustrate a kind of futuristic look in these garments and also integrate colors of nature. And these 10 digital garments each represents then one Global Change Award winner that we've had in the past that we wanted to showcase with this $1 billion collection then. And you can see here on the left-hand side that she really had to make thorough descriptions of how she visualizes these garments to move and what they are composed of, as we actually haven't worked with any physical products. Everything was made from pen and paper to the digital world then. So this was her way to communicate how she visioned the garments. And the results then was five composed looks then in this fashion collection. And they were worn by our very beloved model. So these 5 sketches was then made by Mackevision into these 5 looks. Yes. And now you are probably wondering what has happened since the launch of this very special fashion collection. Well, as I mentioned earlier, we have showcased 10 of our former Global Change Award winners that have huge potential to really create change in the fashion industry, and they have gained a lot of attention. So they have, so a lot of them have gained investments, and 3 of them has actually had record high investment rounds this year. And we have actually reached 94 million people with the $1 billion collection, as we have had extensive media coverage. And we've also reached so many people through social media content as well. And this really showcased the booming interest in 3D innovation and digital twins within fashion. So I believe that this really is just the beginning of what we can do within the fashion industry in the digital world. But let me then hand over back to you, Josefine, to talk a little bit more about 3D fashion.
Yes, thank you, Sara. So I think on your note there that this is just the start of the beginning. We know, all of us in this conference, I think, that we are just scratching the surface of what this type of technology application can do for the fashion industry. And I think, to me, the $1 billion collection is a great example of that. And I believe we will hear a lot more about many exciting examples here today. But to me, it's really 3 parts telling me that the time to act is now in terms of digital fashion. One part is, of course, this fact that all these different actors across the ecosystem are now starting to move and move quite fast. And we see so many examples. I think we see new examples every day of fashion brands, startups, different type of actors that are now moving in this direction. But then secondly, I think it's important to note that the fast development we are seeing is also recognized from the customer and the consumer side. I think that has been a quite common barrier perhaps to scale in the past. The recognition of consumer behavior is taking some time to change. But now we really see the fast movers moving into this space, but also some parts of the masses also creating excitement around this space. And Accenture quite recently did a study asking a lot of customers from all over the world around their interest and around their perceptions of fashion personalization. And it was very clear that in many parts of the world, the interest is now very rapidly increasing, and also the willingness to share, for example, personal data and things around your body measurements and these type of items that we know will be very critical to truly be able to scale customized fashion and virtual fashion. And the benefits to the customers are now really there, and hence the willingness to be able to share some of this data. And also when it comes to the interest and willingness to pay for these type of personalized items that you can maybe even use in the digital universe, there is a very, very strong interest for that. So the actors are there, the customers and the consumers are starting to get there. And then finally, the technology side of things is, of course, a very important enabler as well. This is not new technology, and we all know we have been using this technology applications in many other industries for quite some time, and in Hollywood movies for ages, right? But now is really the time where we can leverage automation and AI and data to actually be able to develop this in a both quality way and from a cost efficient way, making it applicable also for the fashion industry. So I think for us, the excitement is very, very high to be able to follow the development both during the 2 conference days here today, but also during 2022, which I truly believe will be the year for digital and virtual fashion. Hopefully you've heard our excitement here today. We believe this is a change we need to create together. So don't be a stranger if you have questions, ideas, thoughts, reflections based on the $1 billion collection or some of the content that we have been speaking about here today. Just reach out on social media like LinkedIn or Instagram. We believe the time is now, and hopefully you believe so as well. So thank you so much for listening, and over perhaps back to you, Alicia.
Excellent. Thank you so much, and big congratulations on the success of the collection. This sounds absolutely impressive. I really like the concept how you are showcasing a designer who designed a collection, and also possibility of 3D fashion, and then you also have, you know, a whole total concept of having avatars, but the whole point is to showcase the sustainability startups. So it's very multidimensional. It's like you have several projects in one. And then also, I think it's really interesting to play around with the name, because you might look at it from all the different perspectives. It's the money you might possibly be able to make, or the money you possibly may be able to save with sustainable kind of strategies and technologies. But it's also the money that you would like to invest and collect in order to make the world more sustainable. So very complex and multidimensional, very interesting. I think this was also an excellent example of how you had a figure 94 million reach to the media. I think this is so exciting. This is kind of like the essence of why we want to have 3D models and immersive technology, because of the scalability. You don't have to have this physical collection that you would take to every single country or to every single fashion week or showcase it in, for example, in different locations, but everything is possible to do online. So that's really, really interesting. I also very much liked your comment about details about the hair. So apparently it's really, really hard to make digital hair. That's really interesting. Were there some kind of like things in the workflow or in the design processes that came up and they were kind of unexpected?
I can answer that question. So there were a lot of new kind of areas that we explored together. So I would say from a fashion design perspective and from a conventional process, you kind of start with pen and paper, and then you kind of sew up a prototype, right? And you can have a look and feel, and then you can redesign it and so on. But with the CGI process, you have to start with the material structure, and then you kind of add color to that, and then you add light to that. And there are several milestones here where you cannot really turn back unless you want to start from scratch. And so I think that's very interesting to be aware of how to really meet in the design process of digital garments from these two worlds, then from fashion and from CGI tech, basically.
Can you comment? Sorry, Josefina, just immediately thinking, can you comment anything about how long it took to create a project, or do you have that kind of information? What does it mean? I mean, we can basically compare how much time it takes to create physical garments, but what it took to create, for example, an avatar or create one garment.
We had quite high ambitions in terms of the quality of this collection. So, and I think another important point is the fact that we went directly from pen and paper into CGI without middle step of creating, like having a product design in 3D data already from the start. That would of course speed up the process in the way we need to make it applicable from a commercial perspective. So this specific collection we worked with over a 2 months period of time, but it is clear that if we are then able to adapt the ways of working, creating 3D data early on, the speed can be a lot faster, of course. So I think this is a quite special example, and perhaps more interestingly, to your point, Sara, showing the dynamics between a CGI artist and a fashion designer, and how they need to both perhaps adapt their way of working and learning from each other in their creative processes to be able to create the magic in the end.
But I think 2 months sounds actually really quick, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think it's amazing how you can, within days or hours, then create something that you're able to share with the team, and like you said, have a really proper design co-creation process, because you're able to get feedback from the team or from everybody who needs to see this relatively quickly and adjust it without having a physical prototype. But what happens then at the Change Award next? How does it work in practice? Let's have a little bit more explanation to the people who we have online here, the audience. Can they participate, or can they see when is going to be the next round of different selected? Is this something they can follow, or is this something they can interact? Maybe we have somebody online watching, with a great idea or already with a startup. What do they do? What happens?
Yes, so this is a yearly challenge and a yearly accelerator program. So we are in a quite interesting phase of that program right now. We have just closed applications for this year and are in the middle of the selection process for the next round of winners that will be announced in April. But then we, of course, most likely will open up for new applications in September timeframe. So if you have ideas, that is when to look out for the opening of the next batch of applications. And we're always interested in these type of ideas and innovations. So it's just to reach out to Sara or myself if you have an idea, or if you want to contribute to this journey.
Okay, this is awesome. So I think the time frame is then actually really good, because they have the time to follow up, or anybody of our audience has the time to follow up how the next round proceeds and what are the different sustainable ideas there, like follow the progress and who the winners are. But it's also quite realistic either to develop idea or prepare for the application next autumn. So that sounds perfect. Great. Thank you so much for joining in, and have a nice rest of the day. We need to be looking at our agenda, at our next guest. So let's see. According to our notes, our next speaker is going to be from Microsoft. So the other partner of Exthereal. First we have Accenture, and now we have Microsoft. Excellent. Our next speaker is Linda Pimmeshofer. She's actually also located in Stockholm, like the girls who were talking a few minutes ago. Linda is an industry advisor working with the biggest retailers and consumer good companies from different countries spanning across Europe, helping them fundamentally change the way they do business. In her role as an industry advisor, Linda has collaborated with companies like H&M, Farfetch, Sonai Fashion to understand how technology can enable their visions, change the way they do business, and how they can offer fashion, but so that it can also enrich physical space and customer experience. In her talk, she's going to be talking about digital fashion in the age of experience, has gone through many phases, but where does virtual fashion actually make sense and what can technology do? So before Linda joins, let's have a look at a video. We actually saw a preview of that video on the slide in the previous keynote. That's interesting. I noticed that there's this kind of a link, but let's have a look at the video first and then we're gonna get Linda online.
So let's see, going to the slide. Hi everyone, and thank you for that introduction and for this beautiful setting and great event. It's really cool to see what tech and creative minds can accomplish together. I have a personal passion for fashion and sustainability, and I love to work in this intersection between fashion and tech. And in my role, I'm working with fashion retailers and startups and partners to seize the new opportunities that we have in front of us, building totally new customer experiences and services, but also how tech can enable this industry to become more inclusive and planet-friendly. And that is why I want to spend my 30 minutes with you to talk about digital fashion in the age of experience and sustainability. Starting with this great project that you saw on the movie and that has been shared before, our project with Rags and Bones this spring. And this digital collection is not only cool and really shareable, as you see, you have seen it twice already. It also enables Rags and Bones to not only show the collection to the limited amount of people in the front row of a fashion show, but to the whole world without producing one piece of garment. And I think that is cool. And the even more cool, maybe, is if we imagine all that data that they can collect about the different parts of the collection, how it resonates with different types of customers, different demographics and geographics. Truly valuable insights if you want to plan a supply chain and minimize overproduction. And this is truly relevant in a fashion industry where we see this shift from consumption to purpose. A shift happening in many layers, starting with the brand values being more important than price in many purchase decisions. Stores going from a place to transact to a place to meet, experience, and get inspirations. And if we look at the garment itself in this fashion industry, it is easy to be a bit philosophical because If the purpose of fashion is to express and expose an identity, the question is, do we really need to own garments to do that? And when we think of the channels where we expose the identity and share our lives, being TikTok or Instagram, and we spend more and more time in digital meetings and events like this, and the gaming world, wouldn't it be more convenient and of course better for the environment to have digital clothes? And this dematerialization of garments is exciting and a truly game changer in the industry. But I think we shall not forget that we have seen it before. It's not totally new. For example, if we look at photos, going from physical photos only viewed by the closest family and friends to digital ones where we share it with the world and view it in any screen today. And I think maybe this is where it differs. The ability to use and show digital clothes in the real world is still a bit limited, and the devices we can use is not so convenient and fashionable at all, actually. But while the metaverse is growing, this dematerialization of garments will as well, and it will change the fashion industry as we know it. Still, metaverse feels a bit futuristic as we know it. It's hard to grasp what it is, but the business opportunity here is real. And we see it already happening. The demand of NFTs is soaring, and players like DressX that you really need to listen into on their session tomorrow afternoon proves that you can sell digital clothes. The collaboration between the design studio Artifact and the design artist Furicious sold virtual sneakers for over $3 million in less than 5 minutes. This is real. We also see luxury brands like Balenciaga offering a digital twin to your garment so you can match your avatar in Fortnite. Metaverse is a big topic now, meaning when internet breaks free from their 2 dimensions and enable this virtual world where we can exist together. And while it is rather new within the fashion industry, gamers already spend $100 billion every year on virtual goods to express their multiple selves in this metaverse world where they are spending so much time in. And it is 3 billion people that is gaming today. That is 1/3 of the world's population, which makes gaming the leader form of entertainment of today. So it is logical when we are talking about screenwear, that is the new streetwear, and we see these brands collaborating with the big games to build relevance with that audience we're talking about. But in the metaverse, we also see these new types of digital stores popping up, like Amani's, virtual, interactive, and truly personal stores where you can invite family and friends. We also see cities having virtual fashion shows, like this one. This is a digital showroom built together with our partner Havelus that also have a session tomorrow afternoon, actually. And this is built for the National Chamber of Italian Fashion. And with this beautiful virtual setting, inspired by the paintings of Di Chiriso, they want to enable young designers to show their creations for a broader audience, as well as promote sustainable fashion and designs, and collaborate around it. But we should not forget the joy of getting dressed in a real world. And we have a whole fashion industry that doesn't really want to handle this transformation, in a big shift. They want to go step by step. So with this, I want to take you through some scenarios we see when we utilize the possibilities with digital garments and digital twins, if we want to call it like that, as a part of the whole product life cycle of today, and when we blur the lines between physical and digital. So, starting with the design process, which with tools like Glow and Browsewares enables designers to design in 3D without any physical samples and fabrics. And they can render digital twins, a digital asset that can be used in many scenarios, from collaboration around samples between design and production without sending samples across the world, but also to procurement and merchandising, when they can visualize the collection everywhere, anywhere. And of course, you can utilize these digital twins in your digital stores or in your digital customer experiences. One thing that is interesting when we are moving the design process into the digital, we can add capabilities like this circulator that H&M is testing that is helping designers to make better climate decisions when they are designing. Really cool functionality. And we can also invite the customer to the design process to personal and unique design experiences, like this AR experience from a partner of ours, DXMe. So Tommy Hilfiger himself refers to this digital design capability as the first really important step to meet the customer's expectations of speed and sustainability. This enables designers to experiment digital before physical prototypes are made. And this is, of course, for a quicker and more sustainable design process. And next step that Hilfiger is taking is to connect this digital design to the vendors, to build up a digital value chain with the goal to also connect digital showrooms and the direct-to-consumer platforms in the future to really drive that speed and the ability to handle the made-to-order motion. So, talking about these vendors that Tommy is referring to, of course, the connected factories enables operational efficiency, agile production where you can adopt and change, but also deliver that transparency from the floor all the way to the shop floor, something that the modern consumer expects and that will enable operational of the stores. Going into this direct-to-consumer interfaces and the customer experiences in the phygital world, we've already been talking about these digital storefronts in the virtual world, in the Metaverse. And to your left, you see a picture of one virtual experience that we have built together with our partner Havelus. But digital can also empower physical, like this solution to your right, where this classic Italian retailer Ferragamo takes crafting to a new level and invites the customer to the process in a virtual made-to-order experience. And this is cool. And this is something you can do today. I also like this example from a project, a collaboration between H&M and the artist Jakob Fellender. This is also digital fashion in a physical world. And what you see here is a garment that triggers an AR experience that in this case is moving towards you and it plays music. You don't hear it and the video stopped, but I'm sorry. And this is to expand the experience, to tell a story or just deliver moments to share. Beautiful moments to share. Moving into the trying experience, not my favorite part of the shopping, so I think we have good potential for improvement here. We all know that size and fit is everything within fashion. And also the biggest reason to return. And itself, returns is a really big problem, not only for the industry, but for the planet. So I just love this solution. It's an easy solution to use coming from our partner Reactive Reality. And it creates a digital twin of you with your measurements, and you can add your face if you want. And just imagine all the scenarios that we can bring with this. Starting with the obvious one, being a digital dressing room to support the online experience and create confidence. And maybe get rid of these orders of 3 different of the same garments with different sizes, with the intent to return at least 2 that we see today. Really bad for environment, stupid way to shop. But I would also love to have this avatar with me in the stores, to be able to quickly scan a product and see how it fits my avatar before I might decide to go into a line for the dressing room and get naked and all of that process. So I just love this solution. Next step is the after purchase, building that relationship with the customer between visits. And I love the idea of digital wardrobes and all the services that we can add on top of that. Imagine to get help to feel dressed and fashionable every day, utilizing the clothes we already own. But also to get help to upgrade with the pieces that we need to fill the gap to that look that we are longing for. And to get help to sell the stuff we don't use. So this is a service that I would love to have actually. But to get there in an easy way, we first need to connect the clothes. And our partner Ian delivers this circular ID that not only can identify and add garments to your wardrobe, but it can also trace the garment across the whole life cycle and support circular business models. In this Net-a-Porter solution, you as a customer can see the whole story of the product and the details and the life cycle, but you can also get inspiration on how to match it and how to take care of it. You can order a new or resell it with just one click. So this type of solutions really create this relationship with the customer, and it pushes the business models that we are longing for in this industry that needs to be more planet friendly. So with that, I just want to end up with trying to explain the Microsoft point of view in this. With our gigantic ecosystem of partners, I have just mentioned a few here, we can deliver extraordinary customer experiences. But when we are talking about connected clothes, digital stores, and connected value chains, we are also talking about enabling speed and agility, sustainability, and cool experience through the power of data. Because it is through data you can merge online with physical commerce to reach that omni basket, to follow a customer cross channels. It is through data that you can know your customer, their preferences, to know what to recommend, but also to know what to produce or fill your stores with. And it is through data that you can plan your resources to become more sustainable. And we call it the feedback loop. To capture new insights across the business, to power the operation and get to know your customer, to be able to serve them better, communicate with them in a more personal way, give them the offer they cannot refuse, and build these new services that we are like longing for, to help them to find their style and dress them every day. To have this feedback loop from employee to product to customer and back will be crucial to offer that personal customer experience, but also to modernize the core business to produce the right amount of clothes, ship them to the right location, offer assortment that resonates with the audience, you really need to be able to connect that data to become an intelligent and data-driven organization that is cost-effective with not only your resources, but also the resources of the planet. And that will enable you to become more customer-centric in your operation, starting with knowing your customers. Empowering your employees with that knowledge to make them to take the right decisions. Deliver that intelligent and resilient supply chain, and to be able to reimagine retail and to show up in totally new ways. And if you want to get inspiration about how you can do that, I think you are at exactly the right event. So stay put and listen. I will do that. And with that, I just want to end up with sharing our mission statement. To empower every person and organization on the planet to achieve more. But this statement is not just words. When we are talking about empowering people, we simply mean that with the right tools, support and inspiration, anyone, anywhere in the world can become anything they want. And this is not different within retail. The tools available to retailers today are dramatically reshaping how retailers can know their customer and empower their employees and truly reimagine retailing. So if you see an area where we can help and empower, please reach out to us. So I am Linda Pimmeshofer, and thank you so much for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda, so much. Please stay online with us for still a little while. Krista, that was a brilliant presentation, wasn't it?
That was super great.
What was kind of the most interesting thing for you that stood out in the presentation?
Well, I kind of think of Generation Z and their consumer habits. And the input what I got is that they are starting to have a digital life inside cell phones, and maybe not anymore care that much what they are wearing at the real life, but they care a lot what they are having in a gaming environment or in Instagram environment. So that kind of brings me a question to you, Linda. Do you think fashion brands will go to the direction at some point that they are going to launch digital-only collections?
Yeah, and I think it's really interesting, and I think that's why I brought up this photo example as well, because what we see there is that we have a lot of digital photos to use every day, but we have some special pieces that we own and that we still put on our walls. So I think we will see the same, a mix with both, depending on where you want to use the clothes. Some clothes you can just have digital. Maybe you start with a digital one, and when you just fell in love with it and you see that you're using it all the time, you want to have a physical as well. So I think that, but now when we don't really can use the digital garments in the physical world, we still need the physical clothes as well. But it is a really interesting change here. And talking about this metaverse and everything, when we are talking with people in our age, maybe that feels like science fiction. But when I talked with a 12-year-old and asked him about the metaverse, and he said that metaverse is when digital is coming into the physical world, so the opposite. So they are starting with the metaverse, and we should really understand that when we are talking about fashion in the future.
Great. So the trends can come from the metaverse to the physical world, not the vice versa as we have seen it.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think it's a question of kind of, for all of the brands, it's really hard to automatically assume that your brand value is going to be transferred into Metaverse, because you have to put a lot of effort to make amazing experiences in Metaverse. It's going to be the billion-dollar question, but how did it make you feel? And if your brand is able to provide an amazing experience in Metaverse, and people want to have a piece of that to take it into the real world, you know, kind of as a souvenir in a way, you know, it might redefine a business model for some brands that first you go with a Metaverse first strategy, and then you have an add-on into a physical world. I think it's possible that something like this can happen.
Yeah, we see it like in the mobile first, right? That is also, so I think it's really interesting to see, like learn, because digitalization has happened already. And we have, you know, the behavior have shifted. So I think we should, you know, not look at fashion, but we should look at the gaming, we should look at the digital, where digitalization already have happened, and we can get inspiration from that. But this is still unique, of course, because fashion is not the same as photos. Fashion is not the same as cars either. It's totally something else. So maybe it's more like art, actually. So we should look into what's happening in that space. But it's really interesting.
Absolutely. Art and art installations and all the possibilities, because you're not bound anymore by physical limitations. So I think in a way we probably wouldn't want to wear boring clothes in the Metaverse, right? It had to be something that maybe it's even can be like, yeah, kind of couture fashion, you know, not everybody can wear couture fashion, not everybody has access to it, but in Metaverse you can be anything or anyone and your avatar can look like anything. Linda, a personal question to you. Do you like, this is just a preference, a matter of taste. Do you prefer, let's say, if you're participating in future in a virtual event, would you like to have a photorealistic avatar of you, or something that is totally different, or maybe cartoon-like, or very, you know, very creative? Photorealistic to Metaverse, or anything? Kind of a comic, or I don't know.
Fairy?
Yeah, fairy.
I wouldn't like to be scary. No, I think I would like to have some cartoon-like, but with something that is me. So so you can, some value that I want to push. Still, it's the same like branding. The brands needs to be true to the brand values also in the digital world. And I would like to find that. I don't have a cartoon that is in mind now, but I think I would like to find someone that like brings up the values that I'm standing for.
There was also one really interesting example you mentioned in your presentation about having kind of like a tag on the clothes, and that will be automatically added afterwards to your wardrobe. So then you have a kind of a representation, digital representation of that garment, and you can style it. Have you seen the movie Clueless, which is like what, 20 years old or something like that? Do you remember that movie?
No,
you haven't seen it. It's like one of the cult movies.
Yeah, with the never-ending rotating belt.
Yeah,
wardrobe.
It's
we
like,
are too old.
I don't know, but there was a computer that was suggesting to the girl in the movie like what she should wear, and I think it was also suggesting which clothes match with each other. So it's kind of like movies have predicted this 20 years ago of what technology will be enabling us in the future.
Yeah, and that is fun. I saw something talking about Metaverse also a long time ago, and I found pictures on LinkedIn, and it's really like, it is what it is. So yeah, it's interesting that we are living it now, but people has predicted it before.
Yeah.
Can I? Yeah. One thing which was interesting, you mentioned that the experience what we are having now at the brick and mortar stores have changed, that they are going to be places where family meet and you experience something. And they're also seen like digital, bringing digital things to physical stores. Do you have any example on your mind about those kind of experiences?
Yeah, so it differs depending on what you want to do, you know, which type of audience you have in the stores and so everything from bringing the information and the experience that we like from the digital one reviews and all the transparency, product information and everything. That is also a part of the digital twin, actually, all the information. So in an easy way to get that information only by scanning the product, and you can see everything. And maybe skip the line if you want, so you can check out in your phone. So that is one digital experience that I really love. The other one that I saw now when I was in London at Browns, they have this, they have this really expensive watches and jewelries and stuff that they don't want to have you testing. So instead they have this AR, really good AR experience that you can watch the watch without taking it from the, the box that is locked down. Yeah. So that is also like small, empowering digital experience in the physical world. Also, Browns had a really great thing. If I would be a customer of theirs, I could go in and just pull my QR code up. So the store employee could just scan me, and then she saw everything in my basket, and she could add stuff in the basket that I was looking at or testing. And so a really cool customer service experience with only that easy technology flavor of it.
Really customized experience.
Yeah.
Great example on watches.
Thank you, Linda. Thank you once again. Thank you so much for joining, for your presentation. We are so happy to have Microsoft as one of the partners in this conference. I hope you're going to join tomorrow our virtual showroom that is on AllSpace VR, on Microsoft AllSpace VR. We took a lot of effort to build that, so that's kind of like our hangout party. It's one way to interact with the audience and the speakers, so please join if you have the time. And let's go back to the agenda. Next on the agenda, we are going to have a speaker from Mackevision. In the previous keynote before Linda, the $1 billion collection, you've already seen some of the amazing visuals that Mackevision has done. And in this keynote, we're going to see some more very impressive visuals. So Mackevision is one of the global leaders in CGI and visualization. And we have with us here today online Kian, who is a Vice President of Future Technologies, part of Mackevision, part of Accenture, now that's the right way to pronounce it. And he's going to be talking about what types of projects they have done and different kind of trends happening in the scene. Kian, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Hi, everybody. Greetings. So shall I start? Okay, perfect. Awesome. So again, thank you very much for having me, and a warm welcome from my side. My name is Kian Saemian, Vice President, Future Technology and Go-to-Market Lead at Mackevision Accenture. And before we start to dive into the exciting topic, future trends in the fashion industry, I would like to give you a brief overview about our company. So Mackevision is a global market leader in computer-generated imagery. We design and produce high-end 3D visualizations, animations, and visual effects for images, films, and interactive applications. In addition to this, we also provide technological solutions for content creation in general. So in a nutshell, we oversee the whole CGI process from the data preparation step to the creative implementation in all kind of media. And with that being said, I would like to start with a quick show reel of Mackevision just to give you a better picture of what we are actually doing. So let's start with the video right away.
We're cranking up the lights now, so everyone can see. It's all happening right now. We're gonna make you believe. It's about to get crazy. It's about to go down. This is our house. We do what we wanna. We'll blow the roof up. Everybody's coming. It's about to get crazy. It's about throw your hands up high. Here comes the battle cry. It's about to get crazy. It's about to go down. It's about to get. It's about to get.
Great. So just as a starter, again, I'm in this industry, so in the CGI industry for more than 20 years. And even for me, it's so exciting to see how far we have come, and that basically there is nothing which is impossible right now to visualize using this kind of technology. Bringing us to our topic, what are the major trends in the fashion industry? And obviously there are a lot of trends ongoing. In the light of time, we are unfortunately not able to discuss all of them, but I would like to give you and to show you some of the trends we are confronted and we're discussing since 2-3 years with customers and clients, and which are most important. So basically what I'm showing you here are four trends: sustainability, customer centricity, personalization, and channel shift. Regarding sustainability, I think I don't really need to explain this. This is in everybody's head, in everybody's mind. From the end customer's point of view, they are really demanding this. And on the other side, the brands also want to be innovative. They want to be thought thinkers. They want to be front runners, basically, and also show and prove that they are working on this topic, improving the sustainability. And a very good example here is how are we able to reduce the return rate, right? This is for the online retailers one of the biggest challenges nowadays. Without dropping any names, but there are some online retailers, they have something like 50% return rate. I mean, imagine what a number, right? It's huge, and they want to reduce it. The end customers want to reduce it. And this is one of the challenges, and also, again, one of the trends at the same time. Then we have customer centricity and personalization. So for me personally, both are very linked to each other. So primarily it's about that the customers, they don't want just to be one of a crowd, right? They want to be handled like individuals. And they also want to be in the center of the user experience. They want to interact. They want to personalize. They want to be seen as individuals, right? And this is something where we say this is customer pull, consumer pull, and the big brands definitely needs to address this and find solutions how to tackle this challenge. And finally, we have the channel shift. Admitted, the pandemic has definitely boosted and accelerated the channel shift towards omni-channel representation. So this is definitely something pushed by the COVID pandemic. But if you ask me, this really started years before, right? So the time is over where brands are just focusing on mobile or on point of sales. Nowadays, the customer journey is very complex, very diverse, and the end customers at the end demand to have a customer journey which is gapless, and that they can start the customer journey anywhere at any time, right? So we have mobile, we have point of sales, we have online, and all these things need to be addressed and provided to the end customer to have a holistic customer journey at the end. So how are we able to address all of these trends, right? Is there any technology how we can bring this in and solve all these problems? And if you ask me, digital and CGI will drive the shift towards the next generation fashion industry. But what does it mean and where do we start? So for this, let us go to the next slide, just to show you where we normally start when we're talking about this. So digital twins, this is one of the headlines here. Mastering the product data is a key success factor. So in a nutshell, a digital twin is a virtual replica of a physical product. And in order to create a digital twin, you normally go through 3 major steps. The first step is the data input and the preparation step. Then we have the experience creation, the experience generation, and finally the experience delivery. So it starts basically, if you look at the left-hand side, to gather all important information of the product. And I'm not just talking about the 3D data or of any garment patterns. So these are just layers, these are just metadata we need to extract. More or less, it's about gathering all the information, right, from PLM systems, ERP systems, CRM systems, extracting the information, gathering the information, and creating a holistic, comprehensive digital twin, so a virtual replica of the product. And then combining also the environment, so basically the user experience. So how are we going to present the product, right? Is it just behind a white room? Do we have a real environment where we can show basically the product to the customers, but also to enable user interaction and to be way more interactive instead of static scenes or static videos, which we can see. And the next step is the experience delivery, which means when we have finalized the second step, we are now able to create the content, specific content for different touch points. So we said omnichannel is a trend, and this is how we are addressing this, which means when we have the digital twin data ready, we are able to create stills, animations, or whole experiences for the website, for print touch points, video, TV, commerce, point of sale, and point of experience. And this is absolutely mandatory nowadays, not just to focus on web and neglecting all the other touch points, because as we said, the customer demands to have omni-channel approach. And it doesn't matter if it's mobile or stationary or online. This is basically the normal generic approach and the process of creating a digital twin in order to be ready to feed all these channels. So let's have a closer look on an example we did for Puma, just to make it more tangible for you. So basically what you see here is the same approach. We started at the top of the slide, as you can see, extracting out the information out of the databases of the customer, combining this information, creating a digital twin, a comprehensive data set with all the ingredients, with all the information enabled, and then also adding the environment, adding the user experience basically, so how we want that the customers are interacting with the product. And finally, again, the content delivery in all these respective channels and touch points. And at the bottom, you see some of the examples we did for Puma. So definitely, this is just a small list of what you could do, but this is also the power how we can enable this, because it means we have infinite ways how to create the content and feed it basically back to our customers. So product detail pages, retail syndication, landing pages, emails, social posts, videos, digital signage, point of sales, and so on and so on. So a lot of ways how we can create the content. And one thing which I would also like to add is the design and prototyping step. Primarily, we are right now discussing about sales and marketing. But one thing I would like to emphasize is that we are also able, by using this technology, to enhance the way the employees are working. So specifically, design and prototyping can be increase in regards of efficiency, productivity, by using the technology, also enabling the employees in these departments to have a different approach and to improve the process, right? So this is also, I think, a high-level view, but I've also brought with me another video, which is a very nice summary of what we did for Puma, and explains again why the digital twin is so important to address all these upcoming fashion trends. So let me start the video right away.
Living product that combines modeling data, precision measurements, and lifelike textures to create 3D rendered images that look and feel identical in every way to the real product. It unleashes infinite creative possibilities for your brand, saving time and money by working with a configurable product that lets you change style, size, and color in real time. You can shoot from more angles, you can tell more stories, you can reach any customer in any platform, creating specifically for your customers' likes and needs. We're redesigning the creative content production process for a world of infinite options, choices, and tastes, creating scalable, automated, and on-demand content that works to boost your brand.
Perfect. So this summary basically showed the power of the digital twin, and primarily to address all the trends which we have talked about. So sustainability, user centricity, personalization, and omnichannel approach. And this is a very nice example for shoes, or for the shoe industry. However, let me go to the next slide. It's way more than this. So the digital twin enables value on multiple dimensions and also along the whole value chain. We unfortunately don't have the time also to discuss the different pillars and the different pillars in the value chain. So the digital sales and marketing is a very important aspect. And as you can see on the right-hand side, utilizing our 360 value approach, which means not just focusing on one aspect. We always try to create leverage and to create an improvement on a lot of dimensions. So an increased conversion rate and average order value is a result out of this. We have an increased engagement and loyalty, right? Which means customers have a total new approach, finding and shopping their style and customize their style. Inclusion and diversity, so increased realism and extended personalization and individualization. This is also a very important aspect which we want to address with this. And sustainability and ecosystem impact, reduced weight and return rate. This is something which we will discuss later, but primarily reducing the return rate by providing a better experience where the customer can really assess the products which they shop, the sizing, the fitting, but also the visual fidelity is a huge factor in order to reduce the return rate. And this is how we are addressing this. And if you look at the gray pillar in the middle of the slide, digital sales and marketing is just one aspect, right? It all starts with design and prototyping. Then we have the supplier collaboration. Then we have production and quality. So the message here is that in order to address all the fashion trends, we basically need and to look at the big picture. So not just focusing on sales and marketing, we need to take this and go along the value chain, and then, of course, evaluating which use cases we may find to improve the process, to be more productive, and also to be more efficient. And this is basically where we need to go, and we at Mackevision and Accenture are focusing to help our customers and clients. When we look at the next example, this is for Diesel. So we did a very nice proof of concept for Diesel's Hyperroom. It's a really innovative platform for the B2B market. So it's about virtual platform, virtual fashion, and selling basically the virtual fashion on the platform. And at the beginning of this project, we discussed what is the focus point. Let's maybe first focus on fashion and not on virtual and digital avatars in order to keep the focus. This was the first step. And the second step was to really introduce virtual avatars, because I think everybody realizing it's difficult to separate them, right? Showing clothes, showing fashion without models, it's kind of tricky. And we realized this. And let me just quickly show you 2 videos and also the involvement in that process. Very cool. So this was the first one. Following with the second one, and here we introduced virtual avatars. But as you can see, these are grayed out mannequins, so it was not hyper realistic, but this was not the aim. But it was again the next step to the merge of both worlds. And let's have a look. Great. So another example, just to show again the next step in the development of where we are heading to. And this is definitely a trend. And I would say it's a consumer pull, right? The consumers really want to have a different type of experience. They want to see basically avatars which can be customized. And in the near future also, this is what we are discussing, they want their own avatar. They want their own digital me in order to include this into such a kind of an experiences instead of just looking at models, which always looks good with fashion, but they want to see the fashion on their own body, on their own digital me. And this is definitely a very hot topic, what we are discussing nowadays with a lot of our customers and clients, and also discussing what are the challenges and how are we able to provide such kind of solutions. So we said these are the trends, but always the question is, how are we able to make them possible, right? And the digital twin and CGI is definitely one part of the story. So it's an important puzzle piece which we need to bring together in order to provide all the values which we have discussed. So looking at sales and marketing, there are some of the benefits which we are showing here. Admitted it's non-exhaustive, but just to quickly go through them, cost saving throughout the value chain, starting by design and prototyping, going to manufacturing, but also to the supply chain. So this is something where we are working on and where we really think this helps to be more sustainable. Increased customization. As we said, this is absolutely needed, but in order to have an increased customization, we need the user in the center of the experience. The users want to be interactive, they want to personalize the product, and this will lead us to an improved customer experience and a better brand linkage. Content at speed and scale. With this pipeline, with the methodology of digital twins, we are able to create a massive amount of content, and whether the content are still images, animations, or complete experiences, and we are able to produce the content faster and way more efficient. Decreased carbon footprint, as also mentioned earlier in the presentation, is a very hot topic. So it's not just avoiding shipping costs or shipping for samples basically from one country to another in order to be able to create marketing content. So this is something what we can reduce tremendously by using the digital twin technology, which means there is no shipping and there are no physical samples, or let's say reduced amount of physical samples, because we are able to do it completely virtually by using the digital production pipeline. Shorten lead times obviously is a nice added value and a nice benefit, because the customers with these future experiences are just faster to find their fashion, they are faster to customize their fashion, and finally to shop their style, right? To meeting their expectations, their demands, and this is something which comes on top. And finally, the omni-channel approach. This is really something I need to emphasize again and again, not just focusing on one touch point, because it's really, if you talk with the end customers, and there is not just one end customer, so we have a different archetype of end customers. Some still wants to go to the retailers, some are doing everything online, right? They are just doing everything online. They don't want to go to point of sales. And this is the importance to address this, to make it feasible for the different types of customers to shop their style in a gapless journey wherever they are at any time. Most important. So let me come to the next slide, and this is my bridge to the H&M Foundation project, which I think Josefine Olsson demonstrated very well. It was truly a lighthouse project for all of us, I would say, and also from our point of view, it was very important to prove that it is the next step to combine both worlds together. So digital virtual avatars and the virtual fashion. You can't really separate them. You need to bring and merge it together. And I think we really made a huge step forward to prove that we are able to reach the quality, and we are also able to increase the quality if it's needed. It's always a question, do we always need hyper realism? Or sometimes is a game look style, artificial style of quality also sufficient? Nevertheless, the most important thing here is that we are able to address this and to use it, right? So we are able to adapt the output which is needed for the different use cases. And just to finalize my presentation, and I'm coming to the end, when we discuss with our customers, very often the question comes up like, so what is the future of e-commerce? What is the future of the virtual styling experience for our customers and clients, right? Is it that we are able to introduce generic avatars and the customers are able to customize them, fit them to their own look and style? Or is it maybe something like in the future, in the near future, customers are able to create their own digital me, so their own virtual replica, and feed it back to platforms. So instead of looking at models, they are able to look at their own and put on top virtual fashion. So this is something I truly believe, and we are definitely heading in that direction. And for this, I've brought with me one little demo which showcases the vision we have at Mackevision, Accenture, and where we definitely are going to. So enjoy the video and have a small snippet of the near future. Here we go. go. So that's it from my side. Thank you very much for your attention and thanks for having me. If there are any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out. Thanks a lot.
This was really, really good. Thank you so much. I had a comment, you know, when you put the first video with the offering, the very first video with the cars and movements, and then there was some bits and pieces from different movies and this kind of thing. I was almost dancing here in the studio, and the rest of the people here kind of like dancing backstage. And then it hit me. It's kind of, I think it's going to the direction that we will have a combination of entertainment coming in with fashion and with these kind of experiences, because I don't see it anymore as, you know, just a selling point or a marketing campaign, because your visuals are so high quality and then the music is amazing, and I think there's lots of potential to make this kind of experiences that are more entertainment-like. What do you think about that?
Absolutely true. And this is also another trend we see, how to really combine these worlds together. So one example, what we're discussing with customers is, imagine you are at home with your family and you're using a streaming service like Amazon or Netflix, and you're watching a movie, and maybe suddenly you see a scene where you think, wow, the fashion or the style you see right now, this is something interesting. And what would be if you could pause the movie and switch to a shopping experience where you see basically everything you see in that scene can be bought, can be customized, and maybe you can also include your virtual digital me and combine it with what you have seen, right? So this is just one example of merging all these different worlds together in order to create really an overall experience, whether it's music, entertainment, the movies as you've seen. So manifold options how to utilize this from my point of view.
Okay, great to hear. We're looking forward to those type of experiences. And another comment or a question I had, not that much of a question, but when there was an imagery of the, I think it was Puma sneaker, right? And then it's highly customizable. And then you talked about having the actual, you know, end users or consumers being interactively involved. So with that type of a configurator, we're basically making the shoppers or the users the designers, right? Because they're able to dictate what some kind of a product can look like.
Absolutely. And this is, from my point of view, mandatory nowadays, right? We need to give the power back to the users in order to customize it. So it's the customization goes way beyond combining different fashion items. It's also, if you have a sneaker or if you have a jacket, to customize the product. So maybe you can attach your name or writing a typo, and the same for shoes, the same basically for all the products. Because one of the things we really and truly feel is the customers, they are not a crowd, right? They want to be individuals, and each individual has their own ideas, their own style, and this is what we need to address. And with such kind of solutions, we are able to do it. And this is the most important view. And the aspect is the question, how are we able to do this? And what type of technology is needed to give the tools back to the end customer while they are doing their shopping experience?
Great. Thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you for joining in. Have a nice afternoon and day, and then we'll continue with our agenda. Next up, we already briefly started touching the topic of interaction, and some of the keynotes already have been talking about gamification. So I would like to welcome Mauro, Toffoli, and Morteza Shahini from Accenture. They're fashion and luxury innovation experts, and their presentation is going to be about gaming in fashion. They will provide a snapshot of what's happening in the intersection of fashion and gaming, what are different market potentials, outline potential entry options for different brands, and how, for example, brands could start off their fashion gaming strategy. So I can see already on the screen a very interactive presentation, and you are in the actual presentation. Mauro and Morteza, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone.
Hello. Nice to be here.
Yeah. So I'm Mauro Toffoli. Welcome to our virtual spaces of the Accenture Custom Innovation Network here in Milan. Unfortunately, today Maria Mazzone cannot join us. She really sorry about that. She would like to really join us today. So she asked me to send to all of you her greetings. Let's start with the gaming applied for fashion. So as mentioned, we'll start with an introduction about the gaming industry, the different trends and so on, some market cases of fashion brand, and after we can see a bit more about the opportunity for the fashion brand. So
we leave it to stage to you, Mauro. I will come here. Bye.
So what is gaming in 2021? When we talk about gaming nowadays, we are talking about virtual spaces where basically people and players can meet each other in this kind of virtual worlds. They are represented by themselves with virtual avatar. And this virtual avatar is a kind of representation of the player, of myself inside this kind of virtual world. So also the outfit, the movement, and so on is quite important, quite key to represent myself in this kind of world. We're talking about a new kind of influencer, the streamer. So this kind of public figure now, here we have an example of Ninja. That is actually, let's say, he has 24 million of people looking at him on the YouTube channel and so on. So it's quite popular among the new generation. But we're also talking about physical events called esports, where basically different teams can challenge each other in this arena that are hosted like in a physical space, in a physical arena, and they are also streamed all around the world in a live session. So let's have a look of some number. So this is a 160 billion film and the music industry together. So it's quite big. The revenue are coming from nowadays mostly from the mobile, so tablet and smartphone mostly. There is still a presence of PC gaming revenue coming from that kind of, let's say, user players, and there is still dominance of console, let's say, player that are using the Xbox, PlayStation, Nintendo, and so on. So look at how they are making money. So how the revenue are composed is quite interesting. So more than 70% now of the revenue of this industry are coming from in-game transactions. So are microtransactions that the player are doing inside the game. So most likely now the game are free to play. That means that the game most of the time is free. They can download and use it for free, and you can pay for have a personalization inside the game. So for example, for personalize the outfit of your avatar, personalize the movement, and have some enhancement inside the game. So it's quite different from the past. In the past, basically, the player was buying the full game, the full box, and they are using it for a couple of months, and after they need to buy a new version of the game, so a different game and so on. But now with the connection, also the payment method inside the different tablet, smartphone, and inside the gaming platform, they are doing microtransaction all, I mean, the lifetime of the game. So basically something that they can do day by day. And it's quite interesting also for the fashion industry to sell, for example, virtual outfit inside the game. Looking at also how the audience of this game are composed. So in the world, we have 2.7 million of players, and most of them, of course, are coming from Asia, but there is still, a good presence in Europe and US. It's quite interesting to look at the average age of this player, this user, that is they are not so young, so the average age is 31. There are gaming targeting the different age segment. So there are more, let's say, game for young audience and so on. So until we arrive at more realistic games for the older people. It's quite interesting also to see that the gender ratio is quite balanced. So we have 45% of female, 55% of male, and also in this case, there are different gamings targeting different audience. So it's huge the amount of people that are inside this kind of industry. So let's have a look of some market trends and what some, let's say, big players are doing and what some brands are already, let's say, taking the opportunity to enter in this kind of trend. So first of all, here we have some, some giant that is already enter in this kind of market. We have Amazon, for example, that has acquired Twitch platform, so the streaming platform for gaming. That was done a couple of years ago, but the platform is currently, let's say, they have 55 million active users everyone in the platform. So this is what Amazon have done. We have also the Facebook gaming. So Facebook also providing a cloud gaming platform to this trend, providing cloud gaming, so a subscription for players that can, without even having a console and so on, they can subscribe and consume this kind of experience. And we also Apple that hasn't entered in this kind of market. So if you see now on the App Store, you can see that there is a new icon that is Apple Arcade. That is basically a subscription for the user, where like Netflix, they can subscribe to have a list of gaming and so on that they can use. Looking at what the brand and fashion brand has already done in this market, here are some examples. So, for example, we have Gucci that has sponsored a team playing the esport physically. So the Fnatic team, they are, let's say, a worldwide team, pretty good at what they are doing. So Gucci has sponsored them, but also create a specific collection for them. So, for example, watches, outfit that they can dress in the physical world. And meanwhile, they are streaming during the gameplay and so on. We have Burberry that is leveraging the Twitch channel to, let's say, present a new collection, a new capsule collection that they've created. So they are targeting this specific target audience through the Twitch channel. We have Balenciaga that is leveraging the gaming technology to present the collection in a more immersive and different way from the past. We have Nike that has entered in Fortnite with the outfit, so the player can play Fortnite during the gameplay, dressed by Nike garments and so on. We have Louis Vuitton that has created a specific capsule collection inspired by League of Legends. They also sponsor a physical esport championship a couple of years ago. So they are also, really looking at them to target a new audience and using as a kind of marketing channel. We have Valentino and Dior that has entered in Nintendo games, Cross Animal, and also here Animal Crossing, and also here they're providing the outfit for the avatar and so on. So there is a lot of opportunity. There is also a challenge in this world. So nowadays we're not anymore in the 80s. So what I mean with this statement. So in the past, when we look at the gaming, was something maybe in 2D, black and white with the color at the end, or something, let's say, not super immersive for net people and so on. But nowadays, with the new generation of console and technology, the gaming now are super realistic, super immersive, and the user, the player can use this kind of experience every day. So they are used to have this kind of experience. So here a video to show, let's say, the capability of the new generation console and about how realistic are this kind of gaming and how immersive they are. So let's have a look at this very quick video. That was an example about how realistic now are the gaming, how immersive they are. So we need to think about that the user, our target audience now, they are used to have this kind of experience. So we need to make sure that when they are brand the digital channel, we are able to provide and deliver a kind of experience that is matching their expectation. So that is quite challenging nowadays if we think about how we interact with our digital channel or the experience that we can provide in our e-commerce nowadays. So we need to think about that. The second thing is about we need to look at the gaming platform, not just a kind of gamification part and so on, but this is more a kind of social interaction that the player are doing among themselves. So they are looking at this gaming platform also to connect with with the same interest and so on. So nowadays, when the customer, where the player are using the game and so on, everybody's connected with microphone and headphones, so they can talk to each other, they can make interaction with themselves, they can talk about not just about the gaming, but also about their private or get in touch in a more private way. So they participate in a kind of shared experience that you can comment and so on, and strengthen also relationship among them. So it's more about now gaming, but it's also about social platform. So we need to think about this kind of platform also a kind of social place where they can interact, and not just playing a game, but where they can also is a kind of substitution of some social and so on. So nowadays, going to a more, let's say, practical and pragmatic opportunity for fashion brand, together with Morteza, we're going to explore how the fashion brand can enter in this kind of opportunity. So up to you, Morteza. And
thank you, Mauro. Thank you, Mauro. So as Mauro was mentioning, the gaming industry is really big and is getting lots of attention, and there are lots of players there. And already lots of brands have entered, they experiment different things. So in this part, we have explored also with Mauro and with the team, also from gamer perspective, how the gamer wants their favorite brand come inside. So we have identified three different ways, three different streams that the brands can enter inside this kind of industry. First of all, we talk about the brand own game, the brand Metaverse, that the brand, they create their own world. The second one is collaboration with the existing platform. We see lots of, lots think more as how I can leverage this kind of technology for my e-commerce and make it more immersive. Talking about brand-owned game, we see that the brands, first of all, is more, more effort from the brand side. So they're creating these that they can present their store to the screens, and these kind of application, and another reason to open the application. Inside the e-commerce with the product placement and now a lot about also hear more, and everybody will also in the need. Go Nikeland inside the
Morteza, can you hear me? Morteza, this is Helsinki studio calling. Can you hear us? We can't hear you. The connection keeps on breaking.
Who love the Nike brand.
Morteza, Mauro, can you hear us?
Of course, in this world. Moving forward, we want to talk about the gaming collaboration. So right now, we know there are lots of platforms, lots of events in the gaming industry. So there are different ways that the brands can come inside and do a collaboration with the existing partner. One of them is direct to avatar. So when as a gamer, I go to the I'm playing Fortnite or different stuff, I have my own virtual dimension, my own avatar, and I can dress my own avatar because I want to showcase to my friends that maybe they are just friends in the game, that how I look like, exactly what I do when I come to work, when I go to the party in the real world. So it is also the possibility that the brands can place their products inside this kind of environment, so I can buy the brand outfit and wear it for my avatar. The other one is about sponsorship. So there are now the stream of the esports. So the championship of the League of Legends, Fortnite, where the best of players inside, the best gamers inside this world, they come together and they challenge themselves and to win the title. So also these kind of events are getting lots of attention. It's somehow comparable to the football events, where the brands, tennis events, where the brands are a sponsor. Also is the possibility, another opportunity for the brand to be present in this kind of environment as a normal sport event. The other one is about, the physical collection. So we know that when I'm part of a community, when I'm, playing League of Legends, playing Call of Duty or Fortnite, I feel myself as a part of that community, and I want to showcase also outside that gaming environment, inside the real environment. So the brands have the possibility for these gamers create the proper outfit, so that the gamers can showcase, can show off outside this environment, and also this is comfortable for this kind of people, audience. I would like to share with you also one of the examples that how Adidas approached this market, which is they completely covered all these scenarios. First of all, they get in touch with this influencer. I think you know him. He's Ninja. He has just on YouTube more than 24 million followers, as Mauro was mentioning. His job is entertaining, and while he's playing, he's doing the streaming on Twitch or on different platforms. So Adidas is sponsor of this guy. So this guy, sometimes when he's playing, he's using the outfit of Adidas. On the other side, they have did a collaboration. They have created these Ninja Night Jogger sneakers, and in the 42 minutes, it's just got sold out on the Adidas website. And the last was about in-game positioning. So they have created, both Ninja and Adidas, their own avatar skin. So the people that they are, fan of the Adidas, fan of the Ninja, they can dress up their avatar with these kind of digital, garments. The last opportunity that we have identified is about gaming commerce. This content is really close to what Linda, what also Kian and Sara at the beginning was mentioning about the CGI, all digital content, digital fashion that can be leveraged. So we were thinking, why not the brand using this kind of technology, this kind of content for their e-commerce. So as a gamer, when I'm playing, I don't know, Roblox or Fortnite, I'm really immersed in this kind of experience. Why not replicate this kind of experience on the e-commerce so that we have the same, so that we can answer to the expectation of the customers. First, they can do a 3D commerce. So instead of having 2D catalog, I can create a 3D environment. As also I know, Exthereal, tomorrow you will have this kind of virtual showroom that has been created by Accenture and by Fadi, and you can experience it. Why not the brand make this kind of experience so that when I want to explore the catalog of the brand, I go to this 3D environment and see the product. I can interact with the product, and also creating all these digital twin of this product so that when I see the product, I don't see the normal photo shoot. Maybe it doesn't reflect the real product and the possibility and the potential of this product, and having this kind of digital twin so that I can interact, I can see different details, I can also see different contents. The other opportunity, the other way that the brands can leverage and also get inspired by the gaming industry is about virtual try-on, also what Kian was mentioning. Using this 3D digital content, the brand can give the possibility to the customers to create their own avatar, which you leveraging the gaming engine such as Unreal. Unreal Engine is an engine that has been used by the Fortnite. So leveraging this kind of high graphic, high potential engine to create an e-commerce experience. So I have my own avatar. I can dress my own avatar with different clothes of the brand, and then I can see myself in actions. I can walk, I can dance, I can change the environment. Also, the brands can look at this also as a possibility for user-generated content. So if I have this kind of possibility, I create my own avatar, I see myself in different outfits, in different environment. Maybe I would like to share this kind of experience with my friends to showcase how my digital dimension look like. Of course, in the gaming industry, changing the avatar is something real. But however, this can be leveraged also for the fashion and luxury industry. The last thing is we talk about remote shopping, because when we are looking at the YouTube or the Twitch, the people that they are doing the live streaming, they are really doing it really professional. What do I mean? They have different cameras, they have different lightenings. So you see from one camera the face and the body of the streamer. From the other camera, they showcase the product when they are doing the unboxing. So having this in mind, the brand can get inspired by this kind of station that the gamers are doing by themselves to present their products. So we know that lots of the brand, they are now doing live shopping experience, remote experience. So the sales assistant have a iPhone or having a telephone with a camera of the cell phone is showing different products. But maybe in the luxury context, they cannot convey the message and also the full potential of the product. However, with this kind of station, leveraging also 3D products, they can they can make an immersive experience and also showcase the real potential of the product. So this was our presentation for today. I hope that it was useful, and I don't know if Alessia, if you have any question, we will be more than happy to answer your question.
Thank you, Morteza. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, great. We had a little bit of a technical glitch in the middle of the session. We were trying to contact you, but don't worry, it went away pretty quickly and we were able to follow. So the presentations from this conference are going to be recorded, and I think it will be really exciting for all of the attendees to go back to your slides and have a look at the snapshot of the situation where market is, because you provided so much interesting, also numerical information. I know you're very excited about Metaverse, and you've been working with the topic. Let's go back a little bit, one step. Everybody's talking right now about Metaverse. It became such a hot topic 2 weeks ago when Facebook announced the name change and revealed that they want to be a Metaverse company. Actually, many people associate Metaverse somehow with Facebook right now because they started talking to wider audiences like that. To wider audiences first, but then also we have seen Microsoft vision about Metaverse. How do you define Metaverse? What does it mean to you? What are the different elements of Metaverse?
I think it's a great question, Mauro. Maybe I will answer. I will go first and I will leave to Mauro. So I think, first of all, to me, Facebook has done a really, intelligent move. So they have changed their name to the Metaverse. Metaverse is not Facebook. Metaverse maybe is a new internet, new website, new e-commerce. So for me, it reminds me that in the beginning, in the early 90s or early 2000, somebody changed the name of the company to the website. So I think it's a really intelligent move, so that every people that now they are maybe hearing about Metaverse, they said, okay, Metaverse maybe is Facebook, but it's not like this. So for us, what we research, so Metaverse is can be a virtual environment. So you have replicating the exact experience of the physical environment. So what does it mean? So you can socialize there, you have friends, you can make new friends, you can have, you can build different digital environment there, buildings. You can have also possess different digital, digital cosmetic assets, buildings, skins for your avatar. And also you can have the different events such as concert, fashion show, everything that you imagine you can have inside the Metaverse. So this is something that we understand about Metaverse, that it is it should be social. So it should not be an experience that I do it alone. It should be something that I do it in a group and I meet different people and I can interact with them.
Yes, right, Morteza. So it's quite key, the social interaction, so that is a kind of experience that is shared among the different customer and the audience that are getting inside this kind of metaverse. So it's quite important that it's not just about a 3D environment, but the social interaction is the key, is the main difference from other, let's say, 3D environment that we had in the past. Now the challenge is understand how we can make it more, let's say, transactional and so on for the fashion brand entering in this area.
Thank you. I think this gives a lot of light to people for whom Metaverse as a term is quite new. And it's really important to emphasize the two aspects what you just said. The spatial, kind of like the place to go to, but it's also very social. I think there's a little bit of misconception, at least I've stumbled upon, that some people somehow confuse that Metaverse is virtual reality, and it's not. Immersive technologies are only one way to make Metaverse 3D and immersive. Great. Well, once again, thank you so much. This was overall, I think, a very valuable point to our agenda because
lot of insights.
Yes, because we wanted to bring in this gaming angle to the topic of immersive technologies and fashion. So thank you. Goodbye to Italy. Continue with your work day, and we have to continue with our agenda. Krista, what do we have next?
Well, as I said in the opening speech, how nicely it comes together, the intersection of fashion, gaming, and crypto industry. And I couldn't be more excited to introduce our next speaker, who is a strong female voice in the blockchain industry, Marjorie Hernandez. Marjorie Hernandez is the founder and managing partner of Luxo Blockchain. Before founding Luxo, which is an Ethereum-based blockchain for the design and fashion industry, She established and managed Ernst & Young Digital Innovation Lab in Berlin to converge and nurture the digital fashion ecosystem. Marjorie Hernandez also co-founded the Dematerialized, which is powered by Luxo and is experimental market space for fashion NFTs, non-fungible tokens. Today, Marjorie is going to speak about the digital ecosystem for new creative economies. Please welcome Marjorie. The stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. What a beautiful introduction. Thank you so much. It's pretty early in Miami, so my voice is still waking up. This is the first time I talk today, so I hope I sound fine. I'm really happy to be part of this conference and very happy that both of you have been leading and organizing this beautiful event for all of us. So my topic today, it's about Luxo and how we require a digital ecosystem that is going to power the new creative economy. And when my co-founder, Fabian Vogelschler, and I started Luxo at the end of 2017, we saw an incredible opportunity in terms of understanding how blockchain technology will kind of like enter the next frontier once we start powering and empowering creators to enter this new space, and the power of the Internet of Value, of decentralization and dematerializations of goods, and how blockchain technology can empower creators. So that has been always our ethos and always has been our goal and the things that we want to achieve. So that's what Luxo is building, and I'm going to give you a little sneak peek on some of the great things that we have coming on. So that's the title of my talk, Digital Ecosystem for a New Creative Economy. So let's see if the clicker works. It worked when we rehearsed. I just clicked next. There we go. Perfect. So when we started Luxo, we identified something that I think is obvious for all of us, that is this convergence, and we're experimenting and leaving this convergence between creative disciplines, but also within technology. And at the bottom line is that within a couple of years, every single company is going to be a technology company, and every creator is going to be empowered by technology. So in that process of convergence, we see art, we see gaming, we see entertainment, we see all of these disciplines coming together. And this convergence is kind of like the beginning of the first signals of what people are calling the metaverse. So that convergence is for us super important. There is a picture that is not visible, unfortunately, but it was a picture of Virgil Abloh when Fabian and I, for the first time, presented Luxo or the second time we presented Luxo to a Just Fashion audience, was in New York during the Fashion Tech Forum. And his picture was one of the second pictures in our presentation, because he was kind of like the archetype of that creator that Luxo was speaking to in terms of that convergence of culture. So given his passing, we are very sad, but we see the legacy, and I think Virgil in many ways is that archetype and represents that convergence of culture and technology. So that convergence is something that requires a technological solution to be supported, and this is what Luxo is about. So as I was saying before, this is a quote from a beautiful white paper that we published at the beginning of 2019. That is that the contemporary creative economies are characterized by the transgression of traditional disciplines and reality dimensions. And that transgression of reality dimensions is, I think, what we are experiencing right now in terms of understanding that this reality where we're living right now is just a part of the opportunity, and that we are building collectively the second reality that is limitless and has no boundaries, but is in desperate need of the proper technological tools, so we build it in the right way. And that place is the metaverse. And in this place and in this economy that we're moving towards, one of the key values and one of the key pieces, if not the most important piece, is the part of the identity. And the identity as a user, the identity as a creator, the identity as a brand, it's the most important part. And that identity is the place from which you own and manage your goods, but it's also the place from where you issue and you have the ability to create assets that will go to the market. So that identity is the central piece. And that identity, we strongly believe at Luxo, that identity needs to be fully controlled by its user, has to be fully decentralized, and has to be fully autonomous. And it cannot really be controlled by any company. It cannot be controlled by an intermediary. It has to be controlled by the creator. And that's the source of the value. That's the source of, how we will store what we consider legacy in the future. So that identity is the core piece. And right now we have a massive problem because we, especially in the blockchain space and in the blockchain ecosystem, that is the place where hopefully will be the centerpiece of that internet of value, that is the foundation of the metaverse. We don't have an identity, we have addresses, and we are still humans. We need to identify things as people and as institutions. And the addresses are a big issue. So the center of the identity, that profile, is a very important piece. And we've been looking into it extensively since several years before Luxo, when Fabian was still part of the Ethereum Foundation, into how we can create that key piece and how we can combine the ease of use of the Web 2 world with the beautiful advantages of the Web 3 world in terms of control and sovereignty. So, and those identities, we believe they allowed for interactive memories with a futuristic depth. This is another quote for our white paper. And basically, these are the places I was saying before where we record the information, where we record the value, where we know where things came from, where the provenance is verifiable. So that identity is the key piece. And the identity, when we talk about identity, we also refer to identity of an asset, of a good, of a physical good, a digital good, a phygital good. And we don't make an extension. So when we talk about NFTs, when we talk about users, when we talk about a brand, we are also talking about identities. And it's that economy of identities, the Luxo scheme to power. And that is why Luxo came out with the concept of the universal profile. And the universal profile is a set of standards, smart contract standards, that basically are working in a beautiful orchestration together to allow the users and the creators to create identities. I can, as a person, I can have one identity for my public persona, but I can also have another identity for my gaming self, or another identity for my fashion self, or all of those identities can converge into one. But we believe that identity is the central value, and the universal profile is the first proposal around that. One of the beautiful things about the universal profile is that Luxo has created its own interface, which is universal profile.cloud, and we will have our own wallet and browser extension. But the beautiful thing is that the juice and the meat behind the universal profile is within the smart contracts. So this will allow anybody, any creator, any other developer, any hacker, to come up with their own version, their own interfaces, right? The interface should be just a window to allow you to talk to the profile, but it's not a centralized place. And this is, we are beta testing this extensively within the Dematerialize, which I have also co-founded, which is a digital fashion market space that we run on Luxo. And that's why we have the ability to onboard so many like ordinary users, common users, non-blockchain users into the blockchain world because of the ease of use that the universal profile allow us. So here we have a couple of snapshots from a few different profiles. There has been already created and universal profiles. All of this is right now still in beta stage. It's in beta in a early stage at the moment, but it's pretty sophisticated when it comes to the smart contract standards. So what we see here, we have a web browser in which we can explore and discover the profiles that have been created, and then we also have profiles for brands, for the marketplaces, for the assets that have been created within the interface. And we see, and something that is very important for us, we see tokenization and identities and the whole hype around NFTs. We see it as basically that is the connective tissue of what we consider to be the new creative economy. So the ability to tokenize things and to tokenize assets will be the connective tissue that will bring the communities together. So that's why this part of identity is so important. And this is a beautiful example I want to show you guys. So a couple of months ago during New York Fashion Week, Luxo partnered with an amazing talent agency in New York called Lions Agency, with a Brazilian supermodel, Valentina Sampiao, and two wonderful US Berlin-based artists to create, Russia-based artists to create this amazing project called Lambada Dyed Red, White, Blue. And the beautiful thing about Lambada is, as you can see, we have an array of co-authors that have issued this NFT. And one of the things that the universal profiles allowed is to having updatable and upgradable data in the future. So we have an ability to upgrade NFTs as we move forward. So this has been co-created by this group of people, and we sold this beautiful creation over an auction. They sold for $300,000, from which all of the proceeds went to charities to support the LGBTQ communities. So this is a beautiful example of how first, the universal profile was utilized to create a collaborative NFT digital asset, but also how it was so easy for the creators, who are nobody's coming besides us, coming from the blockchain space, to basically issue the NFT together with very little to none guidance from our side. And then, when it comes to transferability and manage of your ownership, is being simplified to the highest degree. And in here, we can see the profiles of the authors. So these are blockchain addresses, blockchain profiles. They are fully unique. They're in control of both of these creators. We can see the assets that they have issued. So far, they have only issued Lambada. And they basically, they have the ability, through this interface, we can verify who was the author of the NFT. So somebody who doesn't have, knowledge of the blockchain, or doesn't have like smart contracts capabilities, they can come here and just basically verify who is the author, which is a really beautiful thing, because that's how we basically understand value in the world, and also in the blockchain world. It's basically who did what when, and that's the most important part. And the universal profiles is really allowing for users to do all of those things, and to, in a non-intimate way. So I'm about to wrap up, but one of the things that we strongly believe is, and back to where I started, is the fact that the formerly disconnected silos of creative production are coming together and fitting back into a reciprocal stimulation, emerging into a shared and transdisciplinary lifestyle arena. In terms of all of these disciplines and practices that we thought in the past they were separate and disjointed, they're becoming democratized, and they're coming together into providing for this one place that we can call a new digital economy. We can call it the Metaverse. We can call it the lifestyle arena. We can call it the internet. But at the end of the day, it's a place where we are collectively creating and sharing, and it will be a place where value creation is happening, and it's happening in a completely different way than we knew in the past. So there's really a huge opportunity for creators to be empowered through technology, and it's one of the things that we are the most passionate about at Luxo, is to have the ability to empower creators. So we believe the new creative economy is going to build on universal profiles, because it's fundamentally solving some of the biggest issues in the blockchain space. To start is the fact of identity. How do we manage identity? How we make sure that we're dealing with identities and not with addresses? How we make sure that we can verify, how we can make sure that we can lower the entry barrier for normal users, not blockchain users. Also, how we make the entry barrier for creators very simple, so they can enter the blockchain space and start profiting from the beautiful things blockchain technology can allow for us creators. And we strongly believe on that. So if you guys want to beta test and start exploring, we're more than welcome to explore the universal profiles and join our Discord and be part of the discussion. So thank you so much. I'm very happy that I got to just give you a little glimpse on the things that the universal profiles allowed for and can offer for creators and for the fashion industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Marjorie. And please stay in line with us because we have a few Q&As. And before going there, I suggest that you go to luxo.network and download the white paper because it's very visionary white paper.
Thank you.
As a designer, I couldn't be more excited about what is happening in the creative economy, because the designers are kind of coming new superstars. Everybody wants that designers create new content, and we see this transformation happening, that more and more these decentralized autonomous organizations where people, typically freelancers, go together and start working on a project together. But also I hear critical voices that they say that is this all tokenizing everything now? Is this like blockchain overused, and is there a hype, or do we just get started with this? How's your opinion?
Yeah, well, I think oh, I can hear myself. Ooh. Okay, I will turn off the volume just for a second. So I cannot hear, so I don't hear myself, so I can talk. Yeah, so I think hype is part of the adoption of technologies, right? Like the web also went through a bit of a hype cycle and a bubble at the end of the 90s, the beginning of the 2000s. So I think that hype is just also a bit of enthusiasm together with opportunism, but I think it's part of the cycle and we have to identify it that way. Nevertheless, we should always keep a very clear goal and a very clear view of the future, and is that technologies don't go backwards, and we have a tool and we have a technology right now that allow us to do things that we couldn't do before. And will everything become tokenized? Very likely. I do think there will be, within the Internet of Value and towards a future that we're moving, call it the Metaverse or otherwise, there is only very few ways, or maybe only just one way, to actually ensure for the ownership and the autonomy of digital goods and digital identities. And that's right now blockchain technology, and that's right now tokenization. So I think to an extent, yes, we will tokenize everything, but it will be, can we call that blockchain overuse? I don't know. Like we do tend to abuse technologies once we have it. Like we do enjoy electricity a lot, and we enjoy computers a lot. So I think it will continue to be like that way. We will enjoy blockchain technology more and more.
One of the things when ever you hear blockchain is the challenge about scalability. So can you tell a little bit about Luxor scalability, like transactions in a second or in a day?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I guess it's a great question, and I think that's obviously blockchain technologies, with the way we visualize it and the way we describe it to our friends. It's like you have to imagine a very slow, very large, slow-moving, gigantic computer that is moving very slowly forward, but therefore is moving without anybody controlling it and telling it to move. So we do have scalability issues when we think about the whole world. But I think what the Ethereum Foundation has done very well since the beginning is to share with all of us the vision that, we might have an internet of blockchains, and the power of Ethereum is Ethereum virtual machine. So Luxor subscribe to this idea, and we do believe we will have a future and we will have an internet of blockchains. So we will have different blockchains for different use cases and different communities. And communities are a big part of the blockchain ecosystem. So I think we will enter that future in terms of that. Luxor, obviously, we do have slightly better numbers in terms of transactions per second, but we still, we're in the process of implementing the Casper consensus algorithm in order to launch our mainnet with proof of stake. This is for us a very important topic in terms of sustainability, to make sure that we don't launch with proof of work and that we have the most sustainable and state-of-the-art consensus as possible. So that's one of the topics that for us is really important. But in terms of speed, this is not one winner takes them all type of play. I think there will be a foreseeable future where we will have several blockchains kind of like coexisting, hopefully.
Yeah, you mentioned the other thing, the proof of work versus proof of stake and sustainability. That's what now I think we are moving forward with that, but if we go 6 months or a year backwards, there was a lot of criticism that, hey, you're bringing digital clothes, but how about how sustainable they are in the end if you are tokenizing them and everything is in a blockchain?
Yes, and I think I don't want to be arrogant or disrespectful to anybody, but I do think like the few things are worse than what we have. The few things in life could be worse than what is happening right now already. So it's almost hypocritical to say like, well, we have the fashion industry right now is horrendous. So all of a sudden, we will be terribly concerned about the digital assets. And obviously, if we're building the future, we have to make sure that we build a better future. And I think that's our collective goal. But the fashion industry is super damaging. So I think they have no authority to criticize digital consumption. I think it's a baby compared to whatever is happening in the real world. But definitely, we have to make sure that we build for the future and that we build with the right practices and that we definitely use technology in a way that is smart. And, for example, blockchain technology is transitioning to proof of stake is a step towards that. But yeah, I think, and obviously, we want to be sustainable. We know there's no other way. It's not even a choice anymore. Like we have to change the way things are being done. That being said, the fashion industry is terrible. So they should change as well.
I have at least one more question, is that how can we make blockchain more accessible? I mean, more people get into the getting a crypto wallet, for example. I think there's still quite high threshold to get into if you don't know basically what blockchain is about, how we get this more approachable, because this is so super cool.
I think I'm gonna.
Yeah,
I think I'm gonna add on to this. I mean, this is a really good question. It's something that I've noticed as well. People asking that, especially considering your metaverse strategy as a brand, like, do you want to have everything as NFTs and people to be able to buy, but you can't probably reach like really big numbers immediately if the users are not ready for it. Like, do you feel, so the first part of the question is that how can you make it more accessible to people? But then also maybe another part of the question is that, do you have any tips of how to get, users using blockchain more or getting more into this, or what should the brands do?
Yeah, these are super cool questions. I think in terms of what they should do and how to get more people and more users and more female users as well to enter the blockchain space, I think it comes down also to exciting use cases. I think if you have an exciting supply, people will come. But there's also the usability, and this was my point around the universal profiles and what Luxo is doing. Like if we expect people to create a crypto wallet, buy Ether, write a 12 words phrase and do all of these steps before they can buy a t-shirt, is really not it's really not that great of a user journey. And it's the same. It's like when I walk into a store, nobody asks me to do a KYC process to buy a dress. So I think we need to simplify the user journey, and we have to have different types of securities for different things, right? And a wallet that is meant to hold billions of dollars in crypto maybe is not fulfilling the needs of a user who wants to just buy consumer goods to wear in social media and in a game, right? So I think we can upgrade security through time. And this is what the universal profile is proposing, right? So it is not a wallet. It works as a wallet, but you manage it like a profile, like you manage a Web2 profile. And in the Dematerialized, Karina and I, we've been testing the universal profile since day one. And I'm absolutely in awe how easy it is. Like even for me, I was in New York when we did the Karl Lagerfeld drop. I was walking to a meeting. I was in my mobile, 9 a.m. in the morning, walking really fast. And all of a sudden I was able to buy our own drop with Apple Pay from my mobile while I'm walking. And I was like, this is unbelievable. And it was unbelievable. And even though we designed it that way, it has to feel like that. It has to be super simple. And this is the things the Web3 can do for us, right? Right now we have like this hybrid moment in which we have the security for manage large amount of like crypto assets, trying to manage the ownership of like digital goods. Like the way we manage when we go shopping for lipstick is not the same thing that we do when we go to the bank in Switzerland. So we have to have different user journeys. So that's what Luxo is doing. That's what the Dematerialized have been testing. And understanding that part of we need profiles, we need users to be in control of the profile. The beautiful thing, any startup, any company, any brand within the Luxo ecosystem, immediately once you have an universal profile, you can access any of those applications. So that's a very good thing. So it's around composability and making things compatible that is the key. And yeah, so that's our strategy. That's how we think we will onboard a lot of new users. But in terms of like for strategies for brands, everything will become an NFT and will be all of your users, not from one day to another. I think there's a lot of research, and we need to gather some KPIs in terms of like where's the appetite now, what can we offer to users that is exciting. It's not just selling an NFT for the sake of selling an NFT, but what is the post-purchase utility? What are you going to offer to your client after? What is the experience? Why should they get this in the first place? So I think all of those things are part of a longer strategy. They should be driven by the CIOs more than by the CMOs, with that long-term vision, right? And like pour, obviously start entering the market, but you won't flip your business from one day to another, right? Because we don't know exactly like where consumers are at. We know that it's going to happen. We know that the dematerialization of consumption is happening, but is it going to happen? How? Is it going to be for this product category first or that product category first? Like people are excited about these avenues of experience or those avenues of experience. So I think there's still a lot of research that we need to do. We need to test a lot of things. So obviously patience is key. And not doing everything at once, and just being very strategic and testing things. That would be my advice.
Still, we've been talking a lot about having kind of, for example, you mentioned like Karl Lagerfeld company's NFT drop or something like this. It's so easy to be a famous brand and then you create an NFT, or you have something like innovation in that space. And it's so easy to get media coverage, right? Because you are a big brand and it's such a new thing. But what would be your advice for, let's say, if somebody has a much smaller brand or somebody is an artist? How, for example, let's take an easy use case, right? We are UX designers. Like, as an artist, as a fashion illustrator, how do I go about, creating an NFT and dropping it somewhere and kind of thinking like, would somebody in the world be interested to buy it? Like how would you instruct or advise or,
Where would you start?
Yeah, where do we start?
That is such a cool question. I mean, with the dematerialized, Karina and I, we always try to, or one of our goals is to always have that mixture between emerging talent and established talent. So we're doing a drop this week with a super cool emerging digital fashion brand called Mutani. So I think, when we talk about NFTs and the materializations of good, we always say we're going to see a very similar process to what happened with social media. The social media just all of a sudden gave power to anyone to potentially become a broadcaster, an editor, a content creator. So all of a sudden the established silos had a lot of issues keeping up with the speed, right? Because an influencer can just create content ad hoc whenever they want. They don't have to get it approved by the editors. They just do whatever. Technically, they just do whatever they want. So I think we will have something very similar to that with blockchain technologies. And when we have something like universal profiles, they basically just democratize the entry to market to anyone. So anybody should be able to enter the market. Anybody should be able to create content. Like, how do you make that content beautiful, attractive, viable, and and successful? That's a very big question. I wish I had the answer about those things, but I could make so much money if I knew all of those answers. But I just think it's just about, we have the ability to go to market. We have the ability to enter a market that was before not accessible. And I think beautiful things and things that speak about culture and are in sync with the zeitgeist and are inclusive, I think definitely those are things that potentially will become very successful, attractive products. And I think just being very authentic to what you believe and to what you think is needed in the world. And I think, I'm very excited about the future, not because of the big brands that will join the space, because hopefully they will. Otherwise, they very likely won't have a business in a few decades. But I'm more excited about the people that we don't know of. And I think there will be a lot of really, really young designers, like 13-year-old girls from Caracas or Rio de Janeiro or Ghana, coming up with amazing things. And all of a sudden, they are accessible to everybody and it's agnostic to any government. And I think that's the cool part. But you two, I think you will be more than fine. You seem to be doing a fine work, so I'm not worried about the two of you.
I think patience is the key also in here.
Hey, Marjorie, we are so happy to have you on Exthereal. We are so proud of you being such a strong female voice in the blockchain and NFT scene. We're in absolute awe. Thank you for taking time to talk with us. Have a great day in Miami, and we'll go back to our agenda.
Thank you. Big pleasure. Bye.
And then I'm just looking at my notes here. Our next presenters are absolutely, I don't have enough adjectives to describe the stuff they're doing. We had this problem that we were like cherry picking every single presentation and company on this agenda, and everybody is super impressive. So it's kind of like keeps on growing and growing. But I have to go back to the time when I first saw the visuals by AUROBOROS, and it was so mind-blowing. I think I was silent for half an hour, and Krista said,
yeah,
Alicia, are you...
We have to have the AUROBOROS.
Yes, something like this. So I gladly introduce to you a design or creative duo called AUROBOROS. It's Alisa and Paula. They're joining us from London. AUROBOROS is the first fashion house to merge science and technology with physical couture, as well as digital-only ready-to-wear. Their visuals are absolutely breathtaking. It's unbelievable. And they had the first ever digital-only collection at the London Fashion Week, and they recently hosted an exhibition, or held an exhibition at the V&A in London as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, AUROBOROS.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today with you, virtually, of course, still. I'm Paula Cello. I'm the co-founder and creative director of AUROBOROS. I take care of the physical couture design as well as the digital ready-to-wear.
And hi, I'm Alisa Albeko. I'm the other co-founder and creative director. I take care on all the visual communication and the tech side of things. And yeah, together we're the creative duo, along with our incredible team of amazing digital and physical craftsmen.
Yeah, and I mean, thank you so much for inviting us and having us. We're very excited to present a little film for you here today. Some of you may be new to our work, so this is a film that we're showing today from our London Fashion Week presentation, which really highlights a few of the amazing drops we've done across the year, including our very first collection named Biomimicry. So Biomimicry is a physical and digital dual collection. It was really important for us to present a dual vision, as this is how we believe people really experience the world of today. Much like identity, our reality is becoming a spectrum from physical to mixed reality to digital.
Especially now, presenting digital fashion to the mainstream audience, it was really important for us to show the capabilities of digital. I mean, digital fashion as a history is already quite old. We've seen it a little bit in the CGI films, like Avatar or Terminator or Tron. But now that we're also in the video game world, we're trying to bring all of these possibilities and fantasies and exploration of identity into the mainstream for us to consider the broader ideas of what is possible to wear for your identities, but also for all bodies and shapes and sizes.
I mean, for us, really, Biomimicry was about creating, I suppose, this utopian vision of how we see both nature and how, you know, we wanted, as teenagers, the industry to progress, which is really pushing the boundaries, I suppose, of design across both the physical and the digital. So our physical couture actually grows on the body in real time over 6 to 12 hours. This occurs through a crystallization process in which these crystals form kind of floral-like patterns on a receptive material, meaning that they're also completely unique in their growth every single time. Of course, they're organic. And so the wearer of these couture pieces really has quite a new experience, changing the way in which, and I suppose redefining the way in which fashion is worn, from a three-dimensional object to a fourth-dimensional subjective experience of time and form. So you can actually see some of the crystallization occurring on the screen right now in microscopic detail. So all of these details will then submerge into the digital collection as well, where obviously through the digital realm you can really elevate all of the concepts and the beauty we see in nature physically.
So rather than digitalizing garments that we have in the physical reality, we only got inspired by the physical couture that we create and took it apart essentially. For example, the physical couture grows, so we wanted to elevate that into the digital realm with animations of procedural growth, of very much inspired by nature and different creatures, and bring that into the world which is not limited by physical reality. So exploring this further gave us so much inspiration, and we actually coined the term called nature tech, which explores technology and innovation and bringing it into the medium fashion.
And so nature tech for us as a term was really important as well, because I suppose it brings out a statement that tech and nature are not contrary forces, but rather ones that can be combined and learn from each other. You know, as we always say, nature is the best designer, and it truly is so. I suppose looking at digital was really important for us as well, because we saw the shift in the ecosystems around us and identities moving. And so it's really about being able to release this unreal creativity that we have, and especially when we first met, being able to discuss all of these new topics and actually then release them through the digital. It's really about obviously including new forms of gender, identity, ecological consciousness, but also having a different relationship to the customer, where for the first time a ready-to-wear part of the brand can have a similar experience to the couture, where obviously couture classically is made to measure for individuals. So our ready-to-wear is similarly in practice as well, where we're able to apply it to bodies of any shape and size. And actually build a relationship with our customer and advise them and speak to them about where they're taking their images, advising them creatively and whatever else. So it's a really beautiful as well as fun experience, which is really important with fashion.
It's also opening up the communities for people to have access to luxury fashion. From our personal histories and our way into the fashion industry, we actually bonded through digital communities, and we found them so vibrant. We've learned so much, and it's important for us to also give back. So as we're developing, we're also opening up what digital craftsmanship can look like. Giving back to the communities in form of lectures. We've learned so much from the internet culture, so it's really great to implement it back and have it let shape the identity of our brand.
Yeah, and I suppose some of the concepts around the collection we'd really love to delve into if our film shows the collection again. Here we go. So here it was also taking inspiration from, for example, literature and film. We talk a lot about how Alex Garland's films have inspired us. He really presents quite a unique creativity and approach towards nature as well, which we loved. So looking at spirituality and even ancient Greek mythology and incorporating that into the virtual pieces. And of course, through our film here at London Fashion Week, we're able to showcase just the fluidity of digital fashion, all of these creative ideas and how quickly they can be applied to a body, almost now in real time with AR as well. So during Fashion Week, we also released an AR filter. And over 3 days, we had 2.5 million people actually wearing one of the outfits from the collection. So I suppose it was almost a representation to us and showcasing just how big digital fashion is becoming. And this is still very much the early stages of it.
And thinking about, obviously, digital ready-to-wear and the consumption behind this, for the fact that we are digital, we're able to avoid some of the greatest consequences of fashion industry, as the production is completely digitalized, but so is the utility. So essentially it becomes zero waste, or in practice it's 97% less carbon waste than one physical plain t-shirt produced. So this allows us to be not only creative but ecologically conscious about how we're consuming fashion and how we're affecting this for the next generations. I mean, we can see now through social media and trends, and now even micro trends, going at an impossible speed, which will be very difficult for the fashion industry to keep up with. So with digital possibilities, we're able to present something better for the future and hopeful, where it doesn't cost us any material cost.
So looking at our digital presentation here from Fashion Week, we were actually the first in the world to present a digital ready-to-wear collection at an international fashion week at the time, which was quite an exciting moment for us and obviously the entire industry. I suppose one of the hopes and dreams that we had with this presentation is actually showcasing to a wider audience that, you know, this next step is here now, and that it's, you know, it's readily being accepted by, I suppose, you know, the players at the top. So yeah.
I mean, more so now we're looking at technology also going beyond the screen, with technology also upgrading in terms of wearables. I mean, I'm sure everybody's hearing about AR glasses in the industry at the moment, which presents a possibility of how fashion will be evolving alongside the technology of wearables. So we're always thinking about how we can elevate this, how can technology be more emotive and represent more people, not only from the perspective of what's trendy at the moment, but enable us to feel better and also included in these conversations.
Yeah, I think one of the important factors for us was also, you know, coming from our backgrounds, is that sometimes we didn't feel or have the access to fashion only through the internet. And so shifting this possibility whilst also using the internet is a really important topic for us, and also an educational point for our generation as well as other brands.
I mean, here on the screen, you can actually see one of our AR pieces through Instagram, which also grows in real time as you move. So it is triggered by the movement through the camera phone. It was an interesting play for us to develop physical creations into the digital realm and vice versa, moving fluidly. Just like our brand, also considering the fluid identities and gender possibilities as we develop further into avatar creations. So it is a very exciting time for both designers, but also consumers and users. I think we're all collectively really trying to build a future together.
Yeah. And so I suppose kind of reflecting on the symbol of our name as well. This was something that was really important for us to build into the brand. This, the AUROBOROS, you know, the symbol of the snake biting its own tail, also as a continuous cycle of renewal and reinvention, and showing the fluidity even within one collection and the possibilities in the range. As I suppose an opening statement was really important for us, and of course just showing. With the first collection of how much we can do and change already the narrative from what fashion was, I suppose, even before the pandemic.
Well, as we're all now almost at a precipice of a new world and everybody's talking about the metaverse, and it's a very important factor as it's becoming such a global part of our everyday. I think in the metaverse now we can see where you want to be represented and how and what are your comforts. So as a lot of people are exploring digital fashion, or avatars will now be able to explore style and concepts of digital luxury within that space, since we already seen the art industry and music industry evolve so well into the digital space. So we are very much excited to see how fashion will be evolving and how we'll be building a better digital culture, infusing all of these facets of culture.
And I suppose fashion's always been the first understanding of each other's identity, you know, balancing everything between needs and desires. So fashion is also, in a sense, going to be the Trojan horse for luxury and getting people into the metaverse. It's the new form of flexing as well. So the trends that are going to come out of this movement are going to be truly astounding. So to actually talk about some of the assets that are on screen as well, one of the, I suppose, design challenges for us was reflecting the crystallization growth in a digital world. You know, how could we elevate this in order to bring a different sense of luxury from the physical? So the crystals here obviously took a life of their own in the digital, and were allowed to, you know, I suppose, grow outside of any controlled shape or form on the body and move around the garment. And so we worked together with a really fantastic VFX artist, as well as sculptors and scientists, to create all of the innovation within the digital collection as well, the colors, the lights, and everything as well.
As important as to focus on technology, I think artistry and craft are the way how we are able to humanize this and actually bring in more people through the medium of fashion. As we are one of the brands to facilitate this, we're excited to be growing and seeing also how the customer evolves as well, and how they're going to be utilizing these assets, whether it's an investment of keeping these incredible pieces, or actually using them potentially in game or in their immediate surrounding with AR technologies. So really, it is a new digital dawn for everybody, and we're excited to lead the way and present you what fashion can look like.
So here you can see on screen the making of the AR filter of the Venus trap. So we chose this garment specifically because I suppose of its gender fluidity. You know, it's really able to actually move to any shape or form on the body. And it's, you know, looking at, for example, obviously the Venus flytrap plant, but also, I suppose, surrounding mythology and social understandings of women, and how they're classically portrayed, and how femininity as well as masculinity are kind of balanced out. And so looking at how digital can, I suppose, subvert this. So when you try on the AR filter, it moves around you and also opens up and closes. So it's quite, I suppose, an imaginative but also a responsive piece, which was exciting for us. So when we released it, we obviously saw everyone interacting with it in different ways. And one of the wonderful things that we saw is groups of people engaging with this filter. So not just one person standing in front of it, but really a whole group of friends or families trying this on and having so much, you know, experiencing so much joy with this.
And especially now that we're already so used to the culture of, you know, videos and music videos and even TikTok content, I think digital fashion allows people to embody this even further and explore themselves and really feel comfortable. When we first released our digital clothing as in a format of images and videos, people have taken their own time to create their identities, to create their vision, and essentially they would receive the same amount of love and attention back with digital assets manipulated onto them precisely. So it is a unique experience. Like Paula mentioned, it is taking couture to another level. Even though it is much faster, we're still able to give you that exclusivity and attention to detail. So it keeps the integrity by working this way and creating even more possibilities of how exclusivity and digital luxury is evolving in fashion.
Yeah, no, it was definitely really important for us to elevate both the message around the collection as well as the garments themselves. And also, I suppose, even inspiring ourselves to continue pushing of what's possible. So during the creation of this London Fashion Week film, it was obviously, I suppose, another design challenge for us to see how we could reflect and showcase how we saw the future, which is this very fluid and limitless interaction between the physical and the digital. So it's not just presenting garments, as you can see here on screen, but also environments. So really taking a 360 approach to creating a brand and creating future identity.
So we hope you also see the possibilities and how imaginative and expansive they can be in terms of shaping the 21st century in digital fashion, as we're moving away from material product to the virtual and becoming more fluid between the two states.
Yeah, it's really, I suppose, about moving away from the binary to a fluidity, which actually creates much more sustainability to the core. And we're very excited about that because, of course, as our generation, it's very, very important for us to shape a positive view of the future so that we actually have a future. So it's not only about hopes and dreams, but also about what we need and what we desire as a generation for our future to look like. And so I suppose as designers, we really hope to give back, but also collectively inspire others to become part of that. It's not just about, in the metaverse, it's not about just one brand or one platform, but it's about collectiveness and creating a consciousness through this that's also reflecting the real life circumstances that are going on around us, being conscious of the ecological, I suppose, systems and impact that we've been creating. So
yeah, as designers and essentially creators right now with the metaverse, we're all able to have autonomy and able to add towards the collective future. I think it's a very special time at this moment, so do feel encouraged. Everybody has a chance to rebuild themselves or add towards the future right now, no matter of your background or age. So it is a great time to get on board and find out how you see the future and how you want to interact with it, whether it's from design point of view or as a customer, having that ownership right now, especially with NFTs. It's completely changing the structure of fashion as we've known.
Yeah. And as previously mentioned, of course, as well, we're very excited to actually hear from people and work together with people. So, yeah.
Well, we hope we've triggered your curiosity for this because obviously technology has been adapting digital fashion bit by bit. And if you think about large corporations, the utility of softwares have already made so much progress ecologically. But now when we're completely free from these physical constraints and we can design for the future without production chains or any middle processes, and we're able to get behind into making the future, we're able to envision it in a much better, more exciting way, and maybe even push the technology to completely innovate further, not only for sustainability, but for our global environment.
Yeah, and craftsmanship as well is really important to us. So I suppose our next stage is a very exciting, moving from biomimicry to a new theme, and building out more and more on the craftsmanship, both on the digital and of course the physical side, because something that we're really excited by is Web3, moving away from just the screens and into the environment, which people are now referring to as ambient technologies. From smart homes, AR glasses, to really having a fluidity where these digital assets can live as well. So from the biomimicry collection, such as this necklace, soon you'll be able to actually see it on us as we're speaking to each other through AR glasses or holograms as well. It's really an amazing technological step that's happening at the moment, and we're very grateful to be part of it and also shaping it.
I mean, digital craftsmanship in our case, and thank you, Alessa, for pointing out on the visuals, it does really take a multi-layered approach in creating these assets, and by building such an amazing collective of creators from all kinds of industries, from science to more hands-on sculptors, every person was able to add a little bit of intelligence and their narrative within these assets and interpretations. And I think that's what really resonates with people, when there is emotion and story behind these assets. And I think more and more we should be developing on that. And as a brand, we really take this 360 approach and referring a lot to these large cultural elements that made such an impact on our work, especially with films, because everything there is considered, from the way you build out environment, the characters, the clothes they wear, the narrative, and true fashion storytelling is triggered through that. And we've embodied this, I think, really well within our first collection, but more so now translating the current, societal changes. We're going to be including this more into our second collection, and there's going to be definitely much more to see from how digital craftsmanship evolves, at least for us and in this space.
Yeah. I mean, really, as pioneers of the space as well, it's about as much listening to our own understandings of the future and hopes of them, as well as it is others. So we're really excited to be building out our community as well, working together with our community on future projects, yeah.
I mean, through the communities we can see so much changes now, and the co-creation element that is so important. I mean, we've so far explored a lot, like personalization in terms of fashion at a larger scale, but co-creation now is becoming so interesting in terms of making these assets your own. The more and more as we're developing our items and collective, also with NFTs, I think this is an incredible opportunity for everyone to consider their ownership of assets and how they see digital fashion be personalized to them in a special and unique way.
Yeah, and so I suppose, through these endless hours of experimentation and learning that we had during the process of creating biomimicry, it's really wonderful that we were able to create a pipeline that's so unique to us. I suppose that's as unique as the physical pieces as well. So I suppose this establishes this luxury as an entirely free new form, also from the constraints of the material world.
So as our physical couture we mentioned grows to the wearer each time, and now that the digital is also very much personalized, we've been able to really bridge the gap between the two in terms of fluid movement of the physical world back to the digital, and more so I think what is now exciting is to really bringing it into the state of mixed reality and how we'll be able to share digital fashion. So we're all part of the conversation, whether I'm wearing an AR filter and it's seen to somebody or to everybody. I mean, the more people are involved within this conversation, the more exciting it will be for everyone to take part and see how this is evolving. Yeah. Actually, here you can see in the digital film that we've made, we've also referenced how we think the beauty aspect will be evolving in the sphere of the digital realm. I mean, AR filters have done such an incredible change to the beauty industry, the way they have upgraded our looks, but also thinking away from the physical reality and the speed that it's moving at. But also thinking about how we're going to be taking our photo shoots and the digital wardrobes. So more and more, this is going to be a global impact on everyday's life. So fashion is incredibly important in terms of its evolution.
Thank you, AUROBOROS, Paula and Alissa, for such a great presentation. I am already so inspired by the collection you have made. For example, I'm having a science project with my kid. We are growing crystals in a glass jar, and I just would love to have a dress that is interactive, it's growing. It's very, very fascinating. Could you tell our audience, how did you originally get started with, yes, digital fashion is the way, I want to go, I want to take that direction?
Well, we had a little bit of two different practices mixed together. So I came from more of a digital fashion communication angle, and Paula came from more an avant-garde physical design. So for us to put two of our practices together and immediately start merging our skill sets and viewpoints, so fashion was the first spark, essentially, to creating new kinds of fashion.
And it's kind of, as we were describing as well, really a process of experimentation and learning, because this field is still so new, and as much as the physical is completely unique to its own, we wanted to create something in the digital that reflected that through, as mentioned, this pipeline and working together with others, because we saw that it's not just about us as creative directors, but really about a group of creators, putting things together, creating and shifting the narrative together, weaving this together into one. So it's so much more than one straight answer. Oh, sorry, I don't think we can hear you.
Yeah, the sound is off, unfortunately. Can't hear you.
They say. Okay.
Oh, there we go.
Okay.
We can hear you.
One more quick question. What I have, if I want to buy AUROBOROS design, where can I buy it?
Well, you can head over to our social media pages or our web, and you can explore different options of dressing yourself, whether that's completing a full look and made out of different pieces of garments, or even trying on the AR filters that we mentioned on our social media. So definitely head over and try it on.
Yes, so our audience, please follow AUROBOROS. Unfortunately, we are running out of time, but I have to thank you at this point and welcome our next speaker. So, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Bye. Our next speaker is very well known in the XR industry, augmented and virtual reality industry. He's Alan Smithson. He's the co-founder of a company called Metaverse. Metaverse is also the name of the code optional platform that makes it easy to create and share interactive 3D experience instantly on the web. Mr. Smithson is also going to talk today about building the Metaverse by using that powerful web-based 3D game engine, Metaverse. Did I say enough time? Metaverse. Please welcome Alan Smithson. So great to have you here.
we wanted to create an event that combines art, fashion and technology into one. So we arranged a catwalk, a fashion show of exquisite couture evening gowns in our innovation hub, and we hosted a virtual reality exhibition of fashion illustration. Having worked in few projects relating to virtual reality, I'm super enthusiastic and excited about it. So I wanted to learn how to paint in virtual reality so I can do my fashion illustrations in it. It proved to be one of the most inspiring and interesting, fun things to do that I've tried recently. It's like creating sculptures in the air with your movements. This is about creating an immersive experience for couture fashion. Couture fashion is something very distant from the ordinary everyday life, and we don't often get to see beautiful gowns like this. But virtual reality technology can bring immersive and special magical experiences like this to wider audiences to enjoy.
Kun lähdin kokoamaan pukuja tähän collectioniin, niin halusin luoda sellaisia asuja, jotka sopivat tietynlaisen atmosfäärin sisälle, mutta jotka kuitenkin tuovat erilaisia elementtejä kokonaisuuteen. Punaisena lankana tässä on ollut tietysti luxury, mutta myös vahva naisellisuus yhdistettynä herkkyyteen, joka taas näkyy materiaalien valinnassa. Täällä on ollut paljon tylliä, upeita pitsejä, helmikirjailuja, silkkiä ja toisaalta värimaailmassa, joka on melkoisen hempeä ja herkkä. Mutta kuitenkin täytyy sanoa, että nämä ovat vahvan naisen pukuja, joissa näkyy ripaus menneen maailman glamuuria. Pukusuunnittelun pohjana on inspiraatio, joka voi lähteä mistä hyvänsä. Se voi tulla taiteesta, luonnosta, tai se voi olla joku tietty mielentila, tai tietenkin asiakas itse. Ja usein prosessi lähtee joko idean kautta, milloin siihen lähdetään etsimään täydellistä kangasta, tai sitten sitä kautta, että on olemassa materiaali, joka lähtee viemään inspiraatiota tiettyyn suuntaan. Tänä massamuodin aikana couture-muoti tarjoaa jotain täysin toisenlaista. Jotain sellaista, jonka keskiössä on aidosti laadukkuus ja yksilöllisyys, eikä niin, että ne ovat vain sanoja, joita on helppo heitellä ilmaan. Kaiken pohjana on siis parhaat materiaalit ja se, että lähdetään löytämään asiakkaan persoona ja hänen toiveensa pukuun ja myöskin, että puku istuu täydellisesti. Itselleni suunnittelijana on aina ensiarvoisen tärkeää, että puku on mahdollisimman monikäyttöinen, mikä myös tukee kestävän kehityksen ajatusta. Tämä saadaan aikaan sillä, että lähes kaikki pukuni ovat tehty irrallisista osista, joita asiakas voi sitten jatkossa hyödyntää monenmoisina kombinaatioina. Couture-puvut ovatkin aarteita, joita ei todellakaan heitetä pois missään vaiheessa, vaan ne palvelevat pitkään aikaa sekä upean kestävän designinsa, mutta myös loistavan työnjäljen vuoksi. Tämä yhteistyöprojekti sekä Olesjan että Accenturen kanssa on ollut itsellenikin todella inspiroiva kokemus. Ei ainoastaan, koska se on ollut tämmöinen poikkitaiteellinen, mutta myös koska teknologia on tuonut siihen oman osansa. Ja on aina inspiroivaa olla tekemisissä oman alansa huippujen kanssa.
This project is innovation in its true form, created by a cross-functional team of experts. Exactly what the Liquid Studio concept is about.
And we are back at the studio. Sorry to keep you waiting. We had some technical issues, but we are back live. And now let me introduce you Alan Smithson. So Alan, please take it away. Maybe a little bit short.
No problem at all. Thank you so much for having me. Hello, everybody. I am very thrilled and excited to be here with all of you from around the world to talk about the future of fashion and the metaverse. My name is Alan Smithson, and I'm one of the co-founders here at Metaverse. I know it seems like crazy to call your company that, but anyway, we're building the fashion metaverse using Metaverse, spelled METAVRSE today, and I'm really thrilled to be presenting today, not just on concepts and ideas, but I'm actually going to show you how to build on the Metaverse platform using our own technology on the web. So I'm very excited. Here we go. In the past 60 days, the word Metaverse has been cited in over 25,000 articles and counting. This means that everybody in the world is now talking about the metaverse. They're talking about XR, virtual, augmented, and mixed reality. They're talking about 3D clothing. They're talking about the sustainable future that we all want. And so now that it's on the tip of everybody's tongue, it's time to actually get down to business and see what is it going to take to make the metaverse, to make this technology, to make these experiences that we hold so dear. So let's start with, what is the metaverse? The metaverse is a virtual world where large numbers of people can gather to play, work, or socialize. But why now? The global fashion metaverse industry or market is expected to grow to $50 billion by 2030, according to Morgan Stanley. This is a massive market that we're only starting to scratch the surface of. Our mission here at Metaverse is Metaverse for everyone. We want to make sure that you and everyone you know can build and contribute to this amazing economy, this amazing new internet together. So I'm going to actually show you some examples here of some different fashion experiences that we've made, but also I'm going to show you how we built them. So that's going to be really exciting, and we'll do that really quickly. Our vision is to be the #1 metaverse creation platform on Earth, and we're doing it through a number of different features that our system has built in. And as you can see here, we've built a couple of really great experiences, and they look great in photos, but I'm actually going to walk you through those and show them. And at the end, I'm going to put a QR code, and you can scan the QR code and try it on any of your devices together. So the Metaverse Creation Platform is real-time interactive 3D, code optional, meaning you don't have to know how to code, it's all drag and drop, but if you do know how to code, it's JavaScript enabled. It's completely web-based, and there's no apps or anything to download, it's all in your browser. And when you hit publish, it works on 7 billion compatible devices instantly. Here's a couple of the features: proprietary, one-click publishing, infinite scale, no app store permissions or commissions. It's secure, you can build it on our public cloud, our private cloud, or on your own premises. It's code optional, you can collect as much data as you want, and you can use that to serve your clients better. And of course, we offer multiple asset support across different assets that you might have. Maybe you have 3D dresses, maybe you have 2D images, videos. So all of those can be just dropped in, and I'll show you how to do that in just a second. Before I get started with the demos, I just wanted to bring your attention to an article I wrote called A Brand Guide to the Metaverse. There's 2 parts to it. Part 1 is benefits and examples, and part 2 is how to get started. So you can find that, just simply go on Medium, A Brand Guide to the Metaverse. If you search that, you'll find it, and just search it with my name, Alan Smithson. So before I get started, I just want to make a big announcement here at Exthereal. Thank you so much for giving me this platform to make this announcement. In 2022, we are going to be introducing the Mall of the Metaverse. And we're going to be starting with 24 spots available to any brands that are interested. And this mall will be a centralized hub for commerce, for entertainment, and for socialization. And it will be really, really cool. We're working on it now. We've been working on it for quite some time. And I can tell you that we're saving spots right now if you're interested for the Mall of the Metaverse in 2022. So let's get started with this live demo here, because talking about it is not as good as actually experiencing it. So what I'm going to show you here, all right, is our virtual showroom. So if you look here, we've got a completely volumetric virtual showroom. You can walk around, you can move around, you can actually start to play videos. And what we're going to do with this is we're actually going to take this experience and we're going to make it for Exthereal, and then we're going to make it available. So what you're going to see here is the ability to real time go in, and we'll change the color of things. We can add videos into things. So you'll really start to see this experience that I'm showing right now in a more Exthereal way. Okay, so take a look at this experience that I'm doing here. You can zoom around products, you can see them from all angles. But what we're going to do is we're going to go in and show you how easy it is to change this. But before we do that, I want to show you one more fashion metaverse that we've built here. This one allows you to walk around, see different experiences. And so if you're on a mobile device, you can use the thumbstick joysticks, or if you're on a computer, you can use WASD to walk around, and you can look around as well. So I'm going to go over here. Let's go to Chanel and see what we've got here. All right. It allows you to put videos, 3D objects. You can actually bring in fashion shows. You could bring in volumetric captures. But of course, you can buy it right from the scene here, which is really exciting. So if I want to see the Rolex, and if you look carefully here, I am actually going to stop it right here. I mean, you can really start to see the realism in these products. And so that's the whole idea with fashion, is you really need to make it look like what you're going to expect. And so we're very, very excited about this virtual fashion showroom here. And you can start to see the different products that are located in this. This was one of our demos that we built to try to get the understanding of what would it take to build a virtual mall, a virtual store. And we're really, really excited about this. And there we go, there's a Gucci bag. Awesome. Okay, so I'm going to close that and go back to our virtual showroom here. And you can see that I've got all these different products in here. And what we're going to do is we're going to open it in the editor now. I'm just going to close that, and notice here that I'm actually in the editor. So now I can zoom way out, and you'll notice that I'm actually in a 3D world with a 3D object in the middle. But if I zoom right in, I'm actually inside of it with more 3D objects and videos in here. So what we're going to do is we're going to edit this together, and we're going to start by, I don't know, we'll change the roof because Exthereal is very dark, and we'll put it down to dark here, and maybe we'll add a little bit of roughness in there to give it a little bit of shine. Okay, great. Now, because Exthereal has, you know, some purple in it, let's go and let's just do this. Oops. Let's just grab it here, and I got an idea. Perfect. We're going to decorate it. We're going to grab these lights up here, and we're going to make them, I don't know, what do we say, purple, I guess, right? Exthereal purple. Perfect. There's a nice purple color. Grab the pillars here. We'll make those dark. We're going to make it really, really beautiful here. And then we're going to grab this. And so I'm doing this all real time. I'm making the background all different color here. And this is doable from any device, any computer. And let's change the colors in here. Let's make that match that purple again. Yeah, maybe a darker purple. So maybe somewhere around there. Yeah, there we go. And we can actually copy that, and then we can bring it over to other elements. There we go. All right, there we go. And then now we're going to make these, maybe we'll make them black and shiny. Let's see if that works. Oh yeah, look at that. So now what I've done is I've changed the whole look and feel of this room from gray to black. And now what we want to do is we maybe want to change the images around the room. So I'm going to start by grabbing this image here. I've already imported a number of objects here, and all you do is just take the objects, take the images, and swap them out. Obviously that one doesn't fit because it's square, but here we go. There we go. I've got some shoes, and let's put some fashion in there. And you'll notice what I'm doing is I'm just real-time replacing images in the scene to give it a more, yeah, there we go. To give it a better look for what we're trying to do right now. There's the Fortnite Balenciaga, All right, this is starting to look good now. Great. Let's put a shoe there, shall we? Yeah, there we go. Okay, so maybe we'll put some fashion there. Yeah, it's starting to look good now. We'll decorate the other side here. Oh wow, this is gonna be good NFT art. Let's try this one here. I might turn that down a bit. Okay, so it's starting to get good now, and I'm really excited with the way it's looking. And what you're gonna see here is I can actually go in here and I can start to replace videos as well. So I can go into my video components, and I'm gonna say this one is this one here, and I'm going to replace the video by simply taking the video we dropped in earlier and replacing it there. There we go. Cool. So now when I click this video, it's going to play that video, hopefully. Let's go preview. So I'm doing this all real time. I know it's a little bit of a risk to do a real-time presentation like this, but let's see if it works. I'm in my preview mode here. And now, oh, you can see that all the changes that I made have been done, and I want to just see if the video plays. No, it doesn't, so we have to take that, take this. Okay, so let's do this. We're going to take a hero shot here. Right, save, and now when I load, this is what the screen is going to pop up like, okay? So now we have to go in here. When I click on here, I need to go in the code and video component, and what we're going to do is we're going to play this one instead. Perfect. Okay, so let's delete that, and we're just going to add space video, play, and so now when I click that button, this space video will play. So I'm going to swap out a couple more of these texture files just to show you that that we can do this all real time. I'm going to swap out, let's say, we'll put, oops. I'm going to go back into its texture files, go here, great Vans, oh, that's awesome. Let's see, okay, so now we're happy. I've got all my images replaced here, and maybe I want to go down here and replace some of these images here. Let's do it all up, shall we? Let's make it, oops, not there. Let's make it super fun and exciting. I'm doing this all real time. And here we go. If I had all different images, I would be able to just replace all the images in here because it's super, super simple. Drag and drop, and let's just, there we go. I'll add one more thing in here, we'll add another shoe. And since we're happy with this, okay, I'm really happy the way it looks. Okay, great. Now, when you're ready to publish and you've got it all looking the way you want, you hit publish, publish, and now you should be able to try it from your phone here. Let's just open it and double check that it works here. But as you can see, when you start with a template, you can really create something magical very, very quickly. And so this is what we're trying to do, is make it easy for you as a creator, as a fashion designer, as a brand to build these metaverse experiences, get them out to your public and your fans, and do it all in a few seconds. So let's just see here. Okay, now if I fly over to the shoe, I can still do all the things. Okay, great. And now you'll notice that the pictures, the images are all changed, the colors changed, and I'm ready to go. I can still change all the colors of the objects in the scene. All the functionality is there. Amazing. So you even have the ability to proceed to checkout within the 3D world, which is really super exciting. And so that is really a very, very quick and high level look at how you can build an experience in the metaverse really quickly. I don't know why the guitar sound is playing. I must have hit it here. Okay, so there's a bug. So this is great. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go back and fix that bug. So I know what was playing. So I'll go in here, and what I know what happened. Whoops, sorry. So what happened here was when I clicked this button, it actually turned on. Oops, it turned on. Video component. Here we go. It turned on the guitar music. See, it says play. So all I have to do is hit stop, and now it's not going to play the guitar music. It's just going to play the video. So now I made my change. I hit publish again. And if you have your phone ready with you, here, I'll just make this bigger. And you can scan the QR code now. I'll drop the link for this into the chat as well. And there you go. There's how to build an experience in the Metaverse on the Metaverse engine. And if you're interested in signing up for the Metaverse engine, it is metaverse.com/get started. And there's a get started guide there. You can get started right away. There's introduction videos, step-by-step instructions on how you can get into the engine, how you can start building and doing it right away. And there's a free level there. You can get in there. You can build up to 5 projects, all for free. And I want to say thank you, huge thank you to the Exthereal team for inviting me to be part of this. I was trying to keep this as quickly as possible, but there you go. There is the Metaverse engine, building in the Metaverse engine for fashion. And I want to say thank you to everybody. And I'm really, really looking forward to building the future of this incredible technology and the Metaverse with you guys together. So thank you so, so much for this amazing opportunity to share what we've been building for quite some time now. Thank you again, everyone.
Alan, thank you so much for joining us. This is really impressive. First of all, thanks for a demo, because we don't have very many kind of live building demos, but then actually kind of to answer the question why we don't have that many live building demos, because there's not many things like this being done in real time. So this is absolutely mind-blowing. We had earlier in the morning, you probably didn't see, we had a discussion about AR filters. And then there was one point that came up that, for example, Spark AR or Facebook is going to release, I don't remember exactly, I think it's called Project Polar, like a tool that people can build their filters themselves. You don't have to kind of invest that much time and effort to learn how to do it. This is kind of like a similar thinking that this is going to be so much more easier. This is absolutely amazing.
Thank you so much. It is literally our hope and our wish that everybody can participate in this this experience of building the future. Because if we just really focus on only coders and programmers and 3D artists, we're blocking out the ability for the rest of the world to be creative. And companies like Snapchat and even Instagram have built tools to make it easy to build face filters, to do these things, to build world filters. And so building these things is getting easier and easier, and we just want to build a tool that makes it easy for everyone. So
tell us again, you mentioned about the launch of the mall in 2022. Where do people go to find more information about that?
Sure, you can email me directly. It's Alan, ALAN, at Metaverse, METAVRSE.com. So Alan@metaverse.com. Email me directly if you're interested in a spot. There's only 24 in phase 1 of the mall, but you're going to want to get in the first few stores, because the entrance to the mall, and there's only one entrance, you end up landing right in front of the first few stores. So the first few of our partners will have the most exposure, because everybody will land in the mall there and then expand from there. There's multi-floors. It's really, really going to be cool. Yeah, okay. Very excited. There's even going to be a food court, and I can't explain any more to that, but it's a real food court. You can order food and it will be coming to you. So
not digital food, real food, not digital food, right?
Real food ordered from a digital food court. Yes, I know it's.
Okay. Hey, reminder also to you, Alan, join us tomorrow when we kick off the virtual showroom on Allspace VR. Because we're having part of that as part of the conference. So we're going to have some really nice digital 3D or meta fashion. And also a reminder to all of the audience, hey, find Alan online, find his blog posts in Medium. They are so informative. It's kind of, he already put all of this much effort for everybody and prepared the material. So you just enjoy the really wise words that have been collected on the blog posts. Thank you so much, Alan. Have a nice day.
My sincere pleasure. Thank you for the opportunity to share this with everybody. Thank you, guys.
Talk to you later. Bye. Bye. And then when we have an agenda, Krista, what do we have next on agenda? Next, it's 16 o'clock and we have Matthew Drinkwater. We are so excited to introduce our next speaker. He's the head of Fashion Innovation Agency, London College of Fashion. He's a very prominent speaker and visionary. He has been, for example, named Fashion Tech Trailblazer, changing the course of retail by Drapers, a digital world's influencer by Stylus for 2020, and a pioneer and visionary name by Wired. And he's going to be talking in his slot about real-time digital fashion, the technologies leading us to an interactive and immersive future. So without any further ado, Matthew, the floor is yours.
Hi guys, thank you so much for having me. I'm so sad I can't be with you in person, but let's fix that for next year, right? Hi everyone. My name is Matthew. I'm the head of the innovation agency at London College of Fashion. And I have this amazing remit at the college to explore any emerging technology and its impact on the fashion and retail sector. And, you know, we started our journey back in 2013. And really what we try to do is build proof of concept with technology to demonstrate to the fashion industry what's possible. And we kind of split that into three main buckets. It's how we can use the technology to change the way that designers are making their collection. So that could be anything from smart material to smart processes, change the way they show their collections. So, you know, we love to invade fashion weeks and show particularly the use cases around immersive technologies. And then ultimately how we can use technology to change the way that we retail collections. So it's kind of looking at a very traditional designer business model. And hopefully what we can do is accelerate the pace of change within the industry. And, you know, we've been on this journey for a number of years now. And what I wanted to do today was kind of take you through the steps that we've been making to effectively build a fashion metaverse. And, you know, one of the first steps that we took was really back in 2013, 2014, looking at how we create digital only products. And, you know, we started with really virtual try-on was our first attempt to begin to look at this. And this was one of our really early tests with a lovely designer called Emma Shipley, where we made a virtual scarf and partnered with a physical location, so Westfield Shopping Centre here in London, and allowed for consumers to virtually try product on before designers like Emma could have the need to physically make it. And we were wondering what the use cases might be and how that might change their production cycle, how that could affect supply chain, but also how consumers might engage with it as well. So it was a really interesting early test for us. And, you know, we kind of followed that up a little bit later with starting to get more ambitious with the creation of digital products. And this really amazing project back a few years ago with the Fabricant and Sadie Clayton was how we could use digital products for archiving purposes. And, you know, Sadie had sadly a collection stolen and only had kind of her patterns remaining. And so we scanned them at the college, and the team at the Fabricant recreated the garment for her. And it was, you know, one of those early use cases of where fashion could begin to perceive a more luxury lifestyle use case within virtual environments. But I think one of the things that as we were going through those projects, we realized that actually creating in digital at that stage was something that not many brands or retailers or designers were actually doing. And we had to show another way of how they could create digital assets, perhaps from what they had already made physically. And, you know, one of the benefits of being at the college is that we are surrounded by amazing facilities. So I have a 66 camera photogrammetry rig, soon to be 100 camera, which is really exciting. When we get to that stage, we're kind of almost at film production level. But it allows for us to create really photorealistic digital doubles of physical product. And I think that is a way for retailers to begin to take their first steps into 3D and imagining how that could be used. And, you know, we've done that not just for physical product, but also for people too. So here is a research project that we did with Reactive Reality, who are an Austrian-based company, where we were able to scan garments and people separately, so that you could begin to create more realistic virtual try-on. And I think, you know, those very practical applications of where we can use 3D content within a digital world is where the industry inevitably will start making its first moves. But I think it's that creation of assets that allows for much more interesting, exciting ways of expressing ourselves. And so, you know, when we had those assets, the first thing that we did was build them into an AR experience for our Magic Leap headset. So here we are back in the good old days when we used to work in an office. And this is the screen view from my perspective. So this is my wobbly head going all over the place. So forgive me for the motion sickness that everyone will be suffering right now. But I think it allows for, look at the detail that we had in the garments. You know, this is from a 3D scan. That is, you know, some time ago now. But also I think the pandemic was one of those experiences that really challenged us on how we create digital experiences when we were working remotely. And so this is a really fun example of how we started to look at machine learning as a tool to help us use old footage. So this is from London College of Fashion's MA show a few years ago. And we had this archive footage and started to use an algorithm called OpenPose so that we could extract skeletal data from the video itself, and then we could export that skeletal data and use it within a new 3D world that we were building. So we had all of the model's movement. We were able to create garments in Clo3D and then apply a rig to that from the OpenPose data that we'd extracted and create an entirely new digital catwalk from archival footage. And it was a really exciting experiment, particularly in the depths of lockdown last year, of how we could use these new techniques. And effectively, they're starting to allow us to build much more immersive experiences. And, you know, when we were able to get to London Fashion Week, one of our, you know, most well-seen projects is this collaboration with ILM Lab, which is the immersive entertainment division at Lucasfilm. We spent a couple of years prepping for this project, so it launched in February of 2018. But this really is kind of that vision of the metaverse that we had way back in 2016 of overlaying real-time rendered visual effects onto a physical environment. We talked a lot with the designer that we worked with. So this is Stephen Ty's presentation. And Stephen's inspiration for this show was the city of Macau, where he was born. And, you know, typically when you go to Fashion Week, you'll be given show notes, which will talk you through what the designer's inspiration is. And, you know, what we didn't want to do was that traditional format. We wanted to literally take you to the city of Macau. And so, you know, the world was changing around you. The longer you stayed at the environment, the more that you saw. You might be able to see in the bottom right-hand corner of the video there, a motion capture performer. That mocap performer was driving a digital model in real time next to physical models, and that interaction between physical world and digital world is something that we knew was exciting, but we didn't really know how big it was likely to become. But I do remember during rehearsals for the presentation, the mocap performer came up to me and said, "Matt, how should I walk in this garment? Because it feels a little bit different to the other one." We had 2 digital garments mocked up for her, and you can kind of see there. And I had to stop her and say, "What do you mean it feels different? You're wearing a very fetching motion capture suit with lovely spots on it." And she said, "No, it just moves differently." And I think all of us who are watching this, we all have a passion for the fashion industry, and we all know that what you wear changes how you feel. But here was a very early example of what you wear digitally being able to change how you feel in the physical world. So I think, you know, we genuinely believe that world, that metaverse where we're able to enhance and augment the world around us, the clothes that we're in, the places that we exist, is going to come to fruition. And we were really, really fortunate to be able to show that at an early stage. But of course, if you build digital worlds, you have to inhabit them with digital humans, right? So there is a place for what we will look like and how we will represent ourselves within digital worlds. And you can go through so many different routes to achieve that. We use deepfake in this instance. So the face that is on those bodies is the face of the wonderful Katie Barron, who's a journalist from Stylus, and writes for Forbes as well. That's not her body in any of those occasions. And I think, you know, the use of deepfake is something the industry sometimes gets a little bit scared of, but here you can see a very rapid iteration of how we were able to capture Katie's face with a quick 30-second mobile scan and apply it to someone else's body, just to give it a representation of what she might look like wearing something else. But of course, you can go even further and begin to create, you know, more and more realistic digital humans. And again, during the height of lockdown, my team worked with Microsoft on a digital human project. So this is my colleague Moin. Hi, Moin. And we created digital doubles of both Moin and Lisa in the team to act as digital stylists, digital human stylists. And, you know, I'll run this short video, but you can see that vision that we had was to begin to offer a role for what digital humans could be doing within a metaverse space. And it effectively is allowing you to try on different garments. And what the digital human does is it's connected to your calendar. So it can kind of make suggestions based on what the weather might be, what meetings you might have in your diary, where you're going, and hopefully kind of suggest a more sustainable way of using your existing wardrobe. And it was really an incredible project to deliver. And again, all of this was done through scanning through a mobile device. None of this was done with our high-end photogrammetry rig because we couldn't get into the building. It was one of those that we had to do remotely. So again, I think you can see the level of quality that we were able to achieve from increasingly smaller, more capable devices. And, you know, no surprise to us that literally we spend all that time developing digital humans that Epic Games come out with the quite extraordinary digital humans themselves, and they're meta-humans. Again, the pace of change in the industry is quite breathtaking. How we perceive ourselves, how we express ourselves is changing really, really quickly. And I think there is much more to be done around that physical into digital, and the way in which we experience fashion is going to change. Early tests that we've done on streaming in real time gives an indication of the different ways that you might experience a show. So this was the London College of Fashion MA show from 2019, where we were able to live stream over a 4G network to devices globally. So this phone is in Seattle, and there was another one outside of the venue in London. All of this happening in real time, all over a 4G network. And again, we are such early stages of where 5G might take us, but these are things that will provide enormous assets to the fashion industry and provide a real practical use case of the technology. So here for JW Anderson, all of this during lockdown was extremely useful. Jump on to the next one. What's happened to my slides? Go back. Oh. Sorry, guys. Quick reboot. No dramas. In the meantime, we can enjoy this beautiful scenery. All right, I think we might be back. Let's see. That's still not moving for me. Can we jump on to the next slide? Still not working. Sorry, everyone. Okay. So I think we were at slide 22. Okay. All right. There we go. We're back. Sorry, everyone. So yeah, I think that ability for the fashion industry to use technologies to create more immersive experiences will be heightened through kind of the use of volumetric capture. So at the college, we were able to jump in and switch our photogrammetry rig from still capture to video capture. And we tested how we could use volumetric, which ordinarily is super expensive. So it was an interesting test for us to see how we could push ourselves to capture and what we might be able to capture. And whilst there are still a few flaws in what we were able to do, I think that ability for us to place real people within digital environments is something that actually felt quite good. And having tested it, we thought we could build something that would allow you perhaps to experience it in a very different way. And we wanted to look at how you could use that volumetric data and begin to alter it yourself. So the PoseXR project allowed for you to bring in the volumetric data and then change everything in the scene around you. So you could place Jade, that was Jade from our team, into a Unity instance, change the lighting, change the props, change the setting, change the camera angle, and then capture that. So effectively you were art directing your own fashion shoot, which was a really, really fun experience. And, you know, of course, if you can begin to do that and place consumers into more immersive experiences, then I think inevitably there will be a push from traditional e-com into something which is far from 2D, but that becomes far more 3D. And here is a project from last December with Pangaea and a startup based in California called DynamicXR, where we were able to really begin to see how consumers might explore 3D spaces. And, you know, there'll be an explosion of this in the year ahead. So that use of real time, I think we've already hinted as being important to create more and more realistic, immersive type feel to what you're looking at. And if you're going to create things in real time, then you need cloth and garments to move as they would do in real time. So that's been a big area for us to look at and test over the last year, 18 months or so. And this is a project with a visual effects house, again in California, called Digital Domain. And we're testing how the garment would react in response to a motion capture performance. So you can see Jade here at home driving the digital character, and the garment has already been trained, but an algorithm to respond and react as it should do in real time. So the deformation and the movement should be a little bit more realistic. And, you know, maybe just to wrap things up, I think if you could begin to do that, you allow for not just cloth simulation, but real-time collaborative work. And we tested that this summer, where the team and I were able to shoot a short film within a virtual space when we were all working remotely. So I was in the studio and the rest of the team were in VR across London, and we were able to direct a motion capture performance in real time, changing kind of the lighting around us, changing the scenery, the props, every single element of this we were able to alter and then kind of capture a final image at the end. And you know, here we are doing it on the slightly higher end, but developments like Cloud XR from NVIDIA are making this much more accessible for a wider audience. And you know, if you can begin to imagine the impact this will have on the creative industries and how we perceive and create content is changing really, really rapidly. And we want to be able to put these tools into the arms of a new generation of creatives so that they can come up with their own solutions and own way of working. And so really, kind of with all of these together, you can see that we are right on the edge of what will become a completely new fashion ecosystem, one where for sure fashion does not need to be physical to be real. And you know, I will always finish with a nice team shot. So here's Moin and myself from the team, decked out in our Burberry virtual puffers, which we absolutely adore. Thank you so much for your time, and apologies for all the hiccups in the technical side. Thank you. That's all from me.
So much, Matthew. We are, as said before, we are so happy to have you on the agenda, and this delivered all of the promise that we were expecting. Looks so impressive, real time, and then the studio and the setup you have for your project. And it was really interesting when you talked about the importance of having the garments behave virtually, how the real garments would behave real time. So it's challenging. It's not the first thing you immediately, think about practicalities like this if you're coming like outside of this industry, but it sounds like it's art of its own. Do you know good examples of, for example, utilizing AI for this?
Yeah, so that project that we ran with Digital Domain was machine learning based, and I think it's one of the things that it will be absolutely critical if we're looking at recreating real garments and realistic looking garments within a virtual world. Then kind of your expectation as a consumer is that they would move and behave as they do in the real world. And particularly as we begin to look further out, where everyone has that vision of what the metaverse looks like, and primarily that's driven through an AR glasses kind of viewpoint. So the idea that you are going to render in real time digital garments onto another person, so you're tracking that body in real time, placing the digital garment on there in real time, and expecting it to respond to the movements of that other person as they move in real time, is enormous computational power to enable us to achieve it. And there'll be various ways in which we can kind of begin to look at that, but machine learning, artificial intelligence, cloud compute are going to be critical to enabling that more realistic experience, which I think will enable it to kind of massively be adopted by a much wider audience. And
it's really exciting to hear that it's kind of like it's a marriage of so many emerging technologies. We're not only talking about 3D visualization, we're not talking only about extended reality, but it's going to be a really interesting combination as a backbone to make the metaverse work. So very exciting.
I mean, I think that's such an important point, and particularly when we talk about at the university, it's skill sets required. This is never something that is going to be delivered by one company or one individual. This is going to require interdisciplinary skills across so many different sectors to really give us the kind of depth and excitement that we all want from what the metaverse potentially has to offer for us.
And also, like, building onto that, it's really hard to say also kind of like that I work only in one industry, because so many industries are cross-innovating. You can't say that it's only for retail or fashion, or you can't say there's something for gaming only. It's becoming so interlocked, and I think that's very exciting as well, all of the borders being blurred in a way.
I mean, we really picked this up in the early days because, you know, when I think back to 2014, 2015, when we were beginning to work with the gaming and the film industry, like those guys provided enormous technical understanding and allowed us to begin to experiment with tools which we hadn't used so much. But there wasn't the understanding of the application within the fashion industry, and that still is a gap that is missing. And, you know, we will begin to see kind of a change in where people want to work and how they want to utilize those skills. I think, you know, there was a traditional route for you to go into film and gaming and television. These were areas where all of those skills were applied, but the creative industries is offering so many opportunities now. I think, you know, that nature of kind of who you are, how you work is really going to be very different in the future.
Yeah, I think we're seeing now a trend, especially in the startup world, where startups from different kind of industry, they partner together, like they have understood that now it's a win-win for everyone if they make an intersection from different kind of companies.
Completely, and I think it's one of the things that will hold back kind of traditional fashion retailers, is that I think there is a perception, particularly now with where Web3 is pushing, and you can see how much revenue is being generated and the potential forecast of how big the metaverse could be, is that actually career opportunities may even look more exciting from the startup side than from some of those more established retailers. And I think, you know, that has been the case for a number of years, but it is only being accelerated.
Yeah. But I also think it's really exciting that we don't know yet exactly what types of jobs there may be developed, you know. For example, like looking back, sometimes it's hard to say, what are you going to do when you grow up in the future? The thing is that some of the jobs may not exist at the moment right now. Are we going to have, you know, chief creative directors of Metaverse presence, or is there going to be, I don't know, the guardian of Metaverse at a particular brand, or more technical role regarding the Metaverse? I think that's really exciting.
Oh, for sure. But, you know, also that's always been the case. I think when I was a kid, like my job didn't exist. So those are things that do always change as emerging technologies push our boundaries and what we see. But that is going to be the case, and we're not able to kind of provide that absolute definitive line for those that are the younger generation who are coming through, but we can see a technology roadmap of kind of what we might understand could be coming. And I think that's where you try and guide those skill sets. And, you know, as long as there's knowledge and understanding of what emerging technologies can do and access to them as well, I think is important, then you feel like graduates will be in a better place for the future.
Thank you, Matthew. Once again, sorry for some technical hiccups we had. It's great that you joined. Next time we'll try to do it live in Helsinki, so that would be nice as a conference. But for now, we want to invite you also tomorrow. Remember to check out the virtual showroom that we're launching on Alspace VR and the fashion show. So thank you so much for joining. Have a nice afternoon. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
And I would love to introduce our last keynote speaker before the panel Future on Fashion. Next speaker is Kerry Murphy. He's a real forerunner of digital fashion industry, and I couldn't be more proud to introduce him. Kerry Murphy is a CEO and a founder of the first digital fashion house, Fabricant. Fabricant envisions a future where fashion transcends the physical body and our digital identities permeate daily life to become a new reality. The Fabricant will be a leader into the movement that uploads the human to the next level of existence. So Kerry Murphy's topic will be Are you ready to upload humans to the next level? Please.
Great. Thank you so much for that introduction. I loved it. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon in Helsinki, and good morning from where I'm calling in from. It's Miami. I'm here at the Exthereal Conference, which is all about crypto, digital fashion, and DeFi. I would love to be there in Finland for Slush, but I had to prioritize this. And please excuse my blatant American background of a hotel room. It's not the prettiest, but it will do for now. I'm very proud to be here as a speaker and tell you about the Fabricant. I'm sure some of you know about us and some of you don't. So I'm going to give a little bit of background on the vision and everything that we're doing, everything that we've been doing, and everything that we're going to do in the future. And at some point in this presentation, I will ask you all to wear digital clothing as well, and I will tell you how to do that in a minute. Okay, so to start out with, we are the Fabricant, a digital fashion house. And what we care about is about the digital only fashion industry. We say that we're always digital and never physical. We're true believers that the digital only fashion industry will become much larger than the $3 trillion physical fashion industry for two aspects. One is sustainability. The fashion industry is screaming for change, screaming for much more sustainability. There's a lot of greenwashing involved. We say that the world does not need more physical fashion brands, and it blows my mind that the digital fashion industry is still very niche and very small right now, but it will grow extremely fast in the upcoming years. We also say that we waste nothing but data and exploit nothing but our imagination, meaning that the only wasteful side of the Fabricant is the energy that goes into our computers and the servers where we host all of our data. We have to worry about the amount of data that we're putting into the world and not about the physical materials that are being exploited right now. So sustainability is at the core of everything that we do, and so is scalability, because if you imagine this one digital fashion item can be scaled an infinite amount of times. You don't need to produce more to make more. And the item that we're seeing here, the animation, is from our digital fashion collection from 2018, and it's still relevant. It's still traveling the world. So we're taking seasonality out of fashion. We don't need to make a collection every 6 months just to stay relevant. We can make a collection and keep rotating that in multiple different places around the world for many, many years. We were also the world's first company to sell a digital-only couture piece on the blockchain in May 2019, which sold for 54 ETH. Back then it was worth $9,500. In today's world, 54 ETH is much more than $200,000 at the moment. And that started a whole PR wave for us, which got digital fashion on the roadmap for a lot of fashion brands, plus in front of the eyes of many consumers, where they started questioning how will the digital fashion play a role in my future, in my identity creation. We're a team of about 35 people at the moment, a leadership team of 5. I'm the founder, together with my co-founders, Amber, who's our creative director, the person to be the world's first person to graduate with a digital-only portfolio from a fashion institute back in 2015. It blew my mind that in 2015, no one else had graduated with a digital-only portfolio from a fashion institute. So it was very clear that the digital fashion industry had a lot of opportunity to it around then. And then Adriana, coming from a corporate and retail background, really pushing the business side heavily in front. And Marco, our CTO, really on the front runner on the technical side. He comes from a background from AI, ML. He's worked at Apple and he's worked in multiple different companies. And he's really pushing the technology side from us, which is on Unreal Engine. And we're also building on blockchain, the Flow blockchain itself. And then, of course, our advisory board is from Dapper Labs, who the creators of CryptoKitties, NBA Top Shot, and multiple other things, including the Flow blockchain itself, and multiple other people, and we're all creating the digital-only fashion industry and super passionate about it. Some projects that we've worked on, our background is in actually servicing fashion brands, because as you can imagine, back in 2016, 2017, you could not make only clothing, or it was very, very difficult. So our first business model was servicing fashion brands with a lot of content itself. We did a lot of sampling, we did a lot of content for B2B sales, we did a lot of content for marketing activities such as this Puma project itself, and then we also did interactive store experiences and also online using Unity and Unreal Engine. So we created a lot of content back in the days, and we still do every now and then if it has a true purpose and that it really elevates digital fashion forward, because our main goal is to really create the digital only fashion industry and push digital fashion to the next level of its existence. We work together with Buffalo Shoe. Buffalo Shoe, very known, made known by the Spice Girls back in the 90s, big platform shoes. They were always rebels in the fashion industry itself, and they came us with the question, how can we innovate like we did back in the 90s? So we created a digital only shoe with them, which we then dropped on the blockchain, and it's customizable. So you can create different soles, you can create different materials, you can basically make it uniquely yours. And I'll be talking about the personalization aspect of digital only clothing later on in this presentation, because that's the true future of the digital fashion industry: co-created, decentralized, and collaborative. Star Atlas, one of the big promises from the NFT gaming side, we created digital merch for them, digital merchandise. It's just as NFTs, and people could just buy the items themselves, which they later on can wear in the games. So digital fashion will be massive in the NFT gaming side of things. The challenge with the traditional gaming industry is that they don't typically work with outside vendors, that they will never ever hire a digital fashion company like ours to design a collection for them. If they do that, they never want to have our name to be part in that mix. Traditional gaming companies want to hold all the power, all the control to themselves, and make all the money themselves. Now, with the emergence of NFT games and the crypto space itself, we're all about what we call open ecosystems, where we're collaborating with each other, where a digital fashion house like ours can actually plug our digital only clothing into the gaming environments themselves. And Star Atlas is definitely the front runner. They're also based here in Miami. I'm about to meet them after this call, actually. Sandbox, another one of those metaverse games out there. As you can see, this is what we call a so-called voxel world. It compromises the quality of our digital only clothing. We're really quality focused. We're true believers that for digital fashion to take off, it needs to have a high quality aspect to it. However, not all games come with this aspect of high quality, and that's why we need to make those compromises. But we're always drawing parallels. We're always focusing on the digital high quality execution side of the fashion design itself, but then being able to optimize for multiple different environments. And Sandbox just happens to be a big player when it comes down to this open ecosystem side of things. And they're about to launch their platform or their first experience, I think this week or next week, and they're growing like crazy. Snoop Dogg is part of it and multiple other celebrities, and it's growing all the time. We were also the first digital-only fashion house to make a cover for a Vogue magazine. So the Vogue magazine itself was actually a QR code. So you would need to look at the magazine with your phone, scan the QR code, and then you would get to this cover, which we made. And this cover was also sold as an NFT. And it's generated more than 100 ETH in sales. So more than 400,000 euros in sales just for the cover itself. A digital only cover that will never be made physical, generating more than 400,000 euros in sales is immense, and also showcasing how the future of publishing can be working through decentralized finance, through NFTs and through the whole crypto world. There's a lot of innovation coming from multiple different sides, and we get to be the proud front runner when it comes down to creating digital fashion experiences like this. We also created a filter for this, that the headpiece itself you can also wear if you go into the Vogue Singapore Instagram page. We do a lot of AR filters. AR wearables is definitely the future. The technology is still experimental, but it's working. Definitely for the headpiece, it's working great. But what you see here in the middle is actually Minttu Vesala, who models from the Balenciaga show, wearing one of the Fabricant pieces in AR. I filmed this in Helsinki when I was there last time, having coffee with Minttu. So yeah, now here comes my request. So everybody with an Instagram account and everybody with a smartphone, please head over to the Fabricant page. Find the Fabricant. It's the Fabricant with underscores in between. So once you find it, wear one of the filters. So as you see where the green circle is here with the 3 stars, when you hit the 3 stars, you can actually find all the different Fabricant filters that exist on the account itself. So film yourself wearing one of the headwears, post it on your stories and tag the Fabricant. Our communications team is well aware of this, and they will be monitoring any of the reposts that are coming with this headwear, and our team will repost and get in touch with you, because we're going to be sending you digital fashion rewards. Now, the best rewards come from if you actually already have, let's say, a cryptocurrency or blockchain experience, simply because we want to send you some digital merchandise on the blockchain. We want to include you in our roadmap. So there's some rewards coming up for those people who decide to post themselves and really try the different gear on. Now, going into the future, as I said, we want to create an equitable community where all creators profit. Essentially, a decentralized 3D fashion experience focused on co-creation, decentralization, and collaboration. We call it the wardrobe for the metaverse, a digital fashion platform where anyone can co-create, own, wear, and trade their fashion designs using the Fabric token, the platform utility token, which will be the social token, and the governance token for those who know what it means, enabling everybody to be a fashion designer, a creator, and a reseller. Essentially, I love to use the analogy of the smartphone. The smartphone made everybody a photographer and a videographer. It made everybody a content maker. And ever since the emergence of the smartphone, many platforms and tools and new business models have emerged. And that's what we believe will happen through this platform as well. We're creating essentially a new business model where everybody gets to be a digital fashion creator. And not everybody wants to be a creator, but they can also just take part in it. They can be a reseller or a curator, make digital fashion shows, or create your own storefront in the Fabricant ecosystem, or in the Star Atlas ecosystem, or the Sandbox ecosystem, anywhere where we have the open metaverse that we're talking about. Here's a quick overview of the tool itself. This is from Season 0 that we launched in August this year, and we're about to launch Season 1 next week. Season 1 will be a tool where everybody gets to create their own digital fashion items. And what you see here, there's the garment that the Fabricant has designed for a football game earlier this year. And on the left side, you see materials, and you get to choose your own material. And once you find the combination that you're happy with, you can mint it on the blockchain. And by minting it on the blockchain, it means that you are the true owner of this item, and nobody else has the same combination as you. And by owning it, you get to so-called wear it in AR, or wear it in Sandbox, or later on Star Atlas when they launch. And you can also share it on social media, saying that you are the designer or you are the owner. You can also place it on the marketplace, where you can sell the item further for other people's use. And then most of all, at the end of every single season that we have, we're creating a decentralized digital fashion show where we're inviting everybody who create an own item to take part in the digital fashion show itself. It's all in real time, basically allowing for you to pan around, zoom in, zoom out, and interact with it in real time. And as we build every season, we're making this tool more and more powerful, really eyeballing about 12 months from now to organize the world's largest digital fashion show. That's not created by us, but that's created by the community. That's why we call it decentralized. We're not looking to hold power. We're looking to create a community of collaborators and collaborate with each and every one of itself. And just a little bit of a note, the season 0 digital fashion show is actually going to be sold on the blockchain for a museum in the Netherlands, an art museum in the Netherlands will buy the digital fashion show itself and actually put it in their permanent collection right now. And we're starting to see more and more excitement coming from the cultural sector, especially the museum sector, where they're starting to include digital fashion in their shows as well. I was actually in Helsinki last month for the opening of the fashion exhibition there at the Design Museum of Helsinki. And yeah, it's a great spot to be recognized by one of the largest design museums in Europe who are putting digital fashion on the map. So yeah, that's my presentation to you all. I hope you enjoyed it. You can find me through kerry@thefabricant.com or basically anywhere online. The main platforms that I use is Twitter and Discord. So if you're on those platforms, feel free to get in touch with any questions or comments. I also urge you to take part in the Fabricant Studio. We've opened up season 2 for anyone who wants to take part in that. If you just type in digital.fashion in your browser, you're going to be led to a web page where you can take the pledge. And by taking the pledge, it says that you are there to contribute to the digital fashion future and that you get to take part in season 2. And season 2, we have some really, really exciting collaborators coming up, from independent creators, from big games to all the way to collaborating with very, very big brands. So 2022 will be a very exciting year for digital fashion, for crypto, and basically the whole fashion industry itself. So thank you so much for listening. There's a little bit of time. Olesja, Krista, do you still have some questions, or how do you want to do this?
Thank you, Kerry. Just to recap something, that if I now want to start designing a dress of my dream, so I go to a Fabricant Studio or digital.fashion and start designing. Do I need to upload something, or does it run in the browser?
Great question. So right now it's invite only. We haven't opened it up for all because it's tech that we're still developing. So season 1 that we're launching next week has been invite only for the first 5,000 people who took the pledge. So that's the website for that is thefabricant.studio. However, you need to be whitelisted to be part in that right now. So that's why we have digital.fashion, which is really urging people to take the pledge to contribute to the positive side of the digital-only fashion industry, which is basically starting next year. So January, beginning of February, we have a very exciting launch. So anybody who's taking the pledge right now gets to be part of that launch back then. Meaning that they get to create their own digital fashion items, so-called design their own digital fashion items together with us and together with the collaborator that we have on board, and to make their own digital fashion items that they can use in multiple different ways. So we see utility being very important part, meaning there needs to be a use case. So it's not just a collectible, it's not just an item that you own, but that you actually get to use that item, and the usability will be AR filters in Snapchat and Instagram. It will be connecting to NFT games, Sandbox, and some other ones that we have coming up. And then also the shareability to social media, of course, is very important.
Thank you. Kerry, I think it's really exciting that following what you do and what the Fabricant does, the way you create a community around this topic, because there's emerging kind of companies or different actors or designers or whatever the entity. It's kind of like starting to showcase what we can do, right? So showcasing things. Whereas the Fabricant, with all these types of initiatives, what you've been explaining, and then also, for example, your Facebook group and your regular events and, you know, engaging tutorials or webinars, you really managed to create really well this kind of a community around it. And I find it's really exciting that, you know, people who like digital fashion or creating in this scene, it's so easy to meet new people and talk because everybody is so open and friendly. But a question to the Fabricant in general, do you have some kind of like a strategic eye every single time that you try to think about it? Like, but how do we make it interactive, or how do we make it for the users, or how do we add on to the community? Is this something you drive purposefully, or is this something that just happens by accident?
Great question, love that. It's both. It's always both. There's always the strategic thinking behind it, but what happens in practice, there's of course things happening that we didn't expect, that we didn't see, where the community takes hold of the projects themselves. So we always say, we're here to provide the guidance, we're here to provide the tools, we're here to provide the ecosystem where the creators can come themselves, where the community can come themselves and just take control. That's what I mean by decentralized. We don't want to be the decision makers for absolutely everything. We just want to be the ones who, let's say, just provide this ecosystem where we get to come together, where we get to collaborate and engage in conversation of how can we do this together, because the digital fashion industry is not going to be created by one singular company. It's not going to be us. It's not going to be one big fashion brand. It's going to be a large amount of creators, basically everybody who's taking part in this conference itself and beyond. We all will need to contribute to the digital fashion industry, because if we say that the digital fashion industry is going to become bigger than the physical fashion industry, it means that there needs to be many, many more players, like in the physical fashion industry itself. So right now, everybody's a collaborator with a singular mission of really just trying to do good, and everybody's here to help each other out. And that's what we believe. Education, getting people on board to 3D tools is super, super important. Getting also people excited about the vision that digital fashion does not need to be connected to physical fashion. It can operate on its own on a completely different level, because we're taking away all the challenges from the environmental side, from the cultural side, from the socio-political side, from the manufacturing, from the processing side of things, because the whole digital-only fashion industry can live in the PC. That's what I say, the whole supply chain, the whole value chain of the fashion industry is basically in my PC. And that's why we're trying to create many, many other people to come and join us on this mission, simply because it's super exciting and it's much more fun to create something together rather than just be like very secretive and, you know, not just trying to hold all the control to ourselves. That's not the future. And all the companies who see that understand that we're here to create the open metaverse, and the whole idea of the metaverse is that everything is connected, meaning everybody needs to be connected. And that's why we try to be as transparent as possible with everything that we do. So thank you so much for that question. Absolutely love it.
Exactly, and thank you so much for this answer. And we're also kind of like really big enthusiasts about the metaverse, and precisely what you just said, transparency and openness. And then one of the coded rules of the metaverse, that it doesn't belong to anybody. And that's why, again, coming back to our comment, that we value so much that this ecosystem you're creating and showing the way, or connecting people, or guiding, or giving the tools, it's so important.
I can see the power of, community. I can see there is communities where the incentive is to gain customized token, but I think at the moment the value is inside the community, that the people are connecting with other designers or other who are close to that industry. And as you said, it's been very open and very helpful, very friendly, so very easy to jump in even though you are a beginner. So I was overwhelmed of the friendliness of those communities.
Yeah, and I think that really comes from that everybody wants to be part of it. Everybody wants to do good, and everybody realizes that Now is not the time to compete against each other. Now is the time to really work together in building this metaverse, because it's extremely difficult and there's a lot of challenges, especially now that these big corporations are starting to jump into the metaverse. They're trying to get a hold of it. They're trying to get a big chunk of the power that comes into the metaverse. It's more and more starting to look like that movie and book called Ready Player One, where there's this corporation trying to take control. But that's not what it's about. The future is really collaborative. It's co-created and it's decentralized. Those are the three keywords that we live by. And honestly, it's way more fun as well, connecting to new people, new community, because we just learn so much from them. And we always you get what you give. So the more we give, the more we get back as well. And that's definitely at the core of everything we do.
Thank you so much, Kerry, for finding the time. Enjoy the conference. You're participating there in Miami. We are in cold, snowy Helsinki, but hopefully our next conference will be face-to-face and you'll come to see us.
I would love that.
Yeah.
Yes, I would absolutely love that. So thank you so much. Keep me up to date, and good luck with the conference there as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye, everybody. Bye-bye.
Krista, do you know what the time looks like?
It looks like 5 p.m.
Almost. We have 3 minutes basically before a panel discussion, the cherry on top of today's day. We have been planning this for quite a long time, and we also thought about this, that the audience is probably going to get a little bit bored with us hosting the whole day and the whole event. That's why we recruited a professional to do the panel discussion. And we will gladly give the floor to him. I think he's online already. Ben, can you hear us?
Yeah.
I can, Alessia. Yeah, thank you.
Awesome. So let's go into our next slot on the agenda. It's the panel on the future of fashion, and it's going to be hosted by Mr. Ben Henson, editor-in-chief of the Interline magazine. And there's an amazing list of panelists on the agenda, and Ben is going to introduce them to you. Over to you.
I will indeed. Thanks, Alessia. And that's. I'm going to take that. It's a little cold in the UK here as well. So there's plenty of snow, and I think it's about -2 or something. So I know how you're feeling a little bit in Finland. But as Alessia said, I'm here to help facilitate this afternoon's panel discussion, and we've got some really great speakers. I'm going to introduce you to all of them in a minute. First, I just want to try and set this discussion in some kind of context in terms of where it fits into the rest of the event, today, tomorrow, Wednesday, and where it fits into the world in general, right? So the disruption of the last 2 years has kind of left no area of fashion untouched, from the way we manufacture products to the way consumers interact with them, from the way the tools the industry employs to fuel creativity to some of the expectations that the world has set for sustainability and transparency. Right now, everything is open to reinterrogation, and there's very little that we can or that we should take for granted. And at the same time, right, this historic upheaval, I mean, I hope this is the worst thing that happens in our lifetimes. This historic upheaval has really spotlighted just how intimately linked all the different stages of the fashion value chain are, right? One flows into another and back around again. Shifts in consumer behavior are felt far beyond the point of sale. Changes in sourcing strategy have cross-channel ripple effects. And when you have large-scale transformations like the fashion industry's steady march towards digitization, they influence everything from environmental and ethical impact targets to the viability of all new digital revenue streams. And that close relationship between all the different processes, the different technologies, all the different activities that live under the fashion umbrella, it's what makes the future of the industry so exciting. It's why I'm in the job I'm in. It's why everyone on the panel and in the audience is why we're all here today. But it's also why, if you really want to analyze the direction that fashion is heading in, you need a truly multidisciplinary group of people, and you need a genuinely cross-functional set of expertise. Unfortunately, that's exactly what we have on hand today. So Alessia and the organizers at Exthereal, they've put together an imposing group of senior panelists they've all got extensive first-hand experience of steering the future of fashion and retail in areas as diverse as virtual fashion, sustainable sourcing, smart agile manufacturing. And the organizers have asked me, as someone who's analyzed technology for fashion for more than a decade, and as someone who runs a publication dedicated to that exact topic, to help steer the conversation. So I'm going to turn to introducing each of our panelists in turn now. And I'm doing this alphabetically by surname, so no playing favorites. First there we have Rafaela Camera. She's the head of brands and advertiser solutions for Epic Games, creators of the Unreal Engine. In that role, she directs strategic partnerships with brands, agencies, and across the XR technology ecosystem to help brands create their presence and engage with consumers in the metaverse. Before that, Rafaela was a managing director for Accenture's XR practice, where she served as global head of innovation and strategy, defining company-wide XR positioning and offerings, and directing ecosystem alliances. Rafaela regularly serves as a subject matter expert on spatial computing and innovation. She speaks at industry conferences like CES, Cannes Lions, South by Southwest, WMC, AWE, and Snapdragon Summit. Whew, quite a list. And she's also been published in Harvard Business Review, Forbes, and VentureBeat, among others. Next, we have Erkut Ekinci. He is the head of IT for Hugo Boss Textile Industries in Izmir. He's been with Hugo Boss since 2010, and he's spent the last 5 years focusing on the vision for Industry 4.0, working with technologies like robotics, AI, image processing, IoT, speech recognition, simulation, and all the systems integration required to bring all those pieces together. Erkut's also been deeply involved with the execution and the strategy of Hugo Boss's digital transformation, which extended to basically rebuilding its IT landscape with zero downtime as part of their smart factory journey. Next, we have Natalia Modanova, and she's one of two founders of DressX, which she and Daria, who we'll get to in a minute, established based on more than a decade's experience in the fashion industry. A prominent fixture in Ukraine's fashion technology scene, Natalia has previously been a curator of the fashion business course at Kiev Fashion Institute, curator of the Creative Ukraine Conference, and a COO at Mercedes-Benz Kiev Fashion Days. She then co-founded the More Dash showroom in Paris and spearheaded its international expansion in the US. Natalia is one of Highsnobiety top 13 experts on fashion NFTs and the top 50 3D voice, driving the conversation forward in AR, VR, and 3D. Next, we have Linda Pimmeshofer, and she is an industry advisor for Microsoft, where she works with some of the biggest retailers and consumer goods companies from across Western Europe, including H&M, Farfetch, and Sunai Fashion, helping them to fundamentally change the way that they do business. With more than 15 years experience in the software industry, Linda focuses on working with businesses to understand how technology can enable their visions for digital transformation and enrich the experiences they offer to their consumers. Next, we have Daria Shapovalova. She is one of the two founders of DressX, along with Natalia, and she's famous for putting Ukraine on the world's fashion map after establishing the Kiev Fashion Institute and the country's Fashion Tech Summit. Daria has been featured in Forbes 30 Under 30 Europe, and Fashion's 500 Most Influential People lists, and she now resides in San Francisco, where DressX is headquartered. Last but by no means least, we have Jill Standish. Jill leads Accenture's global retail practice. She's working on the front lines of change, helping retailers to transform their businesses into responsible, resilient, and sustainable enterprises. Jill has more than 20 years experience in retail sales, marketing, and consulting leadership. And before joining Accenture, she played vital senior roles in Oracle's retail business unit and IBM's retail store solutions. During COVID, Jill's focused her efforts on rebuilding retail, helping retailers to build the capabilities they need to thrive in a post-pandemic world. Jill's also a strong advocate for sustainability, inclusion, and diversity, and she's recognized as a leading industry voice and keynote speaker. Now, I'm going to be asking all of our panelists questions individually. We have a lot of ground to cover in just an hour. So if you're watching this with a particular interest in a singular topic or just to hear one person's perspective in particular, don't worry, we'll get to it. But I think if that describes you, I think you might end up being surprised by just how intertwined all the subjects we're going to talk about today are. like I said at the start, nothing in fashion really happens in isolation, least of all innovation. Now, I'm going to put my first question to Natalia and Daria. So when we spoke before the event, I came away really impressed by the clarity of the vision you folks both have for the digital closet and your certainty that every brand, sooner rather than later, is going to have a digital fashion category. Now, we've all seen a lot of articles being written about virtual or digital fashion. I'd like to kind of get into the specifics. So how strong really is the consumer appetite for digital fashion right now? And practically speaking, what does experiencing it look like from a consumer perspective? How do I, as someone who's only bought physical products in the past, own and make use of digital garments today? And I guess how much of that digital closet vision for the shopper has already been realized and how much of it still needs to be built? I'll let you go at it together or separately, whoever wants to go first.
Sure. So thanks a lot for the question and for the introductions, and it's a pleasure to be at such a panel. And getting to a question is actually dressing up digitally and wearing digital fashion is as easy as communicating in social media. So we provide an opportunity to dress yourself up on the photograph before posting it in social media or using it as your profile image or sharing it with some of your friends. And that's the first use case for digital fashion, dressing up on the pictures, on the still images, on the photographs and sharing it as same way as you share it in social media. And the second opportunity to wear digital fashion is through AR, through augmented reality. For that, we launched a mobile app that is available in App Store, DressX. When you download it, you have an access to the wide range of AR outfits. We call them meta looks. And you have an opportunity to select the one you want to wear and record a video or take a picture with that. And of course, share it with everyone. And next year, we also launch a possibility to dress yourself up on the video call. Right now, I'm testing it. As you can see, this crown is a digital asset, and that will be the next extension and the next use case. And we start from dressing up for social media and for everyday interaction because this is easier than setting up your account in some video game or in one of the metaverses, because still it requires to have a crypto wallet or create some other accounts. And here it's the easiest way to start wearing digital fashion is through the pictures and AR.
And I just wanted to add that, Ben, you've asked how the interest grew, and it grew significantly since the start of DressX 1 year and 3 months ago. So basically, we were then hesitating if our audience will actually understand what we're building. And I think it took a couple of months for the mass audience to get acquainted with digital fashion. But as soon as they did, we see the number of customers and clients who are growing on a daily basis on the website and both in the app that Natalia told you about, our products. And we're sure that this is just the beginning, because there is like an entire huge conversation about Metaverse, and fashion will be a big part of it and is already becoming a big part of it. So yeah, we're firm believers that this is just the beginning of how exciting and mass digital fashion can become.
And just to add to this point that of course, blockchain technology and digital wearables distributed as NFTs is the future, but it's also a future that starts today. So we started from the use case of dressing up people for social media without any blockchain layer, just because it's a friendly way to start a digital journey and to start a possibility to build up their meta closet. However, of course, in the future, most of the digital assets will be blockchain based, and that's why already today we give an opportunity to wear some kind of affordable and inclusive digital fashion without any blockchain element. Just open your app and start creating the videos and just upload a picture and you're already wearing something from your meta closet. or with more exclusive items, it's possible to buy them as NFTs. For that, you would need to have a wallet, and that way it will be exclusive only for the owner of this digital asset. But of course, everything is available, and there is a space for both of these opportunities to wear luxury digital fashion, exclusive digital fashion, and something that is available for the broader audience.
Perfect. Thank you, Natalia, and thank you, Daria. I think we're going to get, we kind of come back to NFTs a little bit later when we talk about the commercial side of this, like what it looks like for a brand to create. From a consumer's perspective, though, I think that's a terrific answer. It articulates where the drive is coming from, articulates where, why, how COVID has perhaps accelerated some of this as well, because we spend so much time in digital scenarios. I have tried out the DressX app. I think I'm probably not cool enough for a lot of the looks, but I know it works. I've tried it from that point of view. Rafaela, I'd like to ask you a question if that's right. So however we look at digital fashion, right, whether it's a product to be worn in one or more all digital mixed reality settings like we're just talking about there with Natalia and Daria, or whether it's going to be used in perhaps a more traditional way as a tool for real-time or offline visualization, it feels like the fidelity of the 3D assets that we produce, that the fashion industry produces, they're about to take on an even higher importance, right? So for end users to have meaningful, authentic, real-time interactions with digital twins of products, it's going to be really important that those digital twins look as believable as possible. And that's a level that some other industries have already reached. So while fashion is really well positioned to capitalize on that new age of digital identity, digital expression, as we've already talked about that, I wonder if fashion could also benefit in a big way from perhaps borrowing workflows, pipelines, and best practices from other industries that are a bit further ahead in creating like truly believable real-time digital assets and experiences. What's your thoughts there?
Yeah, absolutely. I would say that in general, fidelity of assets and also of experiences is extremely important in an environment where really social entertainment and digital self-expressions are at the root of what happens in the metaverse. So when you look at fashion in particular, I think that the level of high fidelity or realism is important not only for the catalog itself, the clothing, and that includes, by the way, also fit, but also the way that the items reflect lighting and how they move and the materials and being able to reproduce those, but also the level of realism of the experiences. You experience clothing in in an environment and an experience in something that is happening, usually not just as a flat catalog. You might purchase them that way, but then you're wearing them in some form of environment that is realistic, and that has to be accounted for. And lastly, it's the same also for avatars or for the way that we represent ourselves. It has to keep a level of fidelity, realism, and truism in a way that can be carried across and that feels authentic. So three industries really come to mind for me. One is automotive, the next is entertainment, and then the last one is gaming. On the automotive side, I think it's probably the industry, together with entertainment, that has really changed the way that they do anything, from the design, concept design of their cars, to the manufacturing, all the way to marketing or advertising of those specific cars, with real-time 3D, with the creation of digital twins. If you look at what the automotive industry requires, they require a level of realism, precision, down to the tiniest details. For the reason that I was explaining before, they need to create almost like a single source of truth digital twin asset that then can be reused internally for anything that goes from concepting to manufacturing to anything that is external, where you can have a configurator, or you can even bring your car, for example, in our example, into Fortnite and drive it and feel like you're actually in that car, down to the level of the stitching and the colors and the way that the light reflects itself. If you look at entertainment, they've majorly changed the way that they produce anything with virtual production. And so there is a way of filming and of creating content that is hyper realistic. You know, we can take the example of The Mandalorian, almost completely shot in with virtual production, and how that changes really the way that you bring people into an environment, into an experience in a different world that feels real. And lastly, I would say gaming. Gaming is an interesting one. We certainly, at least at Epic, we have both sides, right? We have our own games, and then we have the tools and the libraries and everything else to help create those same things. But I think sometimes some of the tools that we offer to creators come from the need to solve for problems that we might have or issues that we might have in a gaming environment. One of those, for example, is in fact creating realistic digital humans. So if you look at our MetaHuman creator, it really comes from the need to create new characters in a gaming environment as quickly as possible and making them as realistic as possible. Now, if you extend that, and now we offer the ability to create digital humans with MetaHuman creator, well, you can create models like we've done, for example, for fashion brands like Balenciaga already, or you can create, almost like actors or for advertising or spots or anything else like that. And from there, you can start extending into clothing, making sure that the clothes move the right way, that level of high fidelity is always respected, and we get as close as possible to almost an absolute level of realism.
Perfect answer, thank you. I think I guess the summary for from the consumer's point of view, especially, is being able to make decisions based on those representations, right?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you, Rafaela. Jill, you and I had a chat before the event, and you were telling me about retail's responsible reset, as you defined it. And one of the key pillars that you mentioned when we talked was the digital reset and the idea of digital availability, right? The question of what it means to be digitally present today, and as a brand to truly engage your consumers where they expect you to be, which is basically everywhere, from live streaming to more established digital channels. What's your perspective right now on what it means to be a digital brand or a digital retailer post-pandemic?
Yeah, thank you. And I agree with all of you. It's nice to be here and to see all of you lovely people. Some of you I know, actually. Rafaela, I know you from the past, so really fun. So I think, this brings me back to when I was in business school, in retail or any other consumer products company. It was always about the 4 Ps. I'm going to bring you all back. So it was price, promo, place, and promotion. And now I think the 4 Ps have completely changed. Number one is purpose. And most brands really have the ability through digital channels to talk about their purpose and to tell a story. Because consumers are spending 12 hours a day in front of some type of media. So how are you going to tell your story and your purpose? Well, honestly, what you do and what you say need to be the same. So, making sure that your advertising, your content, everything that you do, if your purpose is around sustainability, then you best have that in your pictorial and your videos, et cetera. The next one is about being omnipresent, and you mentioned this about digital. Well, certainly having the brand, when I say omni, I'm not just talking about digital channels, I'm also talking about stores. As we know, e-commerce actually spiked during COVID, but it's actually come back to not pre-pandemic levels, but close to it. So e-commerce is still higher than it was pre-pandemic, but we're still seeing a ton of activity in stores. And so brands that grew up digitally are finding that having even a store presence in certain catchment areas is giving the brand authenticity. It's legitimizing the brand. And so having stores, even companies that, again, were digital natives like Warby Parker, are finding putting a store in a catchment area really matters because it legitimizes the brand. The other one is personalized.
And you know, you guys are absolutely, especially most of the panelists, are talking about personalization at the nth degree. I mean, having an avatar, having virtual fitting, that is very personalized. But also, if it comes down to purchasing, are you advertising and personalizing to someone so that when they do go to your site or they're on your, you know, they're seeing you on social or seeing you on any channel, really, is it kind of cater to who you are and what you need to see? And then the last one, and probably the most important, I hate to be the commercial person on the phone here, or on the panel, but we need to make money. And so there's a profitability angle here that is really super important. And so I'm finding, back to this responsible reset, as companies were trying to make sure that their brand was close to where the consumers were, now they're also finding that the cost to serve went way high when they had to do more and more of their business through e-commerce, especially with freight and logistics costs the way they are today. And so understanding how to make sure that your presence is both very tailored, but also very authentic, as Rafaela was talking about. Fit really matters because you want to make sure that you don't have a lot of returns. Returns are expensive and costly. So how can you have it be authentic? How can you make sure that information is shared so that it is, instead of buying 5 and trying on 1 and returning 4, whatever that is, that you make sure that you're communicating in such a way that is profitable. So that's, I think, the 4 Ps of purpose, of omnipresence, of making it very personalized, and also making some money, is how I think brands are showing up differently in digital today.
It's a great answer. Thank you very much, Jill. And I think if I could bring in a 5th P, it would be to try and we're going to talk a lot about different possibilities here today. I think, and if I type possibility, there you go. That was not prepared either. We did that one. But if we can use this to sort of anchor some possibility into what you've just spoken about there, and to make some of these things more realistic, figure out how to put some of this digital transformation into practice and how to make money from it, then that would be a success at the end of the day. So Linda, I'd like to ask you a question. So Jill touched a little bit there on e-commerce, which was, as she rightly mentioned, one of the major success stories of the pandemic era. But that kind of came about more through necessity than because of any kind of big revolutionary steps that any online retailers or direct-to-consumer brands took. Nothing fundamentally changed about the e-commerce experience. It's just the world around it changed and pushed things in that direction. So there are companies that do digital shopping, let's call it, very well in terms of price and convenience and volume. But it seems like there's a lot more that could be done in terms of deeper personalization, and creating entirely new experiences. So, you know, for instance, Natalia and Dario said there's a clear vision for consumers to have a digital wardrobe. I'd really like to get your take on what the future of digital shopping should look like, and what sort of capabilities you think retailers are or should be building to deliver it.
Okay, yeah, thank you. And thank you for having me in this great panel. Yeah, I think we really saw this push in the pandemic, and it wasn't because that experience is great. What we are learning is that we are really lacking the human touch in the digital shopping today. And it's like, it's really boring. It's the same. When you go into a place, you have the possibility to search what you like. And if you get any recommendation, they are stupid, because it's like other people that has looked at that has also looked at this. So it's not dynamic, it's not inspirational, and it's not personal. So let's start there. We have so much AI capability, and we could really do this better. And if we look at the social world, what we like and what's driving us to go in this fear of missing out area, we should have this browsing experience that is dynamic and truly personal. But that is only utilizing that type of technology. If we're going into the AR and VR and the digital twin capability and the connected garments, everything, and bringing those together, we can truly build this immersive, personal world where we can go in, bring our friends to shop together, as we do in the gaming world today, to hang out, to get inspiration, and maybe invite influencers or artists that we also want into that mix of inspirational garments. And just imagine what we can do if we also connect what we already own and what looks we want, and we can swap wardrobes, we can do so much. We can invite people that has better style than us in our wardrobe, and they can help us to only buy the pieces that we need. We can do, the possibilities is endless, but we really need to start developing these digital twins and the connected products so we can enable these type of services.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Linda. And yeah, I could definitely do with somebody with better style than me, giving me some occasional recommendations. That would be very useful indeed. Erkut, all the changes we've spoken about so far have been primarily downstream, right? They've been primarily focused towards the consumer. But I think it's important that we recognize that the future of what consumers want and the future of what brands and retailers aim to deliver, they both rely on huge amounts of innovation in production, in manufacturing. So can you tell us about how market expectations influenced Hugo Boss's approach to lean, agile production? And just give us an idea of how your facilities advanced to not only keep pace with the market, but to get ahead of the curve and start to create new possibilities as well.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. All these beautiful ladies mentioned about e-commerce, retail sites, the sales sites. I will a little bit take you back to kitchen, the production facility. Hugo Boss has a big facility here in Turkey. Roughly 3,600 people are working here. And we have lots of different technologies we are using here. And in terms of digitalization, we can mention about IoT, image processing, AI, digital twin. But because of today, the subject of the panel, I will a little bit talk about AR, VR, what we are doing here and what we have done so far. Actually, we use it mainly in training purposes because, as I mentioned, 3,600 people are fully trained here, and each and every time, because of the market demand, we change our product portfolio. As you may see or aware that the market is changing quite rapidly in textile, and each and every day we are producing different garments, different models, different styles. And when I have a look at the last few years, I have seen that we are a bit away from the classical production to casual production. And something like we were producing classical suits, but right now we are trying to produce casual suits, which is quite appropriate for the dynamic of the business as today. So these type of complexities and these type of expectations from the market demand also creates a headache here, which we need to each and every day adapt our trainers, our operators, and this means we need to train them quite a lot. So that's why we create a system which we call product training, and which is a VR system. And in that VR system, every operator who needs to have a new training can go to a room which we call dojo room. Dojo is a training room, which is a Japanese word, and they can see the new methodology and how they can do it, and what is the tactical points, what is the important points that they need to take care of it. So this is one of the technology that we use. And the second one is AR, which is also a training purpose project system, and which we use it for machine training. So our maintenance guys are maintain our machines, which is about 3,000 different machine in the shop floor, and for instance, they can see how to lubricate a machine or how to change an assembly. So each and every newcomers or somebody who needs to be more trained, then they can go to that dojo room and then get that trained. And these are the training purpose technology that we use. Other than that, we have some more different topics which we use for quality, but these are not implemented yet. We are already on track of it. I think in the next session or next time that you give the word to me, then I can maybe talk about quality side AR, VR. Yeah.
Great, thank you very much, Erkut. And I'll come back to you with another slight extrapolation on that question a bit later on, I think. For now, Raphael, I'd like to come back to you. So fashion and interactive media, especially video games, crashed together in a pretty explosive way this year. The Balenciaga Fortnite collection, which straddled digital and physical products, as well as unique digital advertising, that seems to me like a pretty significant line in the sand. I think it's an incredible demonstration of what's possible when major brands come together. I think a lot of people, though, are now asking themselves how that trickles down, if you like, and how other brands can do something similar, or how they can take the core principles behind that collaboration and adapt them. And I think the implicit concern there is whether it's something that those brands can actually do themselves, right? Whether the tools exist and whether less digitally experienced brands or brands without the same deep pockets perhaps are going to be able to use them. So I wanted to get your thoughts on how new companies and a wider variety of companies find a way into that digital ecosystem, and how what I imagine are quite complex tools and processes can become more intuitive, more inclusive, and accessible for fashion audiences who are incredibly creative. They're thrilled by the promise of all these new channels and opportunities, but they might be less concerned with how everything works under the hood.
No, absolutely. It's a great question, and maybe let me just give a little bit of an intro as to what we do as a whole, and even with that, what really happened with Balenciaga, and then what are the tools and what is everything else. You spoke about digital ecosystem just right now, and that's exactly how we see ourselves and what we're doing. I think there are different parts that need to be considered when one wants to live and create in the metaverse, and either sell and make money, or have an experience, or have an own persona. We consider ourselves an ecosystem company. We're unique in that we have many of the different parts that are needed to create and live in the metaverse, and this applies to a lot of other companies. But on one side, we have the tools, as you were talking about. So the core of everything that Epic does starts from Unreal Engine, which is a game engine that we first showcased in 1998, and we've been using ever since to create our own games, and that we provide free to download, almost completely free to use, with open source code that can be modified whichever way you need, and all the different tools to create high-end and high fidelity 3D assets and experiences. But also as important are the libraries, and there are many companies here that are representing that. And so what are the libraries of 3D assets that can be reused to build things quickly? So in our case, we have Sketchfab that also allows you to then distribute assets, on social media apps or anywhere you might want. Quixel Megascans, our Unreal Engine marketplace, and ArtStation. Then you also need the services and the online services to be able to connect these different worlds and be able to bring your persona or your assets or things across. And finally, you need the community of creators. Somebody has to go and create these beautiful experiences and these beautiful garments. And so if you don't have access to that, and if you don't support them, even material with money, which we do, for example, with mega grants and fellowships, then it becomes a little bit more difficult to get started in this world, which is new. So in the case of Balenciaga, it really all started, first off, it was really a natural collaboration. They are innovators in bringing technology into design and fashion. and we're innovators in trying to build this inclusive world where you have digital self-expression at the core of it and social entertainment. So it really started with the usage of easier tools. And so it was really Unreal Engine, a partnership with Unreal Engine, and even MetaHuman Creator. And being able to reuse those to create a storyline that showcased the fall 2021 collection. So a story that takes place in the future where the models were actual Balenciaga models that were scanned volumetrically and then turned into digital humans with MetaHuman creators, and then being able to recreate those clothing and kind of like a storyline to showcase the story. And then taking some of those assets and creating at a detail level the garments and then showcasing them into Fortnite so that people could use them as skins. And finally also into Fortnite Creative, where they created their own island and their own virtual store and virtual 3D billboards. And finally, you're reusing again the same assets for 3D billboards in major cities in London, New York, Tokyo, and Seoul, and having those same garments then available for sale in the stores and online at Balenciaga. So if you look at all of that, I think at the core of it, there is, as you're rightfully saying, do we have tools that allow us to create these high fidelity 3D assets and experiences that are easy enough, or at least are becoming easy enough to create experiences, 3D assets that then can be distributed and used across a variety of different channels, so that really this idea of digital and physical, virtual and physical blends, and you can have one entire storyline. And to Jill's point, you can really have the same sense of purpose and the same way of presenting yourself physically and digitally at the same time. And I don't know if I answered your question, but
you did. No, you absolutely did. I mean, I can, and I'm sure the audience can as well. I can see a through line from the big splashy collaboration to the practicalities. I can see how those tools become available. I can see what the workflow looks like. So from my point of view, that was a great answer, Rafaela. Thank you very much. And as somebody who played the original Unreal when it came out when I was a kid, you also made me feel very old by reminding me when that was. So Natalia and Daria, I want to ask you both a kind of a related question here, but from a talent and commercial perspective, because I'm sure there's a lot of people in the audience who are going to be captivated by the idea of digital fashion and as companies, right, from an organizational point of view, and they're going to be keen to see how it can work for them. So imagine I'm a brand that's been a long history of selling physical products, but now I want to spin up a digital fashion business unit. How do I go about it? What does my commercial model look like? Do I need to create an entirely new team, or should I be trying to upskill existing creative and tech talent? What's the pipeline from asset creation to end use? And you hinted at it before, but how fundamental are NFTs to making this all work?
A lot of questions in one. Let's try to answer them step by step, because otherwise it wouldn't be possible to provide kind of the view on what we're discussing. So basically, if you want to start in digital fashion, that's a beauty of it, because it does not require such a huge capital as physical fashion usually requires. As you mentioned, we built a number of projects in the past and the Fashion Week that I co-established and where Natalia was the COO. While doing that, we saw how many designers struggled actually to do like this production aspect of establishing the brands. And with digital fashion, you can eliminate production and you can just produce digitally, so eliminate physical production. And that definitely is an easier start for so many talents. So that's why we definitely encourage so many designers to start from creating their collections digitally and then see if they like the process, if actually they're well received within the customers who shop digital fashion for social media, and then they can add the physical aspect towards it. So that's where the beauty of creations in digital fashion lies, and where we see a huge opportunity for so many designers to start who did not start in physical production earlier. We definitely encourage now all the brands to start their digital journeys earlier than later. And basically, it's great to see collaborations, for example, coming from the brands as big as Balenciaga that Rafaela just mentioned, but actually we believe that every brand should have like a digital fashion directory, and they will all have revenue streams coming from the digital fashion. And that's also exciting because for us, it's like we see it as a new kind of beauty industry, because at a certain point of time, beauty products became the revenue stream for all the brands, for the majority of the brands. And here, the same opportunity, digital fashion, like the revenue from the digital goods can actually be in the P&L of every fashion brand and fashion company. And in order to make it as interesting as possible, we think it's important to start earlier for all of the brands. Exactly now, it's like the best time. As for your questions with the NFT, I will start and Natalia will continue. As she mentioned already, because she already touched upon this topic, that NFTs will eventually, like digital fashion will eventually move into the NFTs in the future because of the different protocols and the different blockchains. And that's where the beauty of digital fashion, digital assets are, that all of them can actually have provenance. And that's important that it can be tracked, and that can definitely solve a lot of problems that exist in the fashion industry now, because it's not possible to track the authenticity of items. It's hard to track in physical fashion, and that's where a lot of complications in the industry actually come. So basically, we do believe that NFTs will eventually also become a part of every fashion brand's language. That can possibly take a bit of more time for them to understand all of that, but there is such a huge conversation on that I think, and we see that more and more fashion brands, they actually are not afraid of this anymore, and that blockchain is such a huge and powerful technology. I don't think it's a problem, like it's hard for people to understand that, like everyone kind of see it now, but sometimes take for the fashion industry more time to embrace the innovation, but definitely like everyone is on their way.
Thank you, Daria. And I also want to touch base on the particular question about how companies should go about the digital fashion category. And it's a great that we have Hugo Boss here in this panel, because it's a great example of the company who is already deeply technological and implementing it in the internal processes and in the production of the physical goods. So those companies who do it already for producing the physical goods and using the technology, 3D, AR, it's easier way for them to launch their digital only products. And I believe such companies will lead the game. However, for the traditional fashion brands who understand that that's the future and want to participate in it earlier than later, of course, the way would be to have the team who would build this 3D assets, and it's possible to kind of train the existing team to upskill their talents and to turn it into the new reality that it's mostly digital and will be more and more digital. However, as Daria mentioned, it's very important to start earlier than later and introduce your brand in the metaverse earlier than later, and also learn your own journey, as a brand in this world. And for that, of course, it's impossible to do it by watching the case studies that somebody else did, like Balenciaga did this great project with Epic Games, or just watching someone will not work, because it will not help the brand to find their own voice and their own strategy in this developing and fast developing metaverse space and the world of digital fashion wearables. That's why it's important to start with the projects earlier than later, and there are a lot of companies who have been in this space for a while, like DressX and others, who can kind of guide through the steps, and the companies will, the brands, fashion brands will find their space where they want to land in the metaverse. So that's maybe the long answer to your question?
No, it's good. It's good. I mean, for me, it's a case of grounding it, right? It's a case of understanding how companies enter the space and how they take advantage of the possibilities. And like, you know, Daria's comparison to beauty is an interesting one. It's one I've not heard before, but it goes to show how you can think about this as an additional revenue stream, right? And how you can start to build towards it. Jill, I'd like to ask you a question. So one of the other pillars of the responsible reset is the responsibility side. Now, as we all know, there's big parts of the sourcing and production cycle that fashion has historically kept pretty closely guarded. But we're on the cusp of a lot of that being exposed because consumers are voting for transparency with their wallets. Regulators and investors are mandating strong ESG, CSR policies as well. Now, obviously, there's a big sustainability benefit to having a digital wardrobe, but I don't think anybody's proposing that completely replaces the physical one. So there's a lot of action that still needs to be taken to strike the right blend of profitability, which, like you said, top of everyone's list post-COVID, and sustainability. So in a couple of minutes, what's your take on how fashion can make progress at that intersection between profitability and sustainability? And do you have any strong examples of organizations that are getting ahead of the reality of responsible business today?
Yeah, thanks. Fantastic question. First of all, I think having this really kind of creative thought around virtual wardrobes, I mean, listen, if it can cut down on waste, we would all benefit in the world. Because as we all know, there is a serious amount of waste and landfill that is filled every year with unwanted or used apparel. So let's just be clear. Some of the stats are shocking. There's 60 pounds of apparel per person per year going into a landfill in the US alone. So absolutely, there is a fantastic need for creativity, and technology can help us eliminate waste. So on ESG, I guess the first thing to share on this one is we need to think about ESG very differently. Which is environmental, social, and governance for those who aren't familiar with the term. And ESG data, if you think about it, in retail was really kept at kind of a corporate level, but did it really go back throughout the supply chain and look at the value chain of sourcing, raw materials? Think of all the ingredients that go into garments. Well, that's coming. We just launched in connection with Vogue and with the Responsible Business Coalition and Accenture, we launched the Impact Index last week, which is basically the ability to capture data throughout the value chain of a garment, have it be certified. And we have 43 brands or so many that are actually saying, here are the 4 things that are going to be in that Impact Index. 1 is raw materials and the certification of that. 2 is chemicals, which everyone in terms of consumers want to know chemically what is in the garment that I'm going to be putting on my back. Animal welfare, so has there been any animal harm in creating this? And then the last one is the women in the supply chain. So those key ingredients have been agreed to, which is great. Now, if you can think of capturing all of that data and having it be with a garment, so the consumer can actually see what is the impact on the environment that this garment had. So basically what I'm saying is get the consumer involved in the decision, which everyone has basically said, oh, that's really hard. You know, do we really know if this is certified by this NGO? Was it really made from organic cotton or you know, a farmer in some country that was actually on regenerative farmland? The point is it's getting there. And I think in our future, we're going to see garments will have ratings. And so the ratings, whether it's coming from Amazon and their climate pledge or Walmart and their climate pledge, or now we're trying to get the impact index so that now we can have, again, garments that have a rating scheme. Boy, if consumers can actually see that, maybe they'll buy less, maybe they'll, you know, buy garments that don't have a high impact index. So that, to me, getting the consumer involved is super exciting. And having, I think we're also talking about dematerializing inventory. I know that's a really weird term, but if you can imagine not having to have shelves and stock, so it's actually you're shopping virtually, then maybe you won't have to have unwanted inventory. You won't have to have waste. You won't have to have inventory that needs to get moved on for the next season. So all of that, to me, if we dematerialize inventory and so the consumer can shop virtually and then it's made for them, or procured for them, that's certainly going to cut down on the amount of waste. Then you asked me about brands that I thought were pretty innovative. Certainly, most people know some of the brands that do a lot of recycling and rental. That's one element of being responsible in the apparel industry. But there's some really creative brands. Like I was just reading this morning, Dyson. I don't know if you guys know the big hairdryer company or vacuum company. They now have a VR store. So, and it's on Oculus, so you can actually interact with Dyson and hear about their products. I mean, that's weird. First of all, you're not going to feel the hairdryer, but you're going to talk to an engineer and see how their products are made, and that's their purpose, right? They want to share with you their fantastic engineering. There was another one that I saw the other day, which is from Perfect Corp, and it's an AR beard. So you as a man can see through virtual reality what kind of beard, and then it would recommend you products for your beard. So Ben, I know you have a certain look, but you could see what it would look like with, you know, a goatee or with a full beard. And so it's not just for women in terms of trying on cosmetics. I was just noticing there's a man's beard AR VR company, which I thought was cool.
That would take
Anyway.
a lot of, well, that would take a lot of the effort out of having to grow a beard. As somebody who's previously had one, it's not something you can try in a day. And I got to say, not a lot of feeling hair dryers in my life these days. I'm afraid that that ship has sailed for me. Linda, I'd like to come to you with kind of a related question to something Jill was saying there. So, you know, building digital wardrobes and transparent supply chains, huge, vital tasks, but it's equally important that whatever these new business models, new experiences, new levels of visibility, that you take the customer with you, you take the consumer with you. So when we think about extended reality, yeah, there's a strong visual component, but there's also the question of how that could affect the relationship between brand and consumer, and how companies who are building these new initiatives, how they can do that in partnership with shoppers in a way that empowers them to make informed choices. So as someone who's worked extensively on helping retailers to not just create, but actually promote and communicate new innovations and new initiatives, how would you suggest that they go about that? How do you get consumers on board? It could be some of the stuff we've spoken about here. It could be similarly bold initiatives in areas like circularity. It's around communicating that and carrying the customer with you.
Yeah, thank you for that question, and thank you, Jill. You were already into this topic. It's a truly relevant topic and my favorite, actually. How to scale and emphasize innovation and really to tackle the big problem together, and the hassle around this circular business models that we can offer, and that would make a big difference. And if we are looking into the different problems that we have a lot of different problems here, of course, but we have the mass production of non-recycled material. We also have this the customer behavior of not really wanted to buy secondhand or not really understanding the purpose of it. And this is a big problem, and we need to really bring them into this game. And I think what Jill said, the transparency is really important. I'm so happy to hear about the impact index, because when we are seeing now with the digital garments, the first thing they are, communicating is that a digital garment is 97% better than a physical one. That's great. You get that, and you just directly want to buy a digital garment, right? We don't get that numbers from the physical world today, and it's really a pity. It needs to become easier to understand why we should buy circular or sustainable clothing, and also digital. It needs to be easier to do that as well. If we look at the second-hand market today, is it really appealing to us as like consumer? It's really not, right? And we can do so much there. I am working with different retailers that wants to become also second-hand retailers. So they bring second-hand into the stores. With the easy way, they are, communicating the brand values of sustainability. But at the same time, they will have this dynamic, curated, like, how do you say? It's unique pieces. It's like, it's perfect for bringing people into a store more often because it's only one piece. And they truly see the value of that. But we are seeing too few of this initiative, I think. What we more see is this mountain of unused or unwanted garments in South Africa. And we really need to solve this problem. We need to understand, we need to I was listening to this Kate Roseworth, and her number that she is saying is that we need to cut consumption with 97%. 97%. For us, if we are looking into what that means for the world that we are living in, it would be that we can produce 2 pieces of garments per person a year. Like, if we need to think of this big shift that we need to move to, I think we need to accomplish the ease of doing right, and also the ease of one knowing what is right. And it's really time to speak up and to tell about what is bad and what is not bad, and to call for action and do it together. I think we need to do it together.
Perfect. That's a great answer. Thank you very much, Linda. We're coming towards the end. I'm going to go through the last questions as quick as we can here. So, Erica, we originally had a question around your use of AR in kind of using digital twins and 3D assets to transform production, to train new manufacturing talent, and improve quality. You kind of hinted at that before. I'm happy for you to go into it in a little more detail if you like. One thing I wanted to bring up as an alternate would be, before the event, you and I were talking, and you were saying how production's changed in Izmir from being high volume to being almost kind of more complex orders, right? So smaller minimum order quantities, more diversity, almost being essentially like a large scale tailor in a way. And that for me is interesting because it brings together a lot of the things that we've just spoken about, and it brings together something that Linda's just mentioned and carries through what Jill was saying about responsibility is that, like, how production has changed as a result of those market forces. Is that something you could talk about for just a minute?
Yeah, sure. Actually, formerly we were producing very classical models, styles, and from quality perspective, each and every defects were quite determined, and the operator, quality operator, can see the defects very easily. But nowadays, we see that the model complexity is getting higher and higher. And to find the defect on the product is getting very difficult. So we have to train them again. But the question is how we can train, how we can make them having a good eye to find the defects on the garments. It's very difficult to find the defect on the garment because our quality perspective or quality level is quite high, and it's very difficult to detect, or it's very difficult to see any defect on the finished good. So what we were doing is, actually what we are doing is, we are producing some end products which has defects on it. We especially put some marks or make some defects on the garment, and we are enabling people to find it. Actually for us, the question mark or the difficult thing is to produce such a defected product, because we are each and every time try to produce non-defective product, and that's why to create a defective product is quite difficult for us. The second, it's wasting time, and it's also wasting material in terms of sustainability. The third, if you produce a defective garment, then the operator, quality operator, can see it, let's say in the third time or fourth time, then later on they learn it, and then you have to change it for a interim period. I mean, a couple of times, or let's say 10 times, then you have to change your garment, and you have to create another garment which is defected. So this is a nested loop, and it creates a headache for us. That's why right now we are working on a project which we call Gauge RNR quality. Gauge RNR means it's a statistical methodology. It means gauge repeatability and reproducibility. So we try to repeat and produce each and every defect on digital media, and we have digital products, and we have a digital defect catalog, and try to match catalog and garments in a random way, and we give to operator to make a quiz by themselves. Each and every time they select randomly 20 different defect, and they try to find that defect on the garment in a digital way. This could be a measurement defect, this could be a stain on the garment, this could be a sewing defect, this could be a asymmetry on the, let's say, pockets or revers or collars. So by this way, we will enlarge the defect pool, and also we will enlarge the model pool. And by combining them together, we will provide very dynamic quality inspection environment, and we will also push them, force them to find all these defect details in a digital environment. So in this manner, we think that it will improve our quality, and also it will create a quick response for our quality inspection. So this is a project that we are working on right now. It's not finished yet, but it will take time because of too many technical issues, actually.
Sure. Yeah. No, understood. It's interesting to see how digital twins are being used in production as opposed to just downstream facing. I'm aware we're over time, but I want to give every one of our panelists another kind of opportunity, a couple of sentences each. And then I'll bring things to a close. So we've covered a lot of ground today, but I think if we were to wrap things up, we can probably separate the future of fashion into two strands. One is doing the same things we did pre-pandemic, but doing them more efficiently, more sustainably, more profitably, more digitally. And then the other is introducing these entirely new concepts, building new business models, exploring completely new media. And if those two strands have one thing in common, it's data, right? So whether that's a consistent digital identity, digital garment that moves between ecosystems, whether that's water and energy usage data that's captured at source in the supply chain, whether that's information about consumers that allows retailers to create those new levels of personalization. I'd like to invite everyone in turn, and I'm going to do it clockwise based on how you appear on my screen, so no bias here either. In each of you in turn to just share a sentence or so that captures your thoughts on how far the future of fashion relies on data. And Jill, you're up by 12 o'clock, so you can go first.
Oh, yeah. I mean, listen, I think we always used to say retail was always about the art. Now I think it's art and science, and probably leaning more on the science. If we're going to manufacture things without waste, if we're going to make things fit better, if we're going to get localized assortment, all of that relies upon data. So I guess the net of, and the other thing is, look, the future is very unpredictable. We all know that coming out of COVID. And so if you're going to be flying into a fog as a pilot steering a ship or steering a plane, you need instrumentation to help you steer through a fog. And data is at the helm of that. It's the heart of that. So I think data is everything.
Perfect. Great answer. Daria and Natalia, I'll go to you both together for this one.
Yeah, data is the key for sure, and that's how we base our product and how we build it, because we always have the feedback loop from the client, and that's definitely based on data.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Linda?
Yeah, data is my favorite topic, actually. So, and it comes to both from meeting the customer in a more personal way that we are talking about. We were talking about digital wardrobes and everything that you can push into that service to really help us to like feel dressed and fashionable every day, and utilize what we already own and only update our wardrobe with what we need to get that perfect look. And the other is, of course, what Jill is referring to, the operational side, to be able to produce the clothes that people want to buy, or to open stores where people are, or fill them with the assortment that really resonates with the customers, and everything around the green last mile. And we can go on forever around the operational side and the value of data. So yeah, data is everything.
Perfect. Unfortunately, we don't have forever as much as I'd like to carry on that conversation. Erkut, quick sentence from you, if you don't mind, just about how important data is and how it's driving production at Hugo Boss.
Actually, data is my profession. I work with artificial intelligence quite a lot. I can talk hours and hours about data, but what I can say about data is normally future is unpredictable, but with data you can predict your future.
Very snappy. I like it. Rafaela, you're my last one.
Well, I would say libraries of assets, 3D assets, are incredibly important, both for to live in a virtual environment, but also to create physical goods. So starting from there, so incredibly important. With that, also then the issue of ownership of these assets, being able to move them across experiences and across different worlds, particularly when it comes to your own personal assets, something that has to be figured out.
I absolutely agree. Yeah, thank you very much. Everybody, that brings us to the end of this panel, and I believe brings us to the end of the first day of Exthereal as well. So we've covered a lot of bases in this discussion. We've got a lot of fresh angles on where fashion goes from here. I know there's a lot more that's still to come tomorrow, Wednesday, including some sessions I'm particularly looking forward to. So to everyone in the audience, make sure you come back for that. Make sure you mark the ones you're interested in your calendar. For now, though, I want to thank all of my guests today. So Jill, Daria, Linda, Erkut, Rafaela, Natalia. It's been amazing having you on. I want to extend a special thanks to Alessia and the team at Exthereal for the organization. Shameless plug for more coverage on the future of technology and for fashion throughout 2022 and beyond, including extensions of some of the topics we talked about today. Please consider bookmarking the Interline at www.theinterline.com. And with that, I'll hand back over to the organizers. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you all, dear panelists. Whew, what a day. What a panel. Thank you so much for insight. Guys, how are you feeling?
Fantastic.
Excited again, all the time,
okay.
Inspired.
So we're done with the first day. We're a little bit over time, so very, very short announcements. Tomorrow, make sure that you tune into the sessions, but also check out the virtual showroom that we're going to be launching at Altspace VR. If you haven't downloaded yet Altspace VR, please do it. It takes a moment to create an account. You can check the code for entrance on our website. So basically you download Altspace VR, you insert the code, and then 5 o'clock finish time, EET. Please check your time zones. We are going to be having a grand opening of the virtual showroom that has been built by Accenture on Microsoft's Altspace VR, featuring dresses from DressX, Digital Garments Meta Fashion, but also other designers. There's such a long list. There's Placebo, there's Embassy, Valentin Karabanov. You have to check that out. And on Wednesday, we're going to have a virtual fashion show.
Yay. At 5 o'clock, the great final will be fashion show.
That's right. And just to let you know some numbers, we've had over 1,600 unique visitors. So tomorrow you hear what's coming up. Wednesday you know what's coming up. Invite your friends. Let's double those numbers.
Okay. Bye. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.